All right. What do you guys think of the new ban system?
I definitely think it's good. Refreshing.
I really like it, bro. I think every map was like being played the same, and with the new bans, every game is like different. So
Yeah.
I like it.
Attacking can definitely be a lot harder now. Like, especially if you're not prepared for...
Really? I actually would have said the other way around.
Really?
I actually think, because like on attack you have like so many like oppressing ops, like the shields, Ying, Grim, Glaz, all that kind of stuff. On defense you have like, it's not like crazy defense. Like there's just like classic operators. Like Smoke on Bank is like a classic.
I was just thinking, I was thinking more about around the art bridges, you know, like a lot of maps are about opening the walls and you being able to ban
I get
them.
that's definitely like club and stuff like that.
Yeah, if you're not like having the counter bans on the attack to ban the defenders, like imagine like just giving a scenario, you get Maverick banned and you have Bandit and Kate open. You're like on a clubhouse or on a night
Labs,
tavern.
Labs was bad back in the
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, they can be cooked.
I think it also like makes it so you have to have like a bigger bag. Like you have to understand how to play like with certain bans, and like you can't just crutch like certain operators compared to like how people used to. Like for instance, like your teammate Zach, Spirits, he mained.
Oh, I know.
He made Blitz and BB every time, so like he was able to just kind of no bag those. But like now because of that, you have to develop like a better understanding of like more operators.
Is he on Fraud Watch for these events?
Spirits,
that's
I've scrimmed him, and I would say he learned something. He learned to crutch a new op.
That's fine, exactly. Pick your poison. You ban 2 shields.
That's all I'm saying. I just learned to crutch a new op. That's all I did.
That's nice info here.
Yeah, but now you got to guess with jockeys.
No, I would add one thing you guys didn't talk about. I think Savage, you did a bit. It will be also a lot of mind game. I think.
Yes.
Like you said, if you just ban Bandit Cade and you just don't ban anything to annoy the opening bridge for the attacker, for example, the game can be really bad for you on one side. Or like if you ban Warden, for example, and any team is just playing Glass Ying for 3 rounds. That can be really annoying.
Especially on the long run. Imagine like you're running like the same operator bans for quite a few matches, and then just on the grand final you swap it up and the team is like not expecting it or didn't read into it at all. Like that could end the entire map, you know?
That's also why I kind of do and don't like it, because like Club, for example, it used to take like actual like brain power to go getting breaches off. Like on Labs too, it would take like skill, and there's teams here, in my opinion, which can now just ban 2 Warden Arlops, takes 0 IQ, wall open.
Surely
back in the day, they'd be on the wall for like a minute. Like just scratching their head. Like,
yeah, but then if the
then you
team
punish them.
bans like Kaiden bandits, like the default ban, and you ban Termite and Ace, like the ban they did,
100%.
it goes to the trash, you know.
Yep.
And you ban Felma Ace, BB Blitz up.
It is about that. It's like
That's what it is.
You ban a few like a Warden, so to force them onto banning a Ing or a Glass, and then you go and you just play the shields or
That's what I think this event's going to be. I think the team that's going to go far are the teams that just abuse the bans the most.
And they are able to adapt on the spot.
I also think a big thing with like banning like Warden specifically, like on Opster you have to play like the site, like the floor above. You can't play the win con of like killing like planners or anything from the top. So you have to like learn like you have to have a new strat basically to like stop it.
Overall, I think it's really refreshing.
Yeah, for sure. Refreshing is like the best word to describe it. Especially because like maps like Clubhouse that were being played the exact same for years. It's like a whole new map almost.
But that was the favorite map of the Nave. That's why
You can't go wrong with Clubhouse. It's just classic. Just classic.
Yeah.
Light work. Light work, man. Another one? I can't. Well, what do you mean you can't?
Let's go practice.
No, what do you mean? Ian, practice for what? For what? For what?
Vamos para Samba, Ruyo!
Has caught the attention of the entire community here in Reload. And today we are ready to watch the grand final, Furia versus Kagosaki. And what are you doing here?
I'm showing these guys my new tattoo.
Show us the careca.
Asa careca!
Okay, come on. Anyways, today we also get to see the roadmap for year 10 as the live panel will reveal more about the upcoming year of CJX and Navy. What the hell is happening? Hi, Maria! Furia! Repeat! Furia! They're very happy. Come on. Okay. We also have the All-Stars match, and you know, the great weather outside, the fans are ready, and I think I found everyone that is needed for the show. So let's get inside, and yeah, the CJX party is started!
We made it. I could just stay out there with the fans all morning because there's an electric atmosphere here in Rio de Janeiro for good reason. It is Championship Sunday of R6 Reload, the new era of Siege, the first ever tournament to be played on Siege X. We are going to crown our champions later on, and before that, we have of course got a show match and the panel.
Exactly! E chegamos ao terceiro e último dia de Reload, o campeonato de estreia do CDX. Hoje a gente vai ter um dia muito especial. Teremos painel, teremos show match e teremos a grande final com a estreante de Tier S, Kagosaka, e a experiente Furia. I'm truly sad it's our last day.
Should we see if we can extend it like by a week and just keep doing shows every single day here in Rio? I think that would be fun, right?
I approve this.
By the way, my name's Ian, this is Nivi. We've got two broadcasts running at the very same time. We've got a Brazilian team speaking in Portuguese and an English team speaking, of course, sadly, in English. They're boring. I'm kidding. I love you guys, really. I can just see them in my peripherals over there. But right now, it is time to bring out our grand finalists, just so you can meet them and we can build up the hype towards the grand final later on. Never has the sun risen so high above Japanese skies in Siege. It's Kagosaka!
Outro lado, eles que têm 2 Majors, um Invitational e representam o manto furioso aqui do Brasil. Muitas palmas para a equipe da Fúria!
Two very different stories, two very different levels of experience on an international main stage grand final.
But the same position here in
Absolutely.
Reload.
They are looking to become the first champions of the Siege X era.
Exatamente, vamos descobrir o que vai acontecer nesse dia maravilhoso. Vamos começar o nosso show. Let's start the show.
Welcome to Championship Sunday. We're here in Rio de Janeiro for the very first tournament for Siege X. I'm Manic, your host. Joining me are four very handsome gentlemen. It's a little different to how we rehearsed, but I think I didn't want to bring that energy here. I want to gas you up because we've got a lot to talk about here today. Before we get started with any of the preparations for this tournament, for the panel, we want to go back and have a quick chat about what we learned yesterday. A little more about the R6 ecosystem heading into 2025. A couple of changes have been made. And of course, these are experts. So we're going to get their expert opinion. Jack, we'll start with you.
Okay.
For the APL system, can you tell me a couple of teams you're looking out for and who you're probably most looking for? By the way, you only have 40 seconds to tell me. Go.
Only 40 seconds, Rob. That's absolutely fine. I have 3 great teams in the APL that you should look out for. 2 of them are the APAC teams that played on the main stage here in Reload. CAG Osaka, of course, they're in the grand final. FearX, they of course got beat by CAG Osaka. And the third team is one that's close to your heart, particularly, Rob. Gaming Gladiators, bringing that European brethren over to the OS League as well. But if I had to choose just one of them,
10 seconds.
I would have to say FearX. I think it's a well-rounded team. It's a Korean super team. They didn't make it inside of this tournament, but I think over the year, they'll be good.
Unbelievable. That was nearly spot on, Jackie boy. And FearX, I love that call out. We got Mr. NAL at the end. Do you want to give us some expectations heading into this year?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think 2 underdog teams easily has to be Wildcard and Shopify Rebellion. Shopify Rebellion has not played at this event. There's a lot hidden from them, especially Canadian. And then obviously Wildcard, they performed so well. NA's only hope that was remaining in the tournament, very good. But the team that I think, unfortunately, for the rest of the NA teams, that is going to win is Dark Zero. I think Dark Zero's innovation is amazing.
10 seconds.
And then obviously they have spirits, and that's one thing that North American teams don't know how to deal with is the shield play.
And that's, well, again, spot on. I tell you what, you boys are on sharp point today. Speaking of sharp, you're looking very nice. But let's talk about a region that is not here at the moment. EML, mate. And you know what? Producers have just told me you get a minute.
Oh, I get a minute for this.
Oh, he's amazing.
10. So you know what? European League, EML, Europe and MENA League, it's one of the most historic regions of Siege. And like you said, we're not here on the main stage. So I have got to count on one of the best teams in Europe to make it, and that's gonna be Falcon because they've got the. Oh, come on, Lax. It's gotta be them. It's gotta be Bride. It's gotta be Shaiko. It's gotta be Likefak, Yuzus, and Solotov. Some of the best gunners that we have in Europe, but also one big team chemistry. 3 grand finals. They've all missed it, but they can make it again. This is gonna be for me the heavy favorite. Team Falcons for EML.
It has to be. Who else does Europe have?
Well, hey, okay, settle down,
Chill,
Mr. NAL. Your time's done, all right? The only person whose time's left is Mr. SAL. We're here in Rio. It's time for you. You've got 40 seconds.
I don't even need the 40 seconds. I think it's no surprise to anybody here who that team's going to be. You got to go with Furia. I mean, for the simple fact they dominated entire year. They created a legacy for themselves. They're written down in history for all of Siege. And then to kick off Siege X and Reload, they're here at the grand final, 1 game away from claiming their title, so it's no surprise to me that they're going to get it done. They're going to be the team to look for at SAL, and like my choice, respectfully so, Furia.
No, I don't even need the 40 seconds. Gentlemen, That was on point. I think we've given all the audience at home a bit of an insight, but I just want to know very quickly between us, what do we think in terms of the actual dominating league? Is it still SAL? Jack, I'll go to you first, just very short.
It absolutely has to be. You've got the current major champions, the current world champions, and possibly the reload champions all inside of one league.
Jack, I just heard it from Jack. Give it to me, Leo.
It's got to be as well. So much variety, so much playstyle differently. Look at Loud, the way they're playing strategic. Look at Furia, the way they're playing heavy gunners. They've got so much talent in that league. It's got to be SAL again.
Come on. Surely, Lex, you're going to give me something different.
I'm going to have to go with SAL again. I mean, given, you know, everything that CJX is bringing, it's reinventing that wheel, and you really see the Brazilians, SAL specific, just stepping it up on that margin of team chemistry, team play, and
oh my God, shut up. Fox, give it to me very short. Just give me the abbreviation.
SAL. Honestly, I think the EUL...
Not going to happen, gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining me here. You now have a good idea as to what to expect for the future of R6, especially in 2025. But, boys, do you know what time it is?
Is it?
Showtime!
Oh my word.
I love this.
No, I don't. Never do that again. That made me feel sick. All right, I'm kidding. Welcome back. It is, of course, Championship Sunday. It is showtime. And it wouldn't be Championship Sunday without a show match. And this one is special, Nivi. Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm so excited. A gente vai ter esse show match aqui muito especial entre brasileiros, streamers, ex-pro players e jogadores profissionais também, coaches da atualidade do mundo inteiro. Então vai ser muito especial.
There are actually some very, very experienced players on the All-Stars team that you'll meet shortly. People that you know and love that have lifted world championships. Let's bring out right now, Team All-Stars! You got Doki, Fabian, the legendary Fabian, Licky Fact. We got Justin in here as well, and Baby Shark, all stepping up onto the main stage. This feels special, especially seeing Fabian with his playing boots on, ready to do it big.
E do outro lado, Rasa Company. Podem receber com muitas palmas Snip, Kamikaze, Riveretes, Bragote e Rasa. Eles que fazem muito conteúdo pra galera, temos aí ex-pro players, temos também streamers, mas eu tenho certeza que eles vão tryhardar bastante aqui hoje.
I think this might be a bit one-sided when it comes to support from the crowd. What do you think?
Yeah. I'm not sure. Because did you saw they screaming? I'm not sure. We can check maybe who they are cheering for. What do you think about it?
Well, right now, let's just quickly do an interview. So, guys, if you can all sit down except for Haza and for Fabian as well, if you could just come and join us for a quick chat. Oh, man. Fabian, it's been a while since we've seen you in this capacity. You're looking well up here. Is this making you maybe want to come back full time?
I've been waiting for a long time, and now it's finally my chance to beat Rasa, and it's going to feel great.
It's our chance to see you playing again. What do you think about it? It is a show match. It is a fun matchup, but are you going to win?
Yeah, for me, it's not no more show match. Here, we are won this match for sure. And Fabia always lose in Brazil, you know?
Okay!
Last time I was in this city, I beat Immortals and I beat FaZe on the main stage in an arena 500 meters that way, and I was the MVP of that event. So keep talking, because those shades on your face, you're not going to want to see the slaughter this game is going to be.
You won 8 years ago, so now it's the moment of Brazil, bro. Brazil is the best region in the world.
Eu tô amando aqui esse momento de farpa maravilhoso aqui nesse palco. Ele falou que vai vencer, que o Fabi não ganha de brasileiro. O Fabi falou, não, a gente venceu aqui a Immortals, a FaZe, nesse palco. Aqui, na última vez que eles jogaram contra, não foi aqui, acho que foi aqui no Rio de Janeiro. Cara, vamos ver, esse confronto vai ser maravilhoso. Tô amando esse momento de farpas aqui.
Have I got some more time? I just want to have a little bit more beef. We got some more time. I got to ask you, Fabian. do you think you'll be able to take directions? You're not the coach here. Are you going to listen, or are you just going to do your own thing like a wild man?
I'm going to be running around the map doing my own thing. I haven't played this game for about 5 years, so if he loses to me, that is just a shame for all of Brazil.
So, but now we have the biggest coach in the world. You can see Gohan, one of the best player in the history of Brazil. So now we 100% prepared, you know?
You know, Raza, you have the biggest coach, and that's why we let him choose the side start. We let him choose the map, because we're so afraid of him. How about you? Not one bit.
No, but I have a lot of titles in Brazil. I don't have international titles, but in Brazil, I am the coach. So you can see everyone here.
Right, I've got it. Just before we go, I've got to show you.
I have Brazil fans, so that's my title.
Can I just bring the camera in really quickly? I'm sorry to do this. Fabian, I love you, but... Haza Careca! All right, shake hands, guys.
Boa sorte, meninas. Cara, adorei esse momento aqui. O Raça falou que ele tem o público, tem audiência com ele. Ressaltou aqui o coach deles, o Gohan, ex-pro player da Liquid. E o Fabian falou, não, a gente respeita eles, mas de você a gente vai vencer, não quero nem papo. Vamos ver! Let's start the show!
Vamos!
Welcome to the show, guys. It's showtime! And look at what we've got up here. We've got a King George with us. George, welcome to the desk.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
You're more than welcome. I think, who else? You played in so many show matches. We're like, who can we get in to talk about them? Let's get King George.
The thing is, we had Doki up obviously with us yesterday and just thought, oh, if we need an actual like world champion up here, you know, not someone who's trying to rechase former glory, but at this point it's good to have a beer George as well. Like you said there, he's a world champion as well for sure, but he's still chasing it down. He's still trying. You're like, you know what, played one, won one, that's all I needed. But no, welcome up to it. How have you found Rio so far?
Oh, it's been beautiful. I cannot believe like the scenery around here, sightseeing, the food's been delicious, people have been so friendly. So honestly, one of the best events and trips overall that I think I've had.
Very, very friendly city, but not very friendly on the stage a second ago, Tim. That was some smack. I mean, did you expect anything less from Fabian? Let's be honest.
I mean, yeah, that's why you put Fabian in the show match, isn't it? You want him to come in and stir things up a little bit. That's exactly what he's done. He says he hasn't played in 5 years. That's pretty funny, because I played some ranks with Fabian. Don't you worry about that. He keeps himself
You
sharp.
want to be careful in saying that line to him, because he'll turn around and go, that wasn't playing, that was kindergarten.
Yeah,
that was looking
very
after
true.
the kids, that was.
That's very true.
It's going to be fun to see. Well, what's your expectation as well, George, right? Because I've heard that Raza Company want to show that they can do their stuff against the pros, but they're against some pretty big names.
Yeah. I mean, you have like Doki. Obviously, we were just talking about him, an amazing player, still current. Like, we pretty much all have insane players on the All-Stars team over here. And Raza Company, obviously, you have. I actually played with Kamikaze at the Invitational, and he went crazy. I think he dropped like 18 kills or something in our match. He was on our team, and he is actually insane. Like, his aim still to this day amazes me every time I watch him play. So I'm thinking that Raza Company wins, but it's going to be a close match. You got really good players on both teams, so.
Can't ignore, of course, the cohesion that Raza Company will have playing together. That's their edge, right?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, playing with each other all the time is a huge difference than being like, all right, hey, here's 5 people, kind of know each other, get in there, you know?
Very much it. Getting ourselves set up, still waiting for Raza Company to jump in the lobby.
Somebody's just having a little mouse issue.
We've seen this throughout the week.
I don't know if it's a bit of gamesmanship. Oh, sorry, my mouse.
3 of us need to run to the bathroom, like we saw in the game yesterday.
You know, just keep them all waiting, keep them sweating.
Keep wasting as much time as they can. I love, by the way, Baby Shark is now fully grown. He's now Daddy Shark in this game. He's renamed himself.
Good heavens.
Where's Mommy Shark is what I'm wondering, Tim. It's going to be going into bank for this one. I can't really imagine too much of a social prediction. Just 100% towards Raza Company. Of course. Yep. Who's back in the All-Stars here except us, really? Yeah. Fun map to do it on though as well. Big map, lots of hijinks. I wonder if we'll see any interesting bans coming through, Tim. We spoke about these throughout the week a number of times about definitely more at a competitive level. We've seen things like the Ace banned away, the Hibana taken away, and suddenly you can't open up the White Corridor wall, for example. Make some really interesting spots to play in that we've seen some teams employ. And what have you thought of the ban system so far, actually, George, from watching it?
It's been really fun. I mean, I think players are going to enjoy it a lot because it's a lot more adaptable than just banning a couple of operators and kind of hoping that it works out for you. But when someone actually starts playing something, you could target ban that operator. I think having that power and potential is going to make a huge difference at the pro level, ranked level, and everywhere in between.
can't wait.
Yeah, we've seen some really big impact from the banning system. The one that really stands out to me is that Falcons game the other day when that third hard breach ban came in, and it was just, you know, 3 rounds of struggling to get walls open, burning a lot of time trying to do it, and Falcons just, they didn't have answers. And, you know, that just goes to show we've got a top team in the world, and even then it's having an impact against them. And I don't think the old banning system was at a point where it was necessarily doing that in the same way. So yeah, I think it's a great change.
I'm really curious about the power struggle on this team as well. Who's going to be the IGL? Because Liquefac is probably the most experienced on this team in terms of IGLing, but Fabian's not really the guy, George, to take instruction from others, is he?
He's not exactly to be the person in the backseat, that's for sure. So I think, I mean, on paper, I'd probably say Liquefac should be, but I mean, Fabian's also an amazing coach too. So, but he then also did say, I'm just going to run around and do my own thing. So we'll see how it goes.
We do have a very, very special gift for this game, guys, that we can listen into team comms whenever we want. And while they're getting themselves set up, and they're smiling for now because they haven't started losing rounds, should we have a listen into the All-Stars comms to see what's going on?
Na visão de cara olhando garagem, o Legion pode ser o Bragode.
Não, maybe it's actually time. Tá embaixo, vai ser o Legion.
Não, mas a gente vai jogar o cara fora embaixo?
Não, se liga. Quando for embaixo, nós vamos começar na área aberta ali.
This is like your final chance. If I outfrag you today, then you quit on the spot. Take my hand on that. You're quitting if I outfrag you.
He's definitely talking to Doki there, surely.
On the spot and then...
you quit after if you do less kill than Fabian. Oh my fucking god. Okay, Doki's our shield player, guys.
No, I'm good at shields.
Oh, you have to listen to that shit now.
I swear to God, I'm good at shields.
Doki, Yiga Blitz. Oh, money.
Money.
How do you feel like if the energy is coming, right?
I feel the energy. I will kick again.
Yeah, you need, and then we need more.
But we'll dip back in as the game goes on, no doubt as well. But it sounds like Doki's going to be all over them. Shields, Tim.
I mean, he was talking about yesterday, of course, we had Doki on the cast in the semi-final. He was talking about how valuable those shields were. He was pointing out Anaton on the, you know, he's going to bring the blitz, he's going to bring the Blackbeard. And every time he said it, Anaton brought it, won a round. So he knows where the value is.
I just love it. It's the first time we've tuned in, and already Fabian is trying to find a way to get Doki out of the game for good. May force him to quit. Did we expect anything less, really, from Fabian? Let's be honest. We do still have a mouse that should be sorted out for Raza Company, and then we can jump into this one and see how things shake down. Of course, not forgetting, we've got also a lot more to come today. We've got our grand final coming up later on. First time we've seen an APAC team in the grand final, so if you're tuning in and thinking, what the hell, really? Yeah, it's very real. We've got CAG facing off later on against Furia to lift that title. And of course, I think everyone's looking at it and thinking, there's no way, really. They can't do it, can they?
Can they?
Can they?
Right.
Might have a Cinderella story.
Yeah, we were talking before we came on, George, and we were saying it just feels like too perfect a story. Make your first final and win it.
It would be crazy. I mean, I would put the percentages being very low, but my hope is for CAG.
I'm so glad you said
I think a lot of people are seeing that.
Because I've asked everyone this question over the last day. I'm like, what percentage chance do you give? I actually asked Liquefac yesterday. Like, we went for a drink last evening, and he was saying, he's like, do you want the hopeful answer or the realistic one? I was like, let's go realistic first. And he said 1%. I was like, really, 1%? And he was like, yeah. He's like, they're just on a different level. Like, no one comes close at this point. They are just that good a team. Like, as much as you'd like CAG to do it, it's just not going to happen. I think most of us feel the same. But if you had to give it a number between 1 and 100, what percentage chance would you give them?
Honestly, I would definitely say less than 10. Like, it's unless they just come out and bring something that we haven't seen, which I don't really see happening against Furia.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be all Furia.
I think that's the big problem. Sort of, CAG were not... They don't rely on being the surprise package anymore. Doki said it himself yesterday. They were playing excellent Siege. They had plan A, B, C, you know, they were really structured. But the problem with that is not having that surprise factor means Furia, they're going to be prepped. They're going to be ready. They're going to know exactly what's coming. And a lot of the maps that CAG like, Furia like, so they've got a real difficulty there. You know, do we go where we want to play and they're going to be even better, or do we have to go outside of our comfort zone? It's going to be a tough day.
Also not forgetting as well, we've got the whole year reveal for what's coming up with CJ.
Oh, do we?
I bet you're especially excited about that.
I am excited, so full disclosure, I played it and you'll see soon. So.
No, it's going to be good. I always love the reveal panels. I've said this a few times. We sometimes get the opportunity to see them before, but I just love to ignore it all, avoid it, and sit and watch it live with everybody and have that excitement.
And speaking of all that, production has just told me actually we've got a nice little bit of content that we can show you before we jump into that around this topic. So let's cut to that now and have a look at what happened on the volleyball court.
go!
I'm getting sweaty.
Yeah?
Light work, man. Another one? I can't. Well, what do you mean you can't?
Let's go practice.
No, what do you mean? Ian, practice for what? For what? For what?
Vamos para Samba Ruyo!
Never knew that we needed Ian as Tom Cruise.
Who'd have thought it, eh?
I didn't know what I was missing from my life until I got to see that the first time round, and getting to see it again is just absolutely beautiful. Ooh.
Get the wink?
Don't wink at that. That did something to me. Oh, that one did not. Whoa. Now I feel threatened. That was a very, very quick change of emotions, Tim.
As somebody who's played in a good few of these, George, is there? You said yourself you played with Kamikaze. You know, you've had other pros on your teams. Is there a point where the pro players, their like competitiveness just kicks in a little bit, and it's like, right, okay, we need, and it really starts. They go lights out and looking for the win.
I think it does really. It's like you start and you're like, okay, it's fun, and then you're like, kind of in the back of your head, like, oh, they're kind of trying. So like, I gotta bring this back now. Like, I also don't want to lose, but you want to have it be a fun tournament as well. So, but this one seems like a lot more serious. Like, instead of the knife rounds and everyone sit in a circle and nomad each other type of thing, this is going to be a serious game. So it should be a lot of fun to watch.
He says that now, and we'll have a nomad first round. You just watch. You just watch it step into that. Good news is we have got every player in the lobby now as well, so I assume our mouse issue is sorted, and we'll get underway in just a moment. We'll see how this one shakes down. I'm curious because the brief that we were given before was it's a bit more serious. They said Razzle Company kind of want to prove themselves, and I'm like, okay then, so how hard are we, when we say improve themselves, how deep are we talking here? Like, are they coming armed in with strats, target bans against Doki and Leakifak? Are we really going for it?
I guess we'll see in the first couple of rounds. I mean, thinking about it, you know, we said that we've had a little bit of a mouse issue. I think I might have had a mouse issue for about the last 5 or 6 years, I think. Just,
oh, really?
Yeah, I think it's been a mouse issue.
I've heard that doesn't go away even when you get a new mouse, mate, I'm afraid.
Well, I'm on my 4th one, so...
5th is a charm.
Yeah, KD still hasn't gone up. I got a better chair and everything. Done nothing for me.
Oh, but you didn't get the gamer mattress though, mate.
No, maybe that's my next
short.
purchase.
I'm sure it'll work this time, right?
Right? Funnily enough, losing part of my vision actually increased my KD, so I don't know what to think anymore.
I've always enjoyed seeing the odd clip from when you stream sometimes, seeing the clip, but you've got these guys a box on his screen where he can't see because he's like partially blind in his left side of his vision, and you just see something happen there, and he'll clip it and be like, couldn't see it, guys, sorry.
It's funny when
some guy just stood there with a gun. I'm just like, Tim.
I've got a couple of good clips because Fresh and I play together quite a lot, and because we play a lot, it's relevant because we play a lot. He's used to it. So I've got a couple of clips where you just get Fresh going, left side, Tim, left side. And he's just like a sheer panic because he knows that I can't see whatever's going on.
It must be class. Oh, so funny, so funny. What about your game of B-Day though? Or bidet?
By the way, you guys both want bidets?
Absolutely.
Happy to give both of you one.
I would never be happier to have you anywhere near my backside, I think, George. That's the way to go.
No, it's the greatest thing ever. So I can't talk about them enough. And yeah, I mean, definitely recommend it. If you haven't bought a bidet yet, definitely do so.
I never thought I'd come to a time in my career, Tim, where we're talking about bidets on stream.
Yeah.
I mean,
we're talking about Brie-Day, but not B-Day.
We've been through a whole catalogue of stuff across the years there, so I'd say it's probably not even the strangest.
Maybe you should give him your mouse, Tim.
It don't work. It don't work properly for Siege. You can't click on heads with it.
We'll get him a bidet. He'll be good to go.
I'll tell you what, show the listening. What's this? Married? Yes. Mechanics? No. Aura? Yes.
Mechanics?
Trash talk?
No.
And only Deimos.
Even on defense.
I wonder what he actually plays these days. I mean, you play with him at something
Fabian's
now and then.
surely at about a Thermite age now.
You reckon?
He must be, surely.
Forever stuck on hard support. Well, apparently game is now ready. Good news. So let's get ourselves into it with this show match. Bank is the one. It is the battleground. Let's see who comes out on top. We are in the show match. Bank is underway. And again, I'm curious to see just how seriously they take it, because you guys were saying earlier on, like, yeah, you kind of start taking it a little bit more seriously each time. It reminds you of like the memes that you see, people like walking side by side, then one goes a little bit faster. And before you know it, they're at a full sprint trying to like slightly outpace each other by the tiniest little bit.
Wait, who's playing against...
Yeah, they can play like animals, right?
I think I would actually ban Valk. I think it's actually a good ban. Yeah. I don't think they will play Azami that much or Mira that much. Maybe they can play
pretty
Mira,
serious.
I mean, we have the third one anyways.
There's some strategy going on.
Attack will be the easy side.
They will ban
Defense
Ace.
will be the harder one.
Oh,
they're gonna ban Ace and then play
you know what does
Mira
that
with the
mean?
meeting.
Doki on blades.
We have a 3-4 shoot open. I think I have for everyone, guys.
Yeah. You can instantly pick that shit. Thank you.
Oh dear, guys.
He's saying attack with the easy
I can play
side,
Ash
but
if you want.
Look at my
hard breach,
background,
man.
guys.
The double range time reach as well, so you start thinking about like Cantor wall. It's going to make it difficult to get that open.
I
You've
could go
got, you know,
back there if
even
we have
top
to
of
have a
square
shield,
skylight walls get a little bit more difficult. You've got to get your thermite right in there. What do you think of those bans, George?
It's going to be more difficult. I mean, there's still hard breaching gadgets that you can bring, which I'm assuming what they'll probably take. Yeah, I guess we'll have to see what when they pull the utility. But yeah, I mean, you're definitely going to take thermite and several hard breaching gadgets.
I've got to say, we did ask about who we thought Fabian might play. Fabian on bank. If I don't see a Monty from him at some point up on that top floor, I'm going to be seriously disappointed.
I could just run 4 shields and just full send it.
If I don't see Fabian on Monty, I'm going to be disappointed.
It's funny, actually. I was talking to Doki earlier on about shields. Last night I was talking to him about it to Fair, and I was like, you know, who do you kind of see up there as one of the best shield players in the world? And he's like, oh, you know, Alamar's amazing. Weirdly enough, didn't mention himself.
No.
And now here he is, like, yeah,
he's
I'm playing great blitz. I'm like, you didn't mention that last night, mate. I think you're putting on some false ego here. And what were you saying to him earlier? Like, mate, if you play terribly, I'm going to rip you on.
I said to him yesterday, we were talking to Doki after, we actually went for dinner with Doki last night after the cast, and I was having a bit of fun with him, and I said, I'll tell you what, because he said, oh, I'm playing in the show match. I said, oh, I'm casting it. I said, I'm going to absolutely tear apart everything you do, Doki. Just remember that in the back of your mind, that I'm going to be really critical of you. So we'll see whether that pressure weighs on him or not. He laughed at the time. I don't think he cared, if I'm honest.
Feels like a man and his hound, doesn't it? Deimos and the Blitz coming in together. Leakivat's going to be like, go boy, go! And then Doki's in there, woofing and charging his way through, trying to find someone. Fabian being a little bit sneaky on the Nook, a solo operator, not wanting to interact with anyone else at all, George.
Yeah, he sees the Capcans now, so got to join ahead. Does he know that he's here?
He's got to know.
He's got to know, right?
They're going to swing together. I think Raza looks scared. He knows that Fabian's approaching.
I don't think Fabian's got any idea that Raz is inside of the elevator there. This is surely going to be a freebie as he tries to go past. Justin manages to pick up Bragod, takes him down. But, oh, what about the timing of that, Fabian? Iberades manages to take down Doki as well, and it's advantage Raza company.
I think Justin's taking things a little bit seriously, Tim. He's the only one walking away with any kills on the All-Star Pro side at the moment. 2 for himself and keeps his team in the round, but Fabian and Doki are down. And considering there's a race towards who had the best KD to force Doki to retire, it's not going well, George.
We'll see.
Still a bit of time to work with, though. Just under 2 minutes here, lots to play for still. Of course, the Deimos has got that track available at the same time, but right now only sees the Warden, as you can see highlighted above his player card. Got to be mindful of Kamikaze, because like you said, George, he can still fry in this day and age.
Oh yeah, he is definitely not lost it, I will tell you that much.
We just see them picking up the hatches as well now. Do you think this is going to turn into a bit of a server-sided push?
Yeah, it's kind of looking that way, right? Like they have there's definitely set up for it, but you can see Roz is kind of backing up, preparing for it a little bit, preparing the smokes. They have the Fenrir in case they have any smoke that have a plant. There's a Warden as a backup as well. So the SMG-12, obviously lethal. So, and he still has the C4 up as well too. And a pocket barbed wire.
Oh, Sniffing out some feet, but not quite finding his man. At least knows where he is, though. Really, with the time they've got available here, you'd imagine, being truthful, Tim, that Leakifat being the IGL he is, Baby Shark, we've seen him play brilliantly this tournament. Justin, of course, as a coach, has got all the context in the world that he needs. They should be able to get this one done, right?
Yeah, Leakifat's going to pick up the diffuser there, back himself in on the Deimos and start to put it down. Nitro comes out. They managed to just dip away, so just baiting that utility, and they've got the time to do it. 35 seconds, and they've got the cover as well. Justin picks up his third in the round. He's proving that coaches can play. Sneepy takes him out, but it doesn't matter because his job was done at that point. He was holding the cover. The diffuser goes down. Baby Shark's up above. I think All Stars take this round.
Feels like they should, truthfully. It's going to be, if nothing else, a crazy play from Sneepy or Kamikaze to save the round. They have pushed up top here to try and get rid of Daddy Shark. I'm going to have to call him Daddy Shark, so I'll look at his nameplate and not be able to call him Baby Shark. Again, when's Mommy Shark arriving? At least holding up on the push round for the one. Kamikaze comes in, takes some shots, gets rid of his man, and they're going to have enough time here because Leakifat's now dropped down, and they've tried as they might. They've got the cover in place, but no, he'll waste enough time. Only 2 seconds to play here. Kamikaze might get himself a little trophy. No! Leakifat getting it all done, planting and fragging, getting everything you need out of that round. All Stars take round 1.
Beautiful round there. Leakifat 2 IGLing and fragging out in the end and clutching up the round. So it's looking good so far. A little bit of nerves there on Raz's face.
The panic starting to set in as he realizes he might actually lose to Fabian.
I love how he went from 0 to 100 in the round, like he was dug into the elevator for the longest time, and I was like, surely you want to be ready to swing here and go aggressive, but he was dug in so deep, and then decides, right now I'm going for him now, and then goes for it and actually gets rid of Fabian as well. It's beautiful stuff, but MVP for me, Justin.
The hot drop from Justin there, absolutely beautiful. As soon as he came down, guns up, ready to go. Fabian was caught sleeping a little bit in the elevator, but again, Justin on the cover. Yeah, he loses the next gunfight, but it doesn't matter. He's done his job, the diffuser's down, and then Leakifat's there to mop him up. Really good stuff from All Stars.
What's our current assessment on Doki as a shield player, George?
He was gone in about 15 seconds, so it's okay. I have more faith in him. He's still stuck on the shields. When I look at Doki, I think of someone who's an absolute gunner, so I would have him on Ash, Grim, anything probably that is shield, but...
The thing is, most teams don't have a Fabian on them, and I guarantee you he's sat there every round saying, don't you dare play anything except a shield. Get back on a shield now, because he wants his KD to stay well and truly in the mud.
He did swap off Iana, which would have been a better choice, honestly, but...
Please, Dad, let me play something else. No, back on shields.
Doki's just one of them players that as soon as he hears a barricade, he's running towards it. He just wants that fight all the time.
Oh, definitely. And also, too, I think this is as much of a show match as Fabian punishing Doki as well.
Doki really didn't want to sign up for this for that exact reason, but here we are. We saw a really cool Skopos shell deployed, actually. I think it's inside of lobby, so behind where Doki is now. Imagine if he pops off the back of that and just absolutely rolls through Doki. It would be hilarious. He's tucked in the corner. I assume they know about it, but at the same time, I'm worried that they don't. In fact, they're swapping over now. Look, you can just see the Bragos changed over. Look at this. Bit of a flank starting to build out around ATMs. Could get a shield for free here.
Surely not. He knows that he's there. He's just got to swing around and he gets him. Beautiful use of the Skopos there. He can't get one onto the windows now. They can't allow that.
He's managed to get himself back up with the steam coming in from Leakipak, who very shortly after dies. Justin deals with that Skopos as it was trying to flank around from ATM. Raz is also going to fall here. Fabian getting revenge for last round. And for now, All Stars are in control, George.
Yep, picked up Doki too with the Finka, so he's back in action. Continuing the lobby take here, so let's see what they do. Still got to take care of the guy in the elevator, and they have a mirror to deal with as well, so there's still a bit to go.
Still a lot to choose through here, and try the very, very best they shall. Sneepy holding nice and close with the shotgun, waiting for the push to come on through from below, but no one's even there. It's Doki doing his very, very best, and it's an impression, I believe, here. Tim, he's got himself a kill. 2 in the round now. Definitely starting to improve that KD, knowing that he's losing his job if he can't get it better.
The thing is, he's playing this Monty really well. He's using it perfectly. He took his there you go. He took his opportunity to get the kill. He's then gone shield up to feed intel back in, and then gets the final kill at range with the pistol. Great stuff from Doki.
I saw you. Yeah, because it's like I was trying to get to somewhere where I could be useful, but I just couldn't get anywhere.
Well, people do also often forget that, hey, if you're Montaigne Blitz, you could still ADS too, and Doki has that lethal aim, right? It doesn't matter if he's on Ash or if he's on a shield. He could hit heads, so.
And so far, it's not the best start for Raza Company. Tim, they're down 2-0.
They're going to need those home fans behind them. We can see them making a bit of noise. They're going to need to be making a little bit more if they want to have an impact on this one. Just as you say, the All-Stars locking in and getting themselves a couple of rounds. Raza Company are going to go back down to the basement in the next round. So what can they do differently this time? That's got to be the big question. Last time around, George, they lost a couple early on. They found themselves with 3 left alive down in the basement. Do you think they stick to that roam or maybe play a little bit more turtle?
Probably still turtle up and potentially, I mean, it doesn't look like they're really watching the flanks well enough. They got flanked by a Scopos that was just sitting in ATM, so potentially having more of a late round flank and having the information to do so you can figure it out later in the round and opening the hatches above could be a better move, but we'll see how they play it out, so.
It's a real shame he didn't get the freebie onto Doki, to be fair, because obviously he was quite influential on the outcome of that round once he got stimmed back up by Leakifak. Speaking of, Doki's going to try and do the same thing again. Of course, not playing on a Monty, but going aggressive is sort of his forte, so no surprise that he was looking to get himself inside a Prince there and start causing some bother. Raza for now pushed back by the nade, and look at this already. That first floor has largely been lost. Now Raza's got a choice. Hang around here or drop back down towards site, but they've already found out Fabian. Doki be offline without a single call being used, Tim.
Yeah, big loss there. Doki getting aggressive as well, but look who he's up against. He's up against Iberites on the Warden. Worst operator the Blitz could go in for, but he doesn't need the flash. Doki just flips to the pistol and finds his kill, goes for the reload. Can he get another? It's a ring roll, he finds him. Headshot onto Sneepy. This kills all over the map elsewhere. 1v2 as Justin gets taken down. It's all up to Doki. Can he get 4 on the Blitz?
I think G2 might have a new Shield player at this point, Tim. He's absolutely flying the last couple of rounds.
Look at him as well. He is locked in, laser focused.
That's the only way he's getting to play on the stage this weekend, I'm afraid, so I think he's taking his chance as best he can. It's all down to the Legion now. 4 goos in back pocket. Could afford if they wanted to, of course, stall things out a little bit. Doki taking a couple of shots, and in doing so, Ragon has given his position away. Doki stepping on forward, but cannot find the last. Bragon keeping his team in it and giving Raza Company their first rounds.
How does he win that 1v1 situation, George? If you're in that spot and you're on the Blitz, you've got some distance between you. What are you thinking? How do you do that?
Oh, it's always tough to say. Like, I definitely see why he did it, but ADSing that soon without maybe like taking cover and ADSing first before taking that engagement is probably like in hindsight the ideal situation. But he did it 3 other times in the round and it worked out, so he's probably like, why not a 4th, you know?
Shock horror, they've banned away the Blitz, Tim.
And we're just going to see Doki bring the Blackbeard.
Yeah.
And I love how they banned the castle away here as well, because ultimately that castle has been there in every single round so far. It does impede you, it does slow you down. You've got to be bringing on the Gone 6s or nades or other things to chew your way through. And when the team wants to go fast, and when I say team, what I really mean there is Doki, I think unleashing him a little bit more might not be a bad shot, even though we can no longer play on that Blitz.
A shot.
What do you think of the environmentals, by the way, from what you've seen of them?
Oh, I actually like them a lot. I don't think they're like too much of a problem where people are thinking they'd be OP because they only last, you know, I think it's like 5 seconds or so each.
Yeah.
And if they're actually bothering you a lot as a defender, you could pop them in prep phase and stuff. So I've been fine with them so far. I think they add something to the game.
We've seen the attackers doing exactly the same as well. When they get a line, you know, from outside of the map, they'll just take the gas pipe out. It's preparing for later in the attack. It's just kind of like a new default cam, isn't it? It's just a new thing to think about of, you know, whether you want it there or not.
Yeah, no, it's really cool, and it also kind of helps too if you're a roamer, you want to leave them up. It's a good way you can get away or stop a shield blitz, for example, from rushing you. So yeah, I've been enjoying it so far, and I think it's going to add, it's not one of those things where it's a complete game changer, but it's definitely going to add a little bit of extra to the game for teams that want to take advantage of it.
I mean, have impact already throughout this week.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple of times.
Kills.
KZ is the one that springs to mind, but we've seen kills with it. We've seen players backing off, not being able to push into an area because the gas pipes are about to explode, and it's definitely had impact.
This is very reminiscent of Fear X, by the way. When they were attacking into Bank and they had to deal with this double range hard breach ban, their alternative they stepped into doing instead was putting every single player on the windows, putting a lot of focus on Square, and that is basically now where we find ourselves. You've got one around ATMs. Doki's been taken out as well for free here. Out the window we go. Of course, you can no longer ADS on the drop, but almost had about half a second there where they could have snagged a kill or two.
It's actually made this map so much more interesting to play that I feel like the top floor site, kind of in my opinion, is really bad now because you could sit on those windows and they really can't do much about it unless you're going to fly out there with a shotgun. So I'd like to see how the map evolves and changes over the years if it's going to have that big of an effect. Or maybe teams will have more of a lobby hold to like kind of stop that window repel.
Beautiful bait onto Braga there as well as he was stepping around trying to challenge onto the repel. Look, it comes in from behind. It's Fabian baiting his teammates. Of course, it's the only way he's going to find his first kill in this game, Tim.
We'll have a little mini celebration for Fabian picking up his first a little bit later, but 3 versus 2 now. The All-Stars once again in command of this round, but not really established inside of the map. As I say that, Justin does take the repel in through the window and gets himself at least boots on the ground inside to start pressuring towards Iberites inside of Janitor. But he knows where the pressure's going to come from. I think All-Stars just stalling out a little bit.
Nope, they're stuck here, say that. They found that kill they crucially needed. Now it's all onto Raza, the man himself, in a 1v3. Might really be a big famous personality over here, but that doesn't always give you the skill to bring down 3 pros. And sure enough, Leakifak finds that closing kill. 3-1 to the All-Stars. Not giving it anything for free, are they? Making it hard work for Raza Company. Oh, you want to play against some pros? We'll make you play against some pros. I love it.
It's made it interesting. This is probably, in my opinion, the most competitive show match that I've seen. So it's been a blast to watch so far.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit of a different vibe, hasn't it? It's definitely been about getting in there and getting some wins in the rounds and really challenging the other side, which at the minute it's All-Stars coming out on top of things. 3-1, and Raza Company just, they seem to struggle to hold on to anything there. All-Stars were not really too well established inside of the map. They got in, they got that wall open with the thermite, but then they lost him straight away and played a lot of the round from windows, but just got the job done.
This is the comms again, you know. It's been a while, and I can imagine everything's nice and peachy right now in All-Stars land. So should we have a listen in a second and see what they're talking about? I can only imagine it's more Doki abuse coming in from Fabian, though. We'll get a listen on that in a moment. But now, it's more shields. I think Doki really is in shield hell. He's locked in.
The thing is, the more rounds he plays on the shields, the better he's going to do, because we've already seen him have a great round on the blitz. Confidence goes up. He's getting his eye in with the pistols as well, not something that Doki's too familiar with using on a regular basis. And so now we started to see him, but just as he finds his feet, he's probably going to move on to the other side. But he's straight in there into server, looking to pressure any of those bottom floor roamers before moving up to grab a hold of a little bit of square.
Guys peeking on top of there. I'm pushing archives.
I'm drilling tailors right now. I got the mine on tailors. I'm drilling archive now.
Oh, God.
Archive swinging you. On the middle of archive.
The middle of archive, yeah. He's running back to... And tell us, man. Tell us, come with you. We can kill this guy soon.
Yeah.
But once in Trend, guys, I think we can get a freaking on Trend guy if you want.
One guy's in CO.
I think he's right side. Tell us. Near the pipe.
I can drill him in a sec.
How are we going top? Okay,
yeah, they changed their plan.
Yeah, we changed the plan. We can't go...
Just there's a guy in admin, left side admin.
Kitchen door, guys.
Yeah.
I'm drilling tailors.
Yeah, 1 HP admin, He's on ping EFAC, in reception.
Go on my cam, Justin.
He's inside reception, bro. And tell us now, EFAC. Quick, go main. He's going to main. He left Tell us clear.
Show your camp. Got with you, bro.
What can we proceed with here? Do you want me to just
let's push open like kitchen door. Let's push kitchen door.
We smoke everything glass. Tell us on me. Tell us. Right in front of me. Going reception.
One was kitchen door, Fabian.
Yeah, vault it over.
Come with me, Fabian.
You have
1E2. The one without the hatch, I think.
Are we just going directly here with smoke?
I'm going on the windset window. I'm gonna try to jump in.
Yeah, I'm on your lobby cam, in fact.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
It's all falling apart.
Inside.
All I've heard from the majority of that is Fabian going, what am I doing? Where am I? What year is it?
Are we pushing straight to side?
It has not gone well. It's been a great round from Raza Company, really giving Doki the runaround and baiting him in, getting him shot in the back, and everything has crumbled from that point forwards.
It brings an interesting point listening to the comms, and it's something that, you know, you'll be familiar from your playing days as well, George. Like, all these guys play on different teams, and all the teams have their own set of call-outs for everything, so there's probably a little bit of a delay there of like, what's that? Where is that? Because they're just not used to it.
Oh, definitely. Every team has, generally speaking, specific calls for every specific part of a map, so it's definitely going to lead to a little bit of confusion when you have 5 people that have 5 different specific calls for each spot.
I feel real bad for Doki there. He's been screaming, there's a guy here, he's doing that, he's over there, he's on the left, and like no one dies. Then he's like, there's a guy here, he's trapped, he's in front of me. Chases after him and then dies anyway, and it's just like, what more can you do? Bless. I think EFAC was the one sat behind trying to figure out what the next play was on drones. Didn't have a chance to get in with a kill on the back of it, but it keeps things nice and close, Tim. Rosa Company up to 2 rounds, 3-2.
Yeah, I think Rosa Company starting to find their feet a little bit more now. We almost thought that it could be a case of the All-Stars coming in and struggling because, you know, they play with each other maybe a little bit less often and they just kind of being thrown together. But, you know, the Rosa Company guys, of course, know each other and maybe a little bit more prepared. But so far, it's been them that's taken a little bit of time to find their feet. But find them they have. Got themselves 2 round. Honestly, I think if Rosa Company come away with a 3-3 here, it's a real steal. They've got away with it.
Oh, I think so too. It's been also too, all the pressure's on Raza Company really, in my opinion. Like they're here in Brazil, representing all the fans here and everyone here, and All-Stars, like Fabian said, he hasn't played in 5 years, allegedly.
Allegedly.
I'm certain I remember.
I can guarantee you he stepped in for a few scrims at some point over that time. He has to have.
Definitely.
Maybe not played at this level.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what he means.
A scrim team pro teams, I'd probably say is this level.
Yeah, I think he's played.
Yeah.
He ain't showing it so far on the scoreline, that's for sure. I mean, I think Doki's career is pretty safe. I can't see Fabian massively accelerating and taking over him in terms of KD, in which case Doki can stay on G2 and everything's right with the world.
Yeah, all remains safe.
Oh, rip!
Oh!
He deleted him in the last round and he's carrying on again here. Tim, it turns out he's got your mouse in his hands now. He's absolutely flying.
Oh, I wish it was. Fabian's going to take him down. And that's actually not too bad for All-Stars. It was a great start from Rosa Company. What a play from Iveritez there. On the Warden, just predicting that push in through Electrical. Gets himself 2 as well, even with the shield up in his face. Fantastic stuff from him. But All-Stars, 3v4, not the end. Not the end of the world for All-Stars. It's definitely something that they can come back from in the round.
Oh, for sure, especially with the trade back here, and you do have a lot of information operators. You both have Grim up and Deimos, so especially being able to, you know, cut off the mirrors as well. You got a Capitao, so there you go. And you found the second shield.
He has, and they know it's there because someone will start watching it, but there we go. Second shell taken away. Of course, Braga doesn't die here, so able to run around on the second one that he teleported away to. Keeps himself going. A 3 versus 3 here breaking out. Big one for me, though, Tim, is the fact they've lost Rib because he was absolutely flying these last 2 rounds, he said.
Yeah, Fabian's got the track onto the score pass at the minute, but he's just down beneath that flooring. There's really not a lot of verticality on this basement inside a bank. It's mostly kind of the marble floors. You can work the hatches, but other than that, you're really struggling. So Deimos' value really being limited at the minute by Raza Company dropping themselves away back to the basement.
Yeah, we see the mirror up here too. Still got that up. 50 seconds left. We got smokes, but in just impacts, I don't. Oh, Raza took beepers on Mira, so there's no C4 up on the Mira either.
Interesting choice.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see. We've got 3 smokes that can play behind here, but 3 smokes ain't going to carry out this full time for you. Of course, got to be really mindful of this going through. Not forgetting as well, we've still got fires and smokes in the back pocket of the Capitao, so a lot that they can use here if they need to. In fact, you can see all this utility now getting brought out and dumped on the way through. Another smoke coming out here as well, but still going to hold them at bay for another maybe 15, 20 seconds. At that point, you're going to see the pros pull the trigger. That said, Justin's gone down. That's a big one to lose. The Grim being offline here, Tim. When they're going for the plant, there's only one player who's guns up.
Yeah, Fabian's going to go in.
Oh!
He was thinking about going in for the plant. We saw the smoke ball just sent in there to block off the view from the mirror, but it did absolutely nothing. Raza Company were just very, very happy to go in there and make those challenges around the smoke. They get the kills, 3-3 at the half. And honestly, I've got to say it's advantage to the Brazilians there after the way that first half has gone.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Especially like that in that round, it seemed like that's where you kind of get the confusion where there's players that play with each other all the time and players that don't. Raza was set up to deny that, even though they didn't have exactly the proper utility. But you could have seen the All-Stars. They had the utility there to still win that round. They didn't smoke off the Miras. They didn't use the Grim effectively. And they didn't, you know, Capitao bolt off the rotate, anything like that. Any of those things would have, I think, given them a much better chance to run, at least push that smoke out of position, or when the smokes ran out, to run all that utility at once instead of kind of peeking in and out and dumping it here and there.
I think that's a really interesting point as well, because of course these players are, you know, playing roles that they wouldn't normally. It's, you know, yes, you've got that cohesion with each other, but it's kind of like, you know, all of a sudden I'm the Capitao, and I don't normally play Capitao. What, you want me to smoke something off? What, like, somebody's got to tell me. Like, and so I think there's, you know, probably a bit of that going on as well.
Look at these bans that have come through here. We've had the Monty and the Dockerby taken away by the All-Stars, and Kaid and Mira taken away by Raza Company. What do you think of those, George?
Well, it's going to make things, well, definitely can get all the hatches open now without really any issue. The Mira being gone is also really big because you have to run a lot of denial, which they do have the Goyo, they have a smoke, they have, you know, they have a shield actually on Warden, not C4. I would say like the way that these operators are set up, it's much more advanced. They're probably doing a server take here with this Osa and the Blackbeard taking quick control. They have a Glaz to cover off the plant, Ace to open the wall. They're swapping operators here, so they definitely kind of see these operators that they have up, and they're going to do a server take. Not being able to hold the hatches, not being able to have a mirror up there, and not being able to have a ton of denial. I mean, the Goyo will obviously bring you a bit, but if you could just take open a hatch, you could shoot all of those Goyo canisters. So looks like they'll probably do a split open dirt take. We'll see what they end up doing, though.
I mean, for me, Tim, I'm looking at that lineup and it just screams pre-arranged strategy. We spoke about how this team plays together, that they know each other really well. They've had a chance to run around for a long time now. This is where you're going to feel there's a good bit of coordination in the execute.
Well, straight away, Kamikaze and Iberites have gone towards the, as you said, George, quite rightly, just using that utility to get in there. They're going to have to wait for that gas pipe to burn out, as we've already spoke about. Just a couple of seconds. It's not like a full Vulcan canister or anything, but it just slows the pace down. And look at the damage that the Blackbeard has taken. So now, straight away, where you were looking to get those two shield operators with Osa and the Blackbeard into server, you're having to back off a little bit now. You're having to say this isn't, you know, working.
Let's take a listen to All-Stars and see what's going on.
I'm rotating. Yeah, all death, I'm going to help you. Yeah. Is he in garage?
Yeah, garage. He's behind the scar. He's swinging out. He's in a smoke, He's... Oh, bad. I get one.
Oh, gosh.
You're fine with garage, just
also garage. Or in dirt, sorry.
Do you need help, Fabian?
No, I'm okay.
One is above me, guys. I'm hearing him. I don't know who. Might try to push you, Ducky.
I can't hit the drone.
I'm holding main stairs right now. You tell me if you need help.
Yeah, I can.
Well, they're nading me away.
Okay.
They have several.
I'm going to help you.
Fabian,
You're on the bomb?
Again,
yeah, I'm on the bomb. Yeah. They have also shield.
Okay. We have Goyo still. The wall is soft, so I think it's boiling.
Oh, God.
I'm running back here.
Yeah. They have Blackbeard as well.
Yeah, can someone open the side Ash?
Yeah, I'm doing it now.
I'm opening it now.
Run up there, but...
We haven't reinforced the ball wall, so they have long angles.
They have Ace anyway. I can smoke. Do you have C4, Fabian?
No, I don't. I've used my shield.
I have one Goyo and I can smoke.
Let's go the edge, guys.
It's heavy on this side.
Blackbeard server and line was
We still have good Goyo, guys.
I popped by mistake. Oh, never mind. I didn't pop by mistake. That was all.
Line dead above.
Nice.
Let's go the defense, guys.
Happening.
Okay,
Yes,
Eagle.
sir. Go fucking run! Oh no, don't run anymore.
It's also damage.
I love that call from Leakerpack. That was a full, right, let's just troll, go and kill, and then as soon as one of them died, no, back off. Cancel.
I think we've seen that moment for a few teams already this week, Tim.
Yeah. Fabian actually had a really good round there. 1 minute 40 he managed to waste inside of the server, kept himself alive, dropped back to behind bomb, dropped even deeper when the pressure mounted again. Accidentally got a kill with his Vulcan canister, which we heard from him. But yeah, just really good stuff from Fabian.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, from the All-Stars there, it looked like they forgot, primary reinforcements, and we're even talking about that, but hey.
When he was shotgun in the hatch, I was like, huh?
I was like, oh, yeah.
we okay? Are we good?
Sometimes, people thrive in chaos, and I guess that's where we are right now.
Oh, absolutely we are. I mean, the last 2 rounds across that site have been a little bit mental, round 6 and round 7, but that's all the dust has settled. It's All-Stars back in the lead, Tim, up to 4-3, and now it's on Raza Company again, who I think started out with the right intentions there, just couldn't quite pull off the execute they were looking for.
No, it was tough right from the off, as George quite rightly predicted. They were looking to get themselves in through dirt, establishing server with the 2 shields, and that's why I pick up Fabian's play in stopping that happening. he'd half won the round for them because that was the plan from the Brazilian side, and it just didn't work out. They had to back off because of all the damage that was done to the Blackbeard, and then all of a sudden they're on the back foot. They've got to go to plan B.
Ooh.
How about that? Baby Shark manages to find Braga on the rappel, and that's going to be a great start from the Vigil. We saw some great Vigil plays out of him on wildcard, of course, yesterday, and just continuing that now at bank.
Seeing how much he was moving his mouse, then I was just like, bro, lay off the Red Bulls. You gotta calm down. It was intense.
One of those really high sense players as well that just makes me dizzy to watch.
Oh, I got a little bit of that, actually, that last round as we were watching what was happening in the game through the camera on our screen here, and I was just like, this is giving me a headache watching this. It was so weird to decipher.
I think on that last round too is actually this was the thing we were talking about, the gas pipes and stuff like that. A lot of the damage that Blackbeard took was actually from the gas pipe. So it's a whole nother thing you can kind of stop if people kind of forget about, hey, there's a gas pipe there. There it is. If someone pops it while you're rushing through.
Gas pipe MVP.
Oh!
Yep.
See, he's getting a little bit too Red Bulled up here, I think, Baby Shark. Down he goes. Kamikaze getting the trade back. One thing worth noting in this round, by the way, 3 bulletproofs on side for All-Stars. Leaning very heavily into that, and of course, there's a Nook in Kamikaze's hands. Just need to get that first kill. Can definitely look to try and find some more as Doki's getting pressured here. He loves playing these spots. He was saying to me yesterday, loves being in these power positions where he's expected to pop off, and right now he's got to do just that. There's 3 players coming around him, and he does not pop off.
He was certainly trying, he was dancing back and forward, but no, cut down. And it just continues here as the Brazilians sweep across that top floor. Kamikaze hitting one, Ibertes with the last. And that's going to be Raza Company just managing to level things up again. And that was a very different attacking round than the one we saw in the round before.
Extremely well coordinated, extremely fast push there that you could see, and that push to the window, they really had no answer for all the shields, so we'll see what they've got going next round.
You got my contract for the next major, I think, mate. Like, you literally taken the words out of my mouth. I was going to say that actually looked like a really good coordinated team play, right? 3 or 4 all focusing on square and stock together, making this push in. Beautiful to see. Oh, serious, by the way, you can have my contract. You can cast me Tim for the next one.
He's been auditioning people for days, yeah. Said the same to Doki yesterday. He's like, no, you take it, mate, you take it.
I'm desperate, please. I need a break.
I'm just I'm the copper here. I'm here with the champions and just enjoying my time getting carried.
Oh, you're too kind. You're too kind.
It's the only place I will be a champ. I won't be getting that pink charm anytime soon, let me tell you.
Don't write yourself off, Tim. Get the 5th mouse.
I got to Diamond the other season. I nearly had a full rebrand on the back of it. I was like, I've got to go to Ace of Diamonds now, surely.
It's a good point, actually. Yeah, Ace of Pyro. It's gold. Yeah, you're stuck there forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair.
Fool's gold at that.
Excellent.
Activating camera.
All right, let's see how it carries on here. He's got things all square at 4 apiece. That was coming with a real good round last time, and this is where I thought we'd start to see them come alive a bit. It was on the attacking side when they can use that teamwork synergy they've got here to pull off some really cool attacks. This one looking very much like a pro lineup, to be fair, to the sort of thing that we've seen played all week long, and it's starting out the same way with a kill. Sneepy finding Leakafak here. That's the cap can off the board.
Also really clean drone work here, just getting through, making sure to let this Blackbeard take proper space, nading out all the bulletproof cameras, trying to reduce their utility. They have an answer for pretty much everything that the All-Stars have. They have an IQ there for the Valkyrie cams. They have nades for the bulletproofs. They have a Lion to kind of stop them after they're running around, and a Grim to combo it. And they're trying to stop that information that they'd have. So All-Stars, it looks like they took a lot of operators to kind of stop the shield push, but they'd only have 1 shield this round, and it's a Blackbeard. So I think this is Raza round, but we'll see how it goes out and how it ends up.
Nitro gets sent out there, does not manage to connect. That's 2 that the All-Stars have tried to find some feet with, but just not been able to. Continue to see Braga on the IQ there, just going across, clearing out more and more utility ahead of his team. This is really good progress quickly from Raza Academy as well. Only 1:20 into the round. They've got the opening kill. They've cleared out a ton of utility, and it feels like it's that point. I know that both teams have been taking this pretty serious throughout, but I asked you earlier, Judge, is there a point where it just really kicks in? And I feel like we're starting to see that point where it's really kicked in. Braga managing to find 2. Gorky Justin taken down. Another for free in the round. Can he find the last? It's all up to Baby Shark. There's 1v5.
Really warming into this, and he might try his best with the shield up in his face, and 2 players pushing him. The team play is looking fantastic from Raza Company these last 2 rounds, and I tell you what, the pros have got to wake up, Tim. They're getting outclassed.
Oh, absolutely. Right now, like that drone work was beautiful. They took it almost like a top CEO take, and then they just ran drones through, pinged every single gadget, had the IQ running at the same time as the drones to ping both all the cap cans, the bulletproof cams.
I've seen that look on Leaky Pack's face before. I've seen that. I think when his team were around us, he's getting flashbacks from earlier this week. Oh, yeah, you're spot on as well, George. Absolutely, it's one of those now where I'm thinking you've really cooked up here. They woke up, especially between Bragard and Rip. They've really stepped up into this as well. Kamikaze, we've seen have a couple of good rounds earlier too. But now you've got 3 players especially really starting to pop off. I'm nervous for All-Stars on who's going to do the same for them.
Yeah, exactly. I really like, we're just having the replays there, but when we come back in, you'll see the bans that have come out. And Raz Company have actually made this way more difficult. Again, this is like a real difficulty ramp for the All-Stars. They've taken away their Valkyrie. And the All-Stars were using that to try and control the map effectively. Get those black eye cameras out there, get as much intel as you can, know what you're going to be facing, where they're coming from, where the pushers are, and straight away get rid of that Valkyrie. And now All-Stars are going to have to come up with a new method. They're going to have to pick a new way to try and control this map and try and control the position of Raza Company.
Trying to do it with shields here, with the barbed wire they bring along as well. Look, the whole comp just screams Turtle, except for Justin, who no doubt is off and about around the map now for fun. But for everyone else, it does look like a very, very dug-in defense, trying to slow Raza Company down because they know what's coming here. Without all that information on side, you're probably going to see them start to get ready to execute with quite a lot of time left. And just to make sure they can do it, look at the amount of anti-roam setup they've got on the go here. Almost a little bit of a mismatch. I would have loved to have seen a Brava getting brought along here to deal with those evil eyes. Deal with the evil eyes.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, that, and you could see as well, too, it's like All-Stars actually banned the Blackbeard, which has been huge for Raza coming in to quickly clear the map. They've been pretty much having drones running out, and some of them have been pre-placed, and they've been clearing like the whole top floor of the map within 20 to 30 seconds, which is going to probably slow down a little bit now, but I think they're realizing that they have a turtle.
Oh, freebie! No! Doki! You should be used to this one, man. You played enough bank in your career. You've seen Almago crouch walking around before a nook, and they paid the price. A second one. Great bit of team play as well as they forced Baby Shark down from that top floor in the elevators and collected for free. It's a 5 versus 3, Tim.
Yeah, Baby Shark, he dropped the impact nade onto the hatch, and the sound comm was there then for the player underneath to know that he was going to be pushed. 4 versus 3, and we're barely a minute into the round. Raza Company now can just take their foot off the gas a little bit, get back onto those drones, as you've said. 8 left, George. They're playing this intel game absolutely brilliantly, and they can continue to do that now. They're going to have a completely crystal clear picture of what's going on inside a site before they go anywhere near it.
Oh, absolutely, too. And then also, if you notice, they actually only have 2 hard breach gadgets, so I'm curious. Oh! Well, you don't need it when you're doing that.
And now they've gone in and just dominated what's going on here. Look, Fabian's getting 3v1 here as well. The team play is on another level. The pros are getting run over here. Leaky Pack, try as he might, will get rid of at least one more, but there's someone coming on the backside as well. Spins for one more. Is this Leaky Pack's moment in the sun? It's looking like it could be. Out comes the smoke, and Tim, we've still got 60 seconds to go.
This could be absolutely massive. Kamikaze's on really low health. No! He can't back off enough. Leaky Pack on low health, and he knows if he stands up to move away quickly, he's gonna get cut down. Very little option for him. Raza Company move up onto match point.
Should we have a listen to the comms and see how they're feeling right now? Because it's looking a bit ropey.
Again, like same thing, just pushing past them.
Anyone else want to play the warden on the stairs?
I can.
No, not Ella, what am I doing? I'm in Tracy.
I'm taking Azami.
I go from one gun to the other one.
That was good, bro.
Yeah, she's good, but do you think I can control the recoil, brother?
Apparently not.
No, exactly.
Leaky Pack ain't smiling.
He's
fuming.
Well, at least some people are having fun on that team.
Yeah, I love how at least Fabian knows what he's good at and what he's not, and control and recall apparently is the thing he's not that good at. Oh, bless his soul.
I was interested to see whether we might get a tactical timeout coming in, and Dark maybe trying to, you know, interject a little bit and steady the ship, but no, for the moment, they're just going to be continuing on, try and get these rounds won. Absolutely beautiful shot from Sneaky. I love those where you just look through and you're like, is that a head? Yeah, that's a head. Oh.
Free?
Love those kills.
I will not play the SMG again. Absolutely.
The SMG-12 is a tough one to control.
Yeah, Baby Shark's onto those duties now. Fabian's over onto the Maestro, so running around with that Alder. And Doki said, I've had enough now. I was asking him yesterday, what is your favourite operator these days? And he said, on defence, it's definitely still his army. And he's like, right, we need to make something happen here. I'm getting onto my favourite. We can carry this, guys. It's okay.
What about yourself, George? Favourite operators at the minute? Who's your go-to?
Well, I like the classic old school operators. I like Rook and Sledge.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to say Jaeger Ash then, as soon as you said the classic.
No. For me, I've always, well, my most played operator is actually Thermite. I still like.
Oh, yeah. Tim plays 2 operators only. Thermite and Ace, and he doesn't pick an operator for the defense.
So true.
They're great. Like, I feel like a lot of teams in ranked, they will not even take a hard breacher. But if you have at least a hard breacher, your chances go up a lot of wins.
Must guarantee when Tim's in the stack.
Well, the thing, I actually played a lot of Buck a couple of seasons ago because he was so self-sufficient. Soft breach, hard breach, everything. Obviously, they've taken his hard breach off him now, which I think needed to happen because he was just too good on his own. You could just go out there and survive completely solo. And Ace kind of falls into a similar bracket there, can go and do an awful lot on their own.
Oh, definitely, yeah. The versatility of like Ace as well is just so good. You know, he's the one operator where you have like the least amount of risk to hard breach. So I love him as well too. But I think the full giant holes for Thermite are, yeah. If you're doing exterior breach, at least are great. So
I really thought for a second then Baby Shark was going to get a little bit too impatient on those blue stars and just spring his head up and pay the price for it. Still waiting for the breach to get open, the thing outside on that hatch. If that does get like blown open, then of course it's his indication to swing, and this might be the bait that they need. They've had 2 or 3 players watching this angle, waiting for him to step out, and I think he's also aware of that himself. Isn't going to bother for now. They know that he's still here. We saw Fabi in this spot last time round, so you got 3v1. So Raza Company, no slouches at punishing a player holding blue stairs.
Yeah, Baby Shark's not going to overextend here. Anybody who plays on blue stairs knows you don't need to go near that door until it's like, you know, last gasp situation. Just keep yourself on the stairs. You're burning time. Doki manages to pick up Sneepy. We just see there he's got that support inside a server, so Baby Shark knows it is all about staying alive. Beautiful use of the asphyxiation arrow from Raza though, takes him down, and that now puts Baby Shark in a difficult position. He's pushed from both sides. Raza Company Academy clearing blue stairs absolutely clinically.
They're all over this. They look large and in charge, Tim, and it's going to be hard to slow them down. A 3v3 will give them something, and there's almost no time left. Leakifat gets one more. Forced to run through smoke is never going to help out. Fabian gets one before getting traded away, and then Justin's there for the support from the hatch. The pros hang on.
Baby Shark and Doki doing a great job there to waste so much time inside a server. If you're thinking about playing on those blue stairs yourself at home, George, how important is that server player for you?
Oh, definitely, yeah. As long as you get, especially with the way that Raza Company is playing with, they're consistently running one operator with hard breach gadget. They really can only they're forced to open up that hatch on blue, and they're kind of forced to open up the site hatch, which still gives you like red control, right? So you basically have a hatch where you're either free. You can either sit in sight or you can sit in red with no pressure. But they have to waste one on server every single time here. So yeah, that operator is crucial, and they're wasting an enormous amount of time every single round. I mean, you can see here, what was that, 40 seconds that was on the clock or something like that left that they had wasted. So after that, the rest of your teammates that are in sight can just clean up.
Do we see us go into overtime, or do we think it ends here and now? What are you thinking, George?
I don't know. It's actually much closer than I thought it was going to be. So the pros are holding on. Even Fabian, look at him.
We go up to the top floor then for what could be our last round of the show match. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see if Raza Company can close this out here and now. Top floor for me on Bank. I think you've already sort of picked up on it, Josh. It's a tough site to hold on to, and I think this is where All Stars are going to be under some real pressure.
Have been told, by the way, if we get to overtime, it's sudden death. First round wins.
Just one round.
That's it.
Wow.
No 3 rounds to play out. That's your last chance to win at that point. Go on, George. Sorry.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm just, I feel like this, like I said, maybe I'll be wrong in the future, but with the new changes on the jump outs, this site is so much more difficult to play. I would definitely love to see teams playing more, open area, and maybe we'll even see a resurgence in Tellers. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we actually saw it during the tournament whereby there was a plant down, there was players on the window, and straight away you're thinking, how do we deal with this? How do we get past this situation? As it was, I can't remember which team it was now, but heads up play straight into lobby, managed to get the kills from the windows, but as soon as the teams play in the windows, cotton onto, that's our only position of risk. It's going to be covered, and it's going to to make it so much more difficult. So I think, like you're right, as the season progresses with those changes, we're going to see, you know, this site get harder and harder.
The team played to start their push forward here. Stock in their control. Saw them have some brilliant play around here last time around. We were attacking on towards this site. Moved forward pretty quickly. It was Kamikaze's 3K that really opened things up and secured the round win. Of course, they haven't found a kill for themselves just yet. Sneepy, the only one to fall. The thing's looking good for the All-Stars to send us into overtime. But a lot can change in 90 seconds, George.
Oh, absolutely. So we have...
I probably just dropped you in there. I saw you reading the water.
It's okay, it's okay. Yeah.
Timing, here we go. Kamikaze gets one back. Doki on for a double in the round. He really is trying to take this serious. Raza and Bra are also down at the same time, so it really is Kamikaze to have to get all 5 kills to close it out here and now. Otherwise, it is going to be sudden death in overtime.
Yeah, exactly that on the Twitch. DMR just looking to see if he could get a nice cheap one to kick things off for him. There's plenty of time. He can use that. In this 1vX situation, it's something you can take away for your own edge. You don't have to be rushing in, trying to find those fights every 2 seconds. Sometimes use 25 seconds, let them come to you. See if you can get an easy pickup or two. As it is, Justin is going to take down Bragod after he's been picked up. Kamikaze manages to find him, but Baby Shark is there for the trade, and that's going to be the All-Stars taking us into overtime, Des.
Final round. So there it is, right from the host. You know, winner takes all, best of 1.
Who's on which side? All-Stars are going to be on the defend.
Yeah, that you'd say it favors them, but of course we've had 3-3 halves, so it's line either way.
But we do have a reset, and I feel like All-Stars has been playing really well downstairs since they figured out their blue hold.
Yes.
So we'll see.
Although in this round, no Warden being brought along. Probably leaning his head towards the smoke to play on there, realizing, okay, they're not running things like Ying. We'll be okay. We don't need to play Warden. If Rasta Company read into that, this could be painful. Yeah. Big if, though. Instead, what we're seeing them hover over, at least at the minute, is the Bravo. I'm not surprised at all, because those Evos from Maestro make a return once more as his replays play out for you from that last round. I mentioned Doki on the Azami team. He really is trying to make sure they can get this one done.
Yeah, it's that point where the players really lock in here and say, right, we've got even adaptation coming along, right? I've struggled with the Evil Eyes, get the Brava, you know, the teams are really thinking about how they can get this win now. They know that it's one round, it's one and done, and we will see exactly where it ends up. Down in the basement, it's All-Stars defending to try and take the title and try and get this one won.
All right, then, let's see if it can get done. George, you're seeing these lineups now. Any immediate thoughts? Have Raza Company got the tools that they need to get the job done?
They definitely do. The only thing that kind of confused me is they hopped off of the Brava that you were really happy to see, and they hopped onto an IQ instead, which there's not really that much to counter with IQ, but maybe they're afraid of, you know, potential Kapkan traps or something, because they are running the shield again. Instead of the Blacker, though, they obviously, which is banned now, we have with the new ban system, we have the Blitz, so they're able to quickly clear everything, pre-place the drones, and maybe just want to make sure that that's clear for him with all the pre-placed.
No, they're not rushing lobby, right? 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 I mean, not fully, because as you can see the lines off in the distance, but there are a couple of them hanging around here. That's going to be an instant drop.
He's thinking about dropping, but I think there's just been a couple of shots towards the hatch from the smoke of leak effect there, so they know that they're aware, but Bragod manages to work his way in through Garage, and this is actually really smart. Make a lot of noise over by Vault, and then push in on the rear side from Garage. Leak effect does pick up Hiberites. Raz has managed to go down Elevator and take out the smoke. It's all kicking off now, 4 versus 3. 3 versus 3 as Doki gets involved on his beloved Azami, takes down Kamikaze. This is anybody's.
A 3v3 to decide who takes the whole show match here. That reminder, it ends. This is sudden death for them to see who comes out on top. Right idea, but Doki just up towards the side here. And Raza, he's had a quiet gain, Tim, but he's in a very dangerous position.
Everything just slowing down a little bit now, George. Is this the point where you get back on the drones as the attackers see what's going on, what's changed?
Yeah, you could definitely see them coming out here. Maybe the nerves are hitting a little bit. They want to slow things down, readjust. Try to find Doki here. He's the one who's been really holding down this position over here in the vault. And you can tell they're worried about it.
I mean, oh, and he's left himself too exposed. Not tucking himself away, and Doki gets a freebie here onto a double in the round. We said he really didn't want to lose. And my God, is he showing it. Bragon and Sneepy, the last two going here. Bragon finding one, a down comes on through. It's a 1v1, and Fabian's the one in it, Tim. Could you ask for a better end?
Absolutely poetic. He needs to make a move before Bragon. Fabian comes through and proves once again that he is the true God Emperor of Siege, closing it out in a 1v1.
Unbelievable. You know he's going to be loving that right now.
I can only begin to imagine how insufferable it's going to be on Twitter later.
Surely going to be saying to Doki, well, I saved you there, didn't I, in the 1v2?
But really good. You know what? I came into this thing in a case, a bunch of pros against Raza Company. I'd expect the pros really to come out on top in the end. But I was really impressed by a good number of rounds, genuinely, from Raza Company there. The coordination, they bowled over the Pro All-Star team like nothing. It was a breeze for them in some of those rounds.
Yeah, they've definitely both come in. You know, they've left nothing out there. They've absolutely gone for it. And it's been a really entertaining game between the two of them. We even got to see a few of those CJX features, and it's just been a really nice opportunity to have a good look.
Oh yeah, especially seeing that one round that particularly sticks out to me where they were rushing dirt with the Blackbeard and hit that pipe. That was awesome to see. Really good showcase of the new mechanics and environmental damage.
And really enjoyed you joining us as well, George. Thanks so much for coming up and doing this with us. But now we're throwing down to Rob and the guys and the studio.
Yes, thank you very much for that, gentlemen. An incredible TriCast, one for the ages that we will never forget. King George actually said something at the end, a beautiful showcase of CGX. You get to see some new features, maybe some features that aren't tested in pro matches, but of course can be done for a show match. Leo, what a comeback.
Yeah, a comeback from the old guns. You know what? I actually was super excited to see Fabian team up with Doki again, because these two used to trash talk each other so much when they were on the same team, when Fabian was back, you know, as a coach. And I was thinking, you know, for Baby Shark, starting his T1 debut at this tournament, making semi-final and playing here on the stage in front of a crowd with fucking legends, that's insane.
I mean, speaking of Baby Shark, I'm glad he made the right decision getting out of the EU and playing in NA, because that region sucks right now. So, I mean, that's the reason why he's up here, his performance on Wildcard. And then, like you were saying, being surrounded by legends, it's got to feel good.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that Fabian was the reason Europe won, because he closed out that last game. And without Fabian, the EML has definitely been struggling since then. So maybe you guys should get him back.
I love the fact that the only NA team performing and making main stage is on the back of two imports, one Brazilian and one Frenchman.
Well, we just import everybody. I mean, why not?
They want to come over. That's not our issue.
Don't start talking to imports with me. For the love of God, let's stick away from the imports conversation.
Has there been an APAC player that joined in the NAL?
An APAC player?
Why are you going to do us like that?
I don't think so.
I don't think there's ever been an APAC player that's gone.
No, Virtue went to Europe.
Virtue?
He went to Europe.
Oh, he went to Europe.
Who else?
That's it. Jigsaw in Fnatic.
That's
why I'm an expert and I'm a professional.
The homie. How did I forget Jigsaw?
Well, we're talking NA. I wasn't talking to you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, gentlemen, obviously a little bit of a fun show match. Saw at the end there, Fabian closing things out. I think there's something poetic about that. If you didn't hear the trash talk at the very start, I highly recommend you go back and listen to that. That was actually some of the most impressive trash talk I've ever seen. But we can kind of move on a little bit. Maybe recap for everyone at home that might just be tuning in for the grand final, what we saw throughout groups and then heading into playoffs, just to set the scene a little bit more, Leo. If we look all the way back to, I'm just going to say phase one. I won't say day one. Let's not start day one. But what was probably, I guess from your perspective, what was the most eye-opening thing?
Yeah, I think there were very different takeaways, right? This phase one starter with the format and the bullets, you had very different strategies. You had the aggressive teams that went down and reloaded as many bullets as they could. Furia was one of them because they could beat any team in the tournament. And you had teams like BDS that came into this tournament to try and learn with a new roster, play against as many international teams as possible, reloading a minimum amount of bullets. Now in the end, you saw some big missing teams here in this main stage, right? Yeah. We've seen M80, we've seen Dark Zero, you know, teams that were supposed to be here in NA that didn't make it.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest takeaway is obviously the new look of teams that we saw on this main stage, and honestly the resurgence of APAC finally making it to the main stage, you know, besides Rob. Obviously, it's really nice to see when every single region is able to compete. The new looks on CGX, there's so many new changes that we got to be able to see and teams be able to abuse. The ban system was the biggest thing, I think, for me to take away, because the creativity between all the teams, what ideology they're going for. Are they just target banning? Are they banning things based off strategy, based on just the map that's going on? I think that was the biggest takeaway.
Yeah, I mean, my biggest takeaway was just the format and how you reload bullets and what that can look like, because we saw teams that didn't understand how the format was supposed to be played. Like you were saying, big teams going out early because they were just trying to play regular Siege. They were just trying to be better than the other team. But you can't do that in the format of how reload was, which is why we even saw some teams that were unpredicted that were shooting to the top because they took that risk. Elevate, a team, for example, took that risk, put all their bullets and locked themselves loaded and secured a playoff spot, unfortunately going out very early.
For one time for the cameras, Leo, can you say we need more bullets?
We need more bullets. We need more bullets. No, but really, like that format, two things that I want to mention. The draft was amazing.
Draft was fun.
Getting
Draft was a lot
coaches
of fun.
to pick other coaches, I love that one. And the 1v1s to stay in the tournament,
oh, yeah.
Tell me that wasn't fun. Come on.
What's your favorite 1v1?
I think probably the one that PSG Talon lost, because it's the only moment that it really mattered. It's the only 1v1 that led to an actual elimination. I think the reaction of like Joker in front of it and being like, oh, we're out. We actually lost that 1v1. I think that was the best one for me.
Without kind of, I guess, going in too in-depth in what we've seen in CJX, what are we excited for moving forward now that we get out of this and into stage 1? This is where things change dramatically.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Again, with CJX and the new environmental ingredients that they've added, it reinvents the wheel. And then you add the ban systems that you were talking about. That, again, when you get into this last phase right here, this is where the competition really ramps up, where you're really paying attention to your opponent and what you want to ban. And those bans are so pivotal that we're seeing that teams are taking advantage of, where you can't get away with just the 2 regular bans. You can really counter-strat accordingly. And you've said it 100 times now. Teams that are ready to play and ready to predict the other team and that can adapt on the fly, they're always going to be one step ahead of a team that is just trying to play it safe, especially in those ban phases.
I mean, it just comes with the evolution of Siege. I mean, when we all played, you know, it was only the 2 bans, and even then teams sometimes didn't even really have strats. Now, because of that extra addition to the ban, you constantly have to be evolving as a team to be able to roll with the punches inside the server. There's never going to be a scenario that's the exact same, and that's the creativity in Siege that everyone at home loves to play. There's always new operators, there's always going to be a new layout based on the soft destruction. Now that's another element of something that you have to think about if you're a top-level team.
Yeah, and initially I was thinking that the new destructible elements were going to be situational at pro level.
Yeah.
It is to a degree, but I've seen way more use than I thought, actually.
Absolutely.
Especially in the late round situation, the use of the gas tank. For example, to stall a certain area, we've seen Shaiko do it and kill a blitz, for example, on Clubhouse, doing that to make sure that you play into the late round. Other situation, you know, the fire canisters, shot to isolate one gunfight in a clutch situation. We've seen that a couple of times. The new rappel system, abuse on bank and on cafe. So many layers of new CJX are actually going to be useful at pro play, but in any kind of casual games as well.
Well, and as a competitor, what I like when they add things and re-innovate things, it's more so the fact that it's not forced. You can use it if you want to use it, if it's there. If you want to get rid of it, it's ability to, but it's not forced. But when it's used in these moments that you're speaking of, it captures such a significant moment that we haven't been able to see in Siege.
One of the things that I kind of had a chat with a few of the APAC players about, because again, I don't really speak to a lot of the EML
APAC
and
guys,
NAL.
You don't have that network, man.
I don't have that network yet. Players, if you want to come and have a chat with me, let me know. But one of the things that the APAC players were saying that they noticed the most, especially in scrims, were those environmental ingredients were actually getting destroyed at the start of rounds before people even had a chance to use it. But I will say, in this tournament, it's not been like that at all. You guys used perfect examples with telestrations to help feed into that things were changing quite dramatically. CJX is going to usher in a different era. The bans are incredible to kind of, I guess, add even more complexity to it.
It adds depth.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. It allows you to change things completely, Leo.
And right now, I don't think we've seen that depth in the operator bans as well. I don't think they've been abused nearly enough. I think we've seen many of default bans. I don't know if you see the amount of Kaid Bandit combination bans that we've seen at the start, the amount of Blackbird, Monty, Blitz bans as well. Lots of teams are using the new ban system right now to make sure they remove any wall denial or any shields, but we've not seen enough counter bans. And I think we're going to see more of that as the teams get used to that operator ban system and develop it during the stage.
We need a little bit more time for the teams to get situated, have their own inter-regional leagues, because absolutely, I mean, the meta going into this tournament was you take 2 shields off the board or you take the denial off. And then your third ban, we saw a lot of teams that under the panic of maybe losing rounds, they would just ban something that was not working for them. You know, we saw yesterday with Wildcard banning the buck, and it didn't look look like a confident band.
Yeah.
So it's going to take a little bit more time for teams to be able to dive deep into what specifically teams are going to be bringing on Siege X to be able to abuse it.
Yeah, and one of the things that you talked about yesterday, we saw a Brava and Twitch ban, right? And that impacted an entire round.
Maestro was being played the entire round.
Yeah, like we just haven't been able to see that in previous games. We haven't had that depth of it. But I guess now that we start to move forward a little bit more, we've got the panel coming up, gentlemen. Now, we've seen many panels over our time. I want to get not predictions, but I want to get what you'd love to see change in the game.
Well, what I've seen on Twitter already is we saw Clash. So I really want to see what that rework is going to be, because it is going to change the game, in my opinion, how you're going to approach Clash, where we saw. So I am very curious to see what that Siege panel is going to bring, but every Siege panel, I think, so far that we've seen today and today's day and age has been great.
Yeah, it's always very cinematic. It's always very exciting. I mean, the community loves seeing what Siege has to bring, and now with Siege X, I think the biggest takeaway for me really just has to be the fluidity of maps and the way that they look, the way that they feel, just limitlessness, just making it that much closer to making things agile, perfect to do.
Yeah, and I think looking at Siege X right now, we only have 5 maps that have been reworked, so I kind of want to know what are the next maps that are going to get reworked, because Bank is absolutely beautiful, Border is beautiful, so I want to see the rest as well. And I think it's the 10 years of Siege. That's the big story for me. In December, it's going to be 10 years. What's on the roadmap for that 10-year anniversary? That's what I'm excited for.
Yeah, the priority, I guess, now shifts into the conversation for Siege X and moving forward, because there is so much that can now be added to this game that we never would have been able to see prior to this. But gentlemen, thank you very much for sitting here and having a wonderful chat with me. We're looking forward to getting underway with the rest of the action. But before we do, we're going to go to a short break. We'll see you on the other side with the live panel.
assim. Vá com uma puxida dos fugis. Tulica, fuga, tuca, tuca, kiss. Squeezing and grooving in a leap of bills. Hey, we be getting more paper, no joking no more. We don't need no favors. Hey, and they know all better. We be getting more dough and they need more flavors. They must be hard, I want to see, I wanna wow. Ever since I made it, wonder wow. We just wanna get shower, what you do, I can't be out, bully, do me, me down, no, not wow.
No, probably not the faces you were hoping for, but we've just got a small delay for the live panel, so we're going to sit here and break down a little bit more of what we've seen. A big discussion that we had, gentlemen, off stage, and I guess kind of coming into the finals, was the fact that EML, NAL, we're not really seeing a lot of those teams here compete, especially on main stage. Leo, well, now I get to throw dirt at all of you because you're all from those regions.
You can enjoy that moment. That's not going to
live in the moment. Yeah.
I'm going to enjoy it because we had 3 APAC teams here, but let's just talk about it really quickly. Are you at all concerned?
I'm not concerned. You had to wait 10 years to see an APAC team on that stage. You know, I have had that for almost every year now for 10 years. So I will be fine with an European team not being in grand finals for now. I will say the big story is that every region should team up against Brazil because they're still on top of the world. Yep. They still have the most talent. And at some point, we've got to ask ourselves the question, what is costing our regions? Why aren't we back to the top anymore? And I think one of the big discussions has been the grassroots. I don't think we've been developing grassroots enough. We've not been looking for talents and developing it. Brazil has had loads of LAN events, loads of official matches, loads of moments and good quality of scrims to improve, and that's something that have been missing in other regions that we need to develop right now.
Absolutely, taking the T2 level of it seriously. I mean, it was so rough in North America. We had to get Baby Shark, you know, so we pulled the next generation of Europe.
You had to get me as well.
Well, I mean, that was
that didn't go well. So I'm just not gonna say that.
I mean, I wouldn't be too worried if you're North America or EU right now, just because it takes a little bit of time for teams to get developed. I know a lot of teams in those regions have recently made roster changes too, whereas Furia didn't really make any changes. W7M did get Palu, but he was from, you know, Liquid. He's a storied player, so a lot of the changes in North America and EU have been really full restructures. Besides Falcons, you know.
But
so
that's where I'm going to have to disagree with you two in talking about the grassroots system, because what's been a great system for the SAL teams is the fact that they've stayed together. When you look at the top team, you look at FaZe, you look at Furia, even if they aren't finding that success, I mean, FaZe is a prime example. They've gone through their renditions throughout the year, but consistently as of, I mean, what, the last 2-3 years, they've stayed the exact same roster. And then even for Furia, they got off to a good start, had a solid year, the best year that any team has ever had in history, and then they kind of fell off. They weren't finding that same success, but they haven't made any changes, and they're here back on a grand final. So I can't, I can attest saying, you know, the grassroots.
It's FaZe and Furia you're mentioning. Where is W7M coming from? From Brazilian grassroots. Where is Loud coming from? Brazilian grassroots. Once again, they have so much talent that they've developed, and that's why they've got such a big variety of style. And it's because they've got that variety of huge and great teams that they can get such a good scrim quality and get consistently better than the others.
Absolutely. I mean, that was the biggest issue with APAC, was the fact that there wasn't really much practice. There weren't many teams for you to get better, so all of their preparation came from practicing in tournaments, and they use that as a learning experience. And hey, 10 years later, we finally got a team to be able on the main stage. I think that's something to say for it. Now, as for NA and EU, I mean, you can't be worried. I do agree with Lax to a certain extent of longevity in rosters. I feel like in North America, you play one bad event, or you know, you look at somebody on your team the wrong way, and instantly, you're gone. We don't want to deal with you. So a lot of teams just don't like working with players. Instead, they would just rather make a brand new switch. But at the same time, at the same time,
What happened?
What happened after the
when he said that? I just like it just ringed in my ear. Like we looked at a player, we got rid of him.
Fox comments.
So wildcard, brand new roster pretty much. I mean, sometimes changes do make teams better, but at the end of the day, working through your issues, understanding the level of the issue. Is it the player? Is it just some type of strategy, teamwork? You know, I think effort goes a long way, and one thing that the SAL does the best is the effort. You can feel the atmosphere with all the Brazilian teams.
And how about the international events that we've got coming up? Munich, Paris, we're going back to Europe. We're feeling the love from our home country. Oh no, Lax, go. I saw how excited you were.
I was going to say great memories, especially in Germany. I mean, one, I visited Gamescom super early on. I actually beat you guys. I'm pretty, did we play you guys? I think,
no, we didn't play
you guys. But anyways, was in
Gamescom.
No, Cologne. We were in Cologne for Gamescom, and then we were in Berlin. I got dropped there, but it was still a good experience. I still enjoyed all of Germany, and the fact we're going to be back there again in Munich, I'm excited for it personally.
Who took that decision, by the way, after Berlin? To drop Laxing? Putting you in the spot here.
Who made the decision to drop Lax? I mean, it was a team decision at the end of the day.
Okay, I see how he does it.
We had to run the numbers a little bit. What happens if something else happens in Munich?
You know what? What I'm going to say is we actually have a clip from a very, very long time ago. Maybe not that long ago. Do you remember when you used to play, Fox? Because I'm pretty sure the production does.
No.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Look, a completely different game. It's not even the same. We're not even looking at the same thing anymore.
Oh, that's you beating the Grand Finals team right now.
Yeah, that was us beating Cyclops.
How'd you go there?
What was that Australian talk?
It's... Oh, wait, we actually get to see you. You haven't changed at all, unfortunately.
Not
I
a
can't
great
even take the
haircut.
piss.
No, definitely a better haircut. I think so.
Can we actually cut back? Can you just go on the side? Like literally, all it is just a mullet.
That doesn't look like me.
Oh, wow. Turn to the side for us. Turn to the side. We want to see it.
Yeah, Lax looks kind of different in that video. No, I mean, that was a great event, though. That was SI 23. That was, we got third. Just after replacing you, we got top 3. That was definitely a moment. We were like, oh, yeah, we're going to be so good. And then we didn't make an event for the rest of the year.
I'm going to be honest. I was praying on their downfall. And realistically, they didn't place any higher than when we were on the team because we placed 3rd, 4th back in, 2019?
2019.
Yeah, 2019. So I was, trust me, at home, I was sitting there like, lose. Every time they were getting closer.
Right. Leo, when's the last time you made main stage?
I think it was really major 2019 in August.
And how high did you get?
I think it was top 8. I lost to 4s.
Nice.
Yeah, that was rough.
That hurts. That hurts a lot. And of course,
Hey, they're adding Siege Cup, you know.
I'm going to have a dig somewhere. I tell you what, you probably don't want to see me compete whatsoever. It's a little bit terrifying, but obviously SI coming up over in Paris, your beautiful hometown.
You've got to stop to try to speak French.
Okay, I'm going to stop. You know what? How about we all stop?
All right, so if you want to pronounce it, usually you start by not choking on yourself.
Okay.
You don't go Paris, you go Paris.
No, but then it doesn't make sense.
Right?
Yeah,
Paris.
Paris. We're going to Paris.
Say a little croissant.
Paris, croissant. That's how I would say it.
Coming back to Paris events, going back to French events for Rainbow Six Siege. I don't know if you guys remember the Paris Major.
I remember.
It was amazing.
Oh, yeah.
The crowd was crazy, and I'm going to say this for an aside. It's going to be amazing.
It certainly is, but no more amazing than what we've got coming up next. It is the live panel.
Welcome to the Year 10 Roadmap Reveal, live from Rio. Brasil, muito obrigado por nos receber. É uma honra estar aqui com vocês. I'm Alex Carpazes, Creative Director on Siege, and I'm here with Joshua Mills, Game Director, and Christopher Budgeon, Live Content Director. Today is a big moment for Siege, as we're weeks away from a new era evolving the game we all love. The past few days, we watched the first ever SiegeX Esports competition, and it's been exciting for the whole team to watch the changes come to life.
Yeah, and normally watching this pro scene keeps us on the edge of our seats. But this time, it hits a little different. Seeing all the hard work the team's been putting into SiegeX live on stage makes this an incredible moment. Now, I'm not about to get all emotional again, but this does mark a defining moment for the game. we've set ourselves up for the next 10 years of Siege. We've done this all while staying true to what makes Siege unique. Today, we're here to look ahead beyond the launch of Siege X. The Year 10 roadmap lays out what's next. Seasons of updates, new features, and of course, our promise of long-term support for this game and the Siege community.
And it's that same community that knows what makes Siege so special isn't just how it plays, it's how it keeps changing. We're going to show you how that continues across Year 10 with updates built for longtime veterans, returning players, and those jumping into Siege for the first time. And it all starts with Season 2, launching with Siege X on June 10th.
That's right, Christopher. And the launch is also about reinforcing our commitment to creating a competitive, fair, and fun environment for everyone. With Siege X and R6 Shield Guard, we're reinforcing our commitment to a fair and competitive environment. It is a constant effort and one where we're gaining ground every day. To walk you through the updates and give you a clear look at what R6 Shield Guard will mean in Year 10, here's Adrian Fress.
With R6 Shield Guard, we're stepping into Siege X fully prepared. Over the past year, we've put systems in place that reshaped the fight against cheating, making Siege fairer and safer for everyone. Some of those tools are visible, like cheater match cancellation. Others work quietly in the background. Security upgrades, gameplay-based detections, data-driven bans. Together, they're making a real difference. And players are noticing. Cheat reports are trending down. With Year 10 Season 1, we introduced a new hardening tech, boosting security without impacting performance. We've also cracked down on lag abuse exploits on PC and console. Thanks to Shield Guard and BattleEye working in sync, we're not only banning more cheaters, we're also banning them faster. With Season 2 and the launch of Siege X, we're raising the bar for game security. We've also introduced new tampering detections, building on the tech upgrades for Season 1, while digging deep to patch key vulnerabilities. The result? A major security update, dropping right at launch. And as always, we'll keep rolling out improvements throughout the season. But the biggest game changer in Season 2? R6 Shield Guard, our new unified anti-cheat system, is now fully dynamic, pushing updates live to stay ahead of cheat makers. At any point in the season, we can push a new game executable directly to players. Every single new executable changes security measures, so cheat makers have to adapt again. This puts cheat developers in a constant race, making it harder and more expensive to make cheats. That means fewer cheats available and for shorter windows of time. As we move forward, player protection remains our top priority. With R6 Shield Guard, we're staying proactive, continuously updating to stay ahead of cheat makers. For the rest of Year 10, we'll keep delivering security updates with every patch. We're working with pro players and the wider community to further refine our system and push into new territories, such as AI detection, gameplay violation, and the next evolution of Mousetrap. Some things we can't reveal just yet, but know this, we are in it for the long haul and we are not going anywhere.
R6 Shield Guard gives us the ability to protect Siege in real time, deploying updates whenever needed. That's why the launch of Siege X will be the most secure in the game's history, upholding fair play and sportsmanship while taking the fight to cheaters head on. On the other side of the equation, the anti-toxicity team has seen a sharp decline in toxic players. This year, we're going even further to improve communication and refine how the game responds to disruptive players. To break down what's coming in Year 10, here's Lancelot Satche.
As we launch Siege X, we are entering a new era. One where the game isn't just more competitive, but more respectful and secure for both longtime players and newcomers. Back in March, we fully activated the new reputation system, and it's already making an impact. The number of negative actions per match is constantly decreasing, leading to a safer environment. On the other side, we are seeing more positive actions in-game. Meanwhile, players are using text chat more often and abusive language continues to drop. Additionally, we have introduced stronger consequences for repetitive toxic behavior. Dishonorable players who continue to receive negative units now face automatic suspension. And if their bad behavior continues, they will be flagged for manual review and permanent ban. And we are not stopping there. Our priorities for the rest of year 10 are clear. Voice chat moderation. This will be one of the most important upgrades yet. Built on everything we have learned from automated text chat moderation and designed to be fair, effective, and player first. Privacy settings improvement. All privacy features are coming to console, keeping you in control of your identity each match. And one improvement across all platforms. Nicknames will be automatically generated for each game. Abandon penalty improvement. We are reworking abandon penalties, making them less punishing for one-offs and tougher for players who abandon matches regularly. In-game reports improvements. We are adding more detailed reporting options and better visibility on what happens after you hit report. New reputation system actions. We are introducing new positive and negative behaviors to better reflect how you play and how you treat each other. We are proud of the progress we have made together. Toxicity is decreasing, not just because of the system we have built, but because of the choices you have made. And we are not done. We'll keep refining these systems to strike the right balance, protecting players while honoring Siege's competitive edge and culture. So keep evolving with us. Stay positive and make Siege better.
We've talked about how R6 Shield Guard and anti-toxicity are helping us shape a better Siege for everyone. And we'll continue our consistent, transparent updates every 2 months through blog posts and our panels. But now it's time to shift gears and talk about the rest of the updates for year 10. In Season 1, Operation Prep Phase, you had the chance to change the flow of engagements with our newest attacker, Aurora. While you were doing that, the team was behind the scenes in the dark preparing everything for this next era of Siege. And now, we're stepping into the light with Season 2, Operation Daybreak, starting with a recap of what we shared at our SiegeX showcase.
SiegeX is the biggest evolution we've ever made for the game, and we've already shared a lot of the details from our showcase last March. Let's start with a big one, free access. Beginning June 10th, we're opening the doors to even more players, making it easier than ever to jump into Siege with friends and an improved onboarding experience. Next up, Dual Front, our new permanent 6v6 game mode that mixes attackers and defenders in the district map.
We're modernizing 5 maps: Bank, Clubhouse, Border, Chalet, and Cafe, all updated with improved detail, lighting, and materials.
We're adding new destructible ingredients, fire extinguishers, gas pipes, and metal detectors that open up new strategic opportunities to shift the momentum of a round.
Better movement controls while rappelling and on the ground. Advanced rappel improvements allow sprinting and turning corners. Core movement now carries momentum, bringing more fluidity to the game.
We're revamping the pick and ban system, giving each team more control and making every decision more strategic.
For quicker callouts, new communication wheel enables accessible communication for everyone.
Also, it's time we brought a much requested feature to the game, Weapon Inspect. To let you flex your favorite skins and charms at any time, whether it's mid-match, or in the final kill cam after a clutch moment.
And while we're welcoming new players, we haven't forgotten about those who have been with us from the start. That's why we're introducing Veteran Rewards as a special way to celebrate your time in Siege.
We're also bringing back Unranked, giving players more choice in how they experience competitive play.
To round it all out, we're overhauling the audio system, making it more precise more immersive, and more reliable. All right. We covered a lot of new features coming to SiegeX. Everything we announced at the showcase brings so much change and creativity to SiegeX. And yes, we did keep some surprises. Josh, how about we talk about the world the pros compete in?
Absolutely. Siege Esports is bigger than ever. With leagues across every major region, stacked teams, packed arenas, and fans showing up around the world, this scene is thriving. It's exciting, it's emotional, it's the best of Siege. Hell, it's the reason we're here live in Rio de Janeiro! We wanted to bring that passion and energy closer to every player. For the first time ever, esports has a home inside the game. The new Esports tab will be your way to stay up to date on the scene right from your main menu.
You'll find the landing page highlighting what matches are live. A full schedule with filters so you can keep track of matches in your region's local league just as easily as matches in global competitions. And an info page to give you a global picture of what Siege Esports is all about. But the pros all started somewhere, which is why we've made major changes for new players jumping into the game. Christopher, what's the plan?
Well, our focus was making the game more welcoming for new recruits. This season introduces a smarter, more rewarding way to learn and progress with 40 new beginner challenges, unlocking 2 at each clearance level up to level 20. This will help new players focus on what matters as they level up.
Leveling your clearance level now feels more rewarding. You'll earn 1,000 renown with every level, an alpha pack every 10 levels, and new players will unlock modes and operators as they progress.
That's right. We've completely revamped the clearance level progression. If you're level 100 or higher, your clearance level will be adjusted to a new XP curve, meaning you'll level up faster and more often. And as for training, we've replaced the beginner versus AI with a new enlisted playlist, featuring a smaller pool of maps and operators for a smoother learning curve. Returning players will also have access to a new field training playlist, where you can customize your training experience, choosing your map and settings. And these aren't basic bots. Our AI is trained using real player behaviors, giving you the chance to practice with updated gadgets and real Siege scenarios.
And one more note. If you're coming back to ranked after some time away, we've added skill decay, which lowers your skill rating after 90 days of being away from the game. It's all about easing you back in to the competitive ranked experience. There's never been a better time than to jump into Siege right now.
And when you jump into SiegeX, you'll notice immediately we've rebuilt the entire UI. All of it is faster, cleaner, and designed to help you get to where you want to go without friction. And visually, it's aligned with the new SiegeX look, modern and bold. Josh, how about you show us what that looks like?
Of course. You can see with the core dual front tabs, the new hub system is dynamic and modular, allowing us to customize each one seasonally and show relevant information directly in them. This system can scale and adjust as needed. Like, for example, if we really wanted to bring back a fan favorite event in Season 2, we would simply have to activate the new event tab. With that, dust off your cowboy hats and get ready to step back into the 3v3 action, because Showdown is back. Showdown won't be the only event in Season 2, because starting now, every season will feature 2 limited time events.
Jumping from events to another part of the menu that will get a UI update. The Battle Pass navigation system has been redesigned to be more intuitive. The map-like progression menu can be panned and zoomed with your mouse, which lets you focus on the path you want to take to the rewards you want to unlock.
And if you're chasing cosmetics, 2 new animated rewards are waiting for you in this season's Battle Pass. We're also introducing new challenges to support different player goals, whether you're focused on progression, onboarding, or competition. That includes the progression tracker to track your Battle Pass objectives, new onboarding challenges, and progress towards unlocking exclusive dual front skins. Operator skins are a great way to show off within a match. But Alex, I've heard we're going further, letting our operators interact with each other at the beginning of a round.
That's right. Both the audio and universe team has been hard at work bringing more personality to our operators while they're on a mission. We're introducing Operator Banter, a brand new audio feature that brings operator dialogue into matches. Hearing the characters we love interacting with one another adds so much to their identity.
You'll hear lines triggered naturally at the beginning of rounds, short exchanges, reactions, and moments of tension between characters. It adds personality, context, and just the right amount of drama.
Here's a taste of what you can expect.
Don't worry about the shells, Doc. I'm their physician.
Good. I don't think I'd be able to find a vein anyway.
Your mission is to locate and defuse a bomb.
I gave you an easy out. All you needed to do was stay asleep.
I don't give up, and I never will.
I'm warning you now. With some of the stuff Deimos says to Team Rainbow, that dude becomes even more punchable. You'll start to hear more variations across different operators within future updates. We're rolling out a wide range of scenarios that players will discover organically over time. It's all about adding that extra spark of life to every round you play and bringing the universe of Siege into the game. Now, it's time to get a little analytical. Stats are essential to learn and grow in Siege, and the Career tab has been missing something that can help with that.
The Career Stats Tracker will go live with Siege X, your personal performance menu, fully integrated into the Career tab. That's right. It is the place to access your match history, identify your strengths, and track your performance. Stats are broken down across ranked, unranked, and quick match game modes, with dual front and more coming in the future.
You can even filter by season, so you can see your evolution over time. A well-known content creator once said, Siege isn't just about your KD, and he is right. Now you can check your KOST, kill, objective, survive, trade, just like the pros, and measure your consistency and round impact the way they do.
Your progress matters, and with these tools, you'll have what it takes to climb the most competitive playlists of the game. Like, for example, Siege Cup. All right, Brazil, this one's for you. We could tell you what's next, but instead, let's hand it over to someone the Brazilian Siege community knows very well.
Fala, galera, é o seguinte, hein? Estou aqui para avisar que dia 24 de maio, pela primeira vez no sábado, tá bom? Teremos o Siege Cup. E eu vou montar um squad, né? Temos que montar.
Peraí, mano, mas tá muito difícil, mano, de carregar, mano. Papo reto, meu. Tá nômade já não funciona mais. Mano, pelo amor de Deus.
Vocês são bagre pra
caramba.
Irmão,
Sai de nômade, meu Deus.
Irmão, vocês são bagre pra caramba, meu irmão. Eu vou chamar. Vou avançar a passarela. Cai na trap aqui, família. O cara tá com o pixel de baixo. Pô, vai tomar no seu cu, mano. Olha o que esse cara tá jogando, mano. Eu vou chamar umas máquinas pra carregar nós. Aceita, aceita.
Chama
agora sim, mamãe. Vai, bebê. Meu Deus do céu. Thanks, God. Thanks.
Esse time aqui tá muito forte, cara.
Agora sim.
Agora tá bom.
Finalmente temos um time, tá bom? Boa noite a todos e até a próxima.
That's right, you heard it from Raza first. Siege Cup is stepping up, and it will now be available on select weekends throughout the season, giving players regular chances to jump into high-stakes competition. New content will be arriving in the competitive packs each season, giving you even more reason to win and stand out. And to give you something to show for it, we're adding exclusive Siege Cup badges. Earned only through participation in victories, these are designed to spotlight the best of the best. Now, Josh, to be the best, you need to know the balance of Siege. Its operators, the gadgets, the systems. Are we seeing any changes to the meta this season?
Oh, there'll be some changes when Season 2 hits, and we took the time to prepare for it. In Year 10, Season 1, we held off on major balancing updates. This allows us to have stable data leading into the launch of Siege X. New elements like destructible ingredients, momentum-based movement, and advanced repel all impact the balance of the game, so it was critical to start with a strong foundation.
With all that in place, balancing updates are back on the menu for Season 2. Some of you already spotted a few balancing changes during the reload competition, and you are right. We've been testing and tuning, and now is the time to break it all down. Let's dive into the system update the team's been cooking up.
We will be implementing a reduction to our global limb damage multiplier. What this means is that shots to the limbs will do less damage overall, and the damage will vary, as you'd expect, depending on the caliber of the weapon. This adjustment will reward those with high mechanical skills that consistently land their center of mass and headshots. Electricity is also becoming a neutral element. Like fire, electricity will no longer differentiate which side of the fight you're on. It will now happily destroy any electronic gadget that touches it. Here's how it works. If you're vaulting, rappelling, standing on any electrified surface, or placing a gadget on one, you will be shocked. When shocked, operators are slowed and shout out in pain, but no damage will be dealt. If you are not doing any of these things, you'll be fine. Mute jammers can be safely placed next to electrified walls, and mechanical gadgets like Mirror's Black Mirror will not be destroyed when placed on them. All right, that's enough systems talk. Alex, Chris, how about some operator updates?
We'll be tuning our ballistic shields going into Season 2. Aiming down sights will now be canceled during the vaulting animation for shield users. This will bring down their lethality and force them to think twice before making riskier, aggressive movements. Specifically for Blackbeard, we'll be making more changes. The sound effects of the glass panel moving up and down on the hull adaptive shield have been enhanced in order to provide more clarity of his shield's state. The glass itself has been tinted to make it easier to see when the shield is down or still extended. A big shout out to the community for this suggestion.
And since we're speaking of operators, let's list a few more updates coming to some of them. To reduce frustration when facing off against Jackal, we've introduced some changes. Footprints will immediately be removed after a scan, and the operator detected will be revealed with only one hunter mark. This makes it more interesting for Jackal to hunt his prey instead of revealing them. Jaeger's active defense system will now be able to detect and destroy Capitão's bolts and Gridlock's track stingers. Thunderbird's Kona stations will no longer heal enemies, unless hawked by Brava, of course. And Sledge? Well, Sledge will now be able to use his hammer to knock a shield user on their ass if they decide to challenge him.
Okay, so we've talked about changes coming to our operators and some gameplay systems. But what about this season's operator? We'll be taking this opportunity to remaster someone who made their first appearance back in Operation Grimsky. We're updating Clash.
Much like Blackbeard's remaster, the team went back to the core of the operator and rebuilt her from the ground up, keeping what worked and improving what didn't. Clash will be returning to the field with her redesigned CCE Shield Mark II, and it's packing some new functionality.
First, Clash's movement has been greatly enhanced as her shield can now collapse and expand automatically depending on the situation. It will collapse while she sprints, crouches, vaults, and even dashes through barricades. It will remain extended when standing and moving around. She now has access to the free look feature similar to that of our other shield users, allowing her to have better situational awareness. The taser on her shield We'll no longer do damage because of our electricity update, but we'll still shock and slow opponents when activated. The biggest change comes with how she can now deploy and anchor her riot shield in the ground. This means Clash not only can play off her own shield, but she also gets the added benefit of moving faster because she's no longer carrying it. If you find her shield deployed in the field, don't underestimate it, because a new trick Clash has is the ability to activate the taser remotely, springing a trap on unsuspecting opponents. To counter this, it's important to know that when the shield is deployed, it is vulnerable to explosives and anyone who can get close enough to it and bash through it. We look forward to seeing how you reintroduce Clash into your lineups.
We've spent all this time covering the huge changes to Siege with Operation Daybreak, and Season 2 is the best time to jump into the game. But now, it's time to look further ahead with a first look at the Year 10 roadmap and what's coming next. Let's take a moment to dive into Season 3. With it, a brand new face is joining the Team Rainbow roster.
He's a defender, he's from Switzerland, and we are anticipating some pretty insane plays to come from all of you when you get your hands on his new gadget. He may be in the shadows now, but in Season 3, he's going to unlock your creativity with the way you defend.
I really love what this gadget brings to defense, but our Season 3 operator will also bring a little extra hardware to their loadout.
We know how everyone loves a new weapon added to the arsenal of tools at your disposal, and this one fits so well with the destructive nature of Siege.
You'll be able to use this new weapon when our Swiss operator launches in Season 3, and we can promise this, it packs a punch.
The new operator will bring fresh developments to the story of Siege, something you'll be able to play with an update to Dual Front. A new neutral sector assignment will introduce unique mechanics tied to lore-driven objectives that can swing the outcome of a match in Dual Front. The team is already hard at work on this, and they wanted to share some concept art that sets the tone for the next chapter. Take a look.
New seasonal assignments bring a lot to Dual Front. In addition, each season features 2 seasonal operator rotations, shifting the meta and introducing new exclusive cosmetics through monthly challenges. We'll be monitoring it all closely while delivering balancing updates tailored specifically for Dual Front. But Dual Front isn't the only map that's getting updated in Season 3. Alex, which maps are we modernizing next?
Oh, whoa, hold on. We'll get to that. As a reminder, one of the biggest goals for SiegeX is to bring every part of the game up to the standards players expect.
Season 3 continues to push to modernize iconic maps with improved lighting and new destructible ingredients, all while preserving what makes them special.
That's right. But that's all we're saying with the new modernized maps today, right?
Yeah, that was the plan, but come on, we gotta show them a little something.
Who wants to see more?
Nighthaven, Lair, and Consulate are all getting the full modernized treatment in Season 3. As you know, these maps are part of the competitive pool and will have an impact on playlists like Siege Cup.
That's right. Season 3 will also bring new improvements in our plans for Siege Cup. Inspect Squad Stats now allows you to inspect your opponent's team before the match even begins. Everything from the ops played to KOST, it'll be your chance to plan smarter, counter better, and make every round count.
We also wanted to give you more opportunities to play Siege Cup. Starting in Season 3, Siege Cup will be available every weekend. That means more matches with your squad, more competitive points, and more opportunities to prove you've got what it takes.
Scouting your enemies, playing every weekend, with over 14,000 winning teams so far, Season 3 is turning Siege Cup into a true proving ground.
While Siege Cup is where you'll bring your A game, the Esports tab helps you follow the pros at the highest level. That experience will keep evolving in Season 3, with a focus on making competitive Siege easier to follow for everyone. Each Tier 1 competition will have its own dedicated page, so you can follow every league, every region, and every match with ease.
We're also giving key events their own spotlight. You'll find dedicated pages for every major, and of course, the 6 Invitational. And to tie it all together, we're adding a new page for global standings. So now you can see exactly how teams are performing across the season, who's climbing the rankings towards SI qualification. The most competitive tier of Siege keeps on growing, and now the Esports tab is ready to grow with it. And we said, to be the best, you need to know the balance of Siege. Hey, Josh, it's coming to balancing in Season 3.
Season 3 balancing will be focused on reviewing the new data from the massive launch of Siege X, as well as listening to all of you. On top of that, we're still going to deliver additional updates. We will be diversifying a number of loadouts this season by reissuing one of our newer weapons to multiple operators. The goal is to give you more control over how you play your favorite operators and allow more access to weapons that were once exclusive to a single operator. There's more on the horizon, a recruit update, and plans to explore magnified scopes on defense.
Before we wrap up Season 3, this Halloween, the horrors found a new home. Some of you might recognize this fan favorite map, but something still feels cursed. And don't worry, the bathroom is not haunted in Doctor's Curse this year.
It's time to move to the next and final season of the year, Season 4. This season, we will be bringing another operator remaster focused on one of our Pathfinder attackers, who will receive a full update, refreshing their gameplay and enhancing their role in the Siege experience of today. The goal with this remaster is to raise the skill ceiling with this operator and unlock more thoughtful, creative strategies throughout the entire round.
Along with remastered operator, we're bringing some new firepower that will enhance some operators' loadouts. What's the plan, Josh?
Similar to how we're redistributing one of our newer weapons in Season 3, we're introducing something slightly different in Season 4. A new weapon available for multiple operators when it's released. This allows us to open up new potential playstyles for the receiving ops and even influence squad lineups. Those new squad lineups will be headed into a few more modernized maps in Season 4. Chris, where are we going?
2 more maps are being modernized in Season 4, Theme Park and Skyscraper. Here's a first look at Skyscraper, now rebuilt with enhanced lighting, new destructible ingredients, and sharper visual clarity across the bold. It's a bold update to a classic setting made for Siege X. And on top of those 2, we are delivering a full map rework. That means completely reworking and modernizing a map that isn't in our current competitive pool. This map will be elevated directly into the ranked pool, joining the highest level of Siege play.
Other destinations for players to visit are the training tools the team have been hard at work on. And reports are coming in that the Carries Legion are invading the target drill.
We've heard that you wanted more than just static dummies to train against. So now, you'll clear moving Carries Legion targets positioned just like real defenders, navigating key rooms so you can learn the map layout, giving you the instincts you need for live matches. And if you want to know the location of stairs, cameras, and destructible ingredients, you can toggle the guidance on or off anytime.
We're also adding AI allies to both enlisted and field training to give players the real squad experience. On top of this, we'll be testing out a new tool, introducing the mini-map in our training playlists. That's right. This new perspective will help players navigate faster and gain that crucial map knowledge.
And that's not all. Season 4 will bring more updates across the board. We have improvements to ranked matchmaking, a new assignment in Dual Front, continued work on balancing, like revamping our EMP and jamming systems, even shaking up our heart breacher balancing. Additionally, we will have updates to the Esports tab. And Siege Cup will continue to be available every weekend, giving players even more chances to compete. We're also introducing a new playlist called Testing Grounds, available directly in-game, built to explore new ideas, gather your feedback, and shape the future of Siege together. Our first Testing Grounds topic, speed and armor. There's a lot more coming, and we'll be sharing those details soon.
To see it all together, here it is, the complete Year 10 roadmap. 4 seasons, 4 major steps forward for Siege, with new content, more events, and impactful features, improving the experience of the game that you love with even more to come. This is the new foundation for the next 10 years of Siege.
The next 10 years starts with SiegeX. Every season builds on it. Every update pushes the experience further. This is the future we're building with you.
Whether you've been with us since day one, returning from a short break, or just jumping into Siege as a new recruit, this is the best time to play Siege. There's still something we need to highlight. As you can see on the roadmap, 2 events are lined up for Season 4. One of them will be in December and marks a huge milestone for us, the 10th anniversary of Rainbow Six Siege. That's 10 years of clutch plays, unforgettable moments, and a community that's still here, still pushing Siege forward. For a moment like this, we're planning something special. The 10-year anniversary in-game event will highlight moments that celebrate Siege and this incredible community.
10 years of Siege, and we're just getting started.
We can't wait for you to get your hands on what's coming, starting with the launch of SiegeX.
The test server will be available on PC in 2 days, starting on May 20th. So jump in, test the new content, and help us shape the future of Siege.
From all of us on the Siege team, thank you for your passion, your feedback, your support, and your love for this game.
SiegeX launches June 10th, where the next chapter starts with all of you. Thank you. Obrigado.
Some utterly incredible changes coming to SiegeX and things that will completely reshape how we've done things in the past. Guys, there was so much information in there. You can hear what the crowd was thinking at all moments. It was special, Lax.
Oh yeah, again, you know, the fact that we're going in year 10, we're still reinventing the wheel, we're adding so many things into this. There's not one thing that I can pick from that entire panel that I'm not excited for.
I mean, I can. I think the commitment to bettering the anti-cheat is always going to be something that everyone looks to at home. Obviously, Siege is so committed to making sure that cheaters have no place in Siege, and seeing them constantly updated, I think goes to show how much Siege is cared about from the dev team.
Absolutely, and I want to mention the fact that for so long, for 10 years of Siege, it's been really hard for new players to try and learn this game. The learning curve is really hard. This game is very complex, and that's what makes the beauty of Siege. It's chess, but in shooters. And for this, the new enlistment system, the fact that you're getting rewarded as you grind your first level, the first clearance levels as well. For me, this is a really good add-on. And then the esports panel is, the esports tab is so good.
What I love the most is talking about new players coming to it, the free access. That is bringing it to everybody. And a big thing for me is some people don't have $10, $15 to spend on the game. Now you have access to it. That is going to be a big thing. And then to add on what you were saying, you can learn it in a far better rate, at a far faster rate any of them before.
It's big because, I mean, you know, from watching the casual community get involved and having, I'm sure all of you personal friends that try to get involved in Siege, now that it's more accessible, this is something that I think will fundamentally change the approach to Siege moving forward. But you said a big one there that I want to go back to, the Esports tab. Let's go.
You can now follow every single match. You're gonna have a way to one click and get directly to see the match that's going live. You can check every region, you can check every team, you can buy skins from your favorite team.
Yep.
All of this stuff is amazing for us. Obviously, we're former pro players. We were dreaming of this.
I was gonna say, how long we've been asking for something like this, and now it's here.
Yeah, absolutely. And then seeing the SI standings too, the leaderboard, that was so cool. That was so cool to be able to follow it. As a player, sometimes I would be like, I don't even know how many SI points I have, but now it's all in one tab.
I don't think when I played, I ever paid attention to how much we had. It was like, if we're there, we're there. We're going to keep trying.
It also keeps, I guess, kind of more of like a central topic for who the best team in the world is at that point. I think that that's exciting as well because the regions are so split, because you don't have an opportunity. I mean, unless you stay up 24 hours a day to watch every game that we have, it's hard to keep track. Well, yeah, I know some of us here might, but not everyone at home. So it's incredible to see how we keep track of this. I think that ultimately CJX is ushering in a new era for this game, for this community, and we are so excited to bring that to you. But it is time for us to start to get underway with the grand final on the other side of this short break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
There are so many changes coming to the game, coming to Siege X. One of them that I noticed was, of course, shields. They've had a huge impact over the last year, especially in the esports division. However, there are always players that stand out. There are always players that think that they're better than everyone else. Spirits might be one of those players. He called out Aniton earlier this tournament via a tweet. You're more than welcome to go and find it. But they had a cheeky little one-on-one to finally decide who is the best at shields.
A question for the ages, Tim, and it will get answered here today. Who is the better shield player, Aniton or Spirit?
The only question that truly matters in Siege surely is Aniton the greatest of all time, as we expect. I love that we've got them to sit down in a little 1v1 sort of shield off between the two of them.
It is a best of five, so first to 3 wins. They'll take it in turns, as you can see here in this first round. While Aniton's on the attack team, I see more of a Monty player than a Blitz player here in Spirit, so he knows how to play this operator better than most, and sure enough, wasted his time all the way down here. This looks torturous.
Yeah, he's just really burning through that electricity though, and that's when Aniton's going to get the opportunity to close that gap, which he did a second ago. Spirits allows for the recharge, goes back in, but he lets Aniton get the plant down, does he? No! He manages to find the shot underneath the shield, and it's advantage Spirits there.
Aniton burning sound. Losing that first round. And even Spirits are saying, open the ears, bro. Come on now, you can sort it out. It's not a good start for our boy, though, Tim, because we were pretty sure Aniton was going to win this.
Even 1-0 down, even 2-0 down, I still fully back Aniton for this one.
I mean, here he's got to hold off against Spirits. He's right up in his face, using the doorway here as well. Aniton for taking a couple of shots. It's not looking good. He's going for the 180, but no. Spirits puts him in the mud again. 2-0 to Spirits.
I still can't not back Aniton for this. He's going to bring the Blackbeard. This is surely the play for him. Spirits is having a look on the clash. He's just going to... Again, Spirits has played this really, really well, to be fair. He's usually, that particular, has been fantastic to stop Aniton ever being able to close that ground between them. Aniton's just trying to use the environment, use the map to get there a little bit closer, get up in Spirits' assist. But his management of distance on the shields has been phenomenal, really.
Oh, it's just been the back and forth here as well. The fact that he gets up close to him will change things around, and sure enough, catches him out of the downstairs in the end after a bit of a chase sequence, I imagine. So he's fighting his way back in, Tim, but can he really do 2 more in a row? Don't think so.
I think he might be able to. I'm going to back Aniton here. Spirits, as you say, only needing 1 more. Aniton's going to move on to the defense. His performance on the clash last time was a little bit poor. It wasn't, you know, Spirits closed that gap really well, got right up in Aniton's face, but Aniton, this time around, can he do anything different with the clash? He's managed to create a bit more of a gap on this one.
He's been baited out by the fuse charges. Well, I love that. Plant it in, trigger it off, like use it as a chance to get some cover, as we're seeing here as well. Plant now going down. Aniton's got to now fight back into this, Tim. This is not looking good for him at all.
No, he's just going to swing around. Surely he manages to find his shots. No! Aniton! Aniton even accepts it in the chat. Coldspur is the genius. I mean, it's there for you. The footage is there, Des.
Oh, Tim. Even Aniton declares him the best. Now what you're saying?
He's still the best for me. Sorry, Spirits.
Oh, it's a tough one, but Spirits is your king.
It's a little bit heartbreaking. I'm not going to lie, boys. Aniton's my boy.
MA on top. Spirit literally, he theory crafted that 1v1.
Yeah, he did, with the Monty.
He didn't give him any chance, to be fair, and it was already eliminated. It was easy for him to theory craft, right?
All I'm going to say is you can be the king of shields, but that only takes you so far, and I don't see any NA team on stage, but there is one team on stage that we're going to start talking about. It's Cyclops, the roster that has broken boundaries, the Japanese giant that has ultimately flipped the tale of APL, gentlemen. It's one of those things that excites me thoroughly to have APAC finally on a main stage. It's time for us to meet CAG.
The land of the rising sun is shining its bright light at Reload. CAG Osaka have put APAC on the map.
Nothing can stop us from taking that shield home.
In the semifinals, they truly got tested, but they showed resilience and turned the match upside down.
And look at that timing, that team play.
For the first time in Rainbow Six Siege history, we will see an APAC team stepping into the grand final.
This right here is Kagasaka's moment.
With the weight of a whole region on their shoulders and the opportunity to rewrite history, they will now try to put tears of joy on the faces of their followers once again.
This is where Japan's era starts.
Honestly, I think Ace put it best. It is KAG's moment. This is the moment that all of APAC have been waiting for. A Japanese team has finally taken to the stage, finally made it to a grand final after over 9 years of competition. You're seeing the names there. You're already familiar with them. They have absolutely shown up here in Rio de Janeiro, Fox, and what a time to do it.
Absolutely, and they've deserved it. I mean, just KAG as a whole, time and time again at events, they've always struggled. It doesn't really look like we've seen much life from them. They're not correcting mistakes. But now at Reload, we constantly see them during the group stages. If they lost a game, they corrected it. They lose a game, they corrected it. Now they make it onto the main stage. Every round, it feels like we're seeing KAG finally being the smartest team in the server at the moment, and they're constantly getting better.
Now, one thing you saw there was, of course, Victor, our translator that helps the Japanese roster when they go international events. And he said before we started this matchup that he only brought one jacket for the final day because, of course, that would make sense, right? You don't usually see CAG make it all the way to a final, but there's just a spark in the air, Lax. There's a bit of romance. Is there love in the air?
There's bromance. There's a bromance that's in the air, and it started a long time ago. As you can see, this is going to be BlackRay and Anderson. Anderson being that IGL coming onto this roster in June 19th of 2018, where BlackRay would then follow and start their bromance starting in June 11th, 2019. That is so long ago. These players are the dynamic duo. They have been with it through it all, but not only going through it all, like a lot of brothers and a lot of situations you go through, there's tough times, there's hard times, there's great times. Unfortunately, they have had a lot of hard times. Throughout their entire history together, they have found zero to little success in international play. All of these clips are just showing losing moments, back to back, never finding that success, never finding a footing. And like you were talking about, they just would always be knocked out.
Yep.
You even said it yourself, their coach only brought one coat because they were expecting to go home, and they just couldn't find any success throughout all these years of competition.
It's incredible to see that finally they're finding some, but it's not without hardship. There is a reason why there is so much emotion for this team right now, Leo.
Of course there is hard work. Of course there is learnings. Of course, by losing so many events, eventually you start to understand maybe our playstyle has a ceiling. Maybe going to Chaotic has a ceiling. Maybe we need to be a little bit smarter. Well, one player that definitely helped these guys get smarter was Akuli for sure. This guy actually played for them for 1 year. I don't know if you guys remember, from 2023 to 2024 and got dropped.
Yep.
Akuli played for a full year with this guy.
Yes.
And then joined the team only 2 months ago to help them perform better.
It's incredible to see that they've been together for so long, but it's not just about those two players. It's about a team, Lax, and a team has made it to the main stage here in Rio.
Absolutely, and these are going to be the moments that we're seeing them thrive. We're seeing them get excited, get hyped, a totally different look at how you're looking at KAG and approaching KAG as a whole. This is what Reload has been all about for these guys. They've been the words in everyone's mouth, uttering KAG, gagging for a KAG, and I think is a big one that the community has been saying. Look at that dominance that they're showing, getting rid of Liquid. They didn't have the fan behind them before. They have them definitely here. And again, it's these winning moments, it's these individuals, it's every single player on this roster, time and time again, showing why they're here now at a grand final that has never been done for a Japanese org, Japanese players. They can make history today.
It's unbelievable to have them finally make a main stage. Akali speaks perfect English. In fact, we had an interview with him yesterday. I'll just let him speak for himself.
It was a bunch of miscommunications, and I didn't have my glasses on. I forgot my glasses. So, yeah, I don't know. Next map though.
There's almost some humorous music behind that. For the viewers at home that did not see it, of course, I can't even explain it. Leo, how can you forget your glasses?
And yesterday, the semi-final, the first map, he forgets his glasses. He drops a ridiculous, like he was not helping his team. You know, he struggled really bad. Then there is the interview, and there's the moment where somebody brings his glasses for the second map. Let's take a look at the difference in stats between the two. It's insane. He dropped 7 kills with his glasses on the second map. 91% KOST. Once again for me, one of the big guys that helped this team cement these late round situations, help them play smarter, help them play around the objective and the time. Something that was missing for CAG before.
There's always been things that have been missing for CAG. There's a reason why they've come close so many times, why they beat great teams, but then at other times they falter. But Leo, something has changed with this roster. It's like it's a new CAG.
Something has started clicking. Not only do they bring more team play, they bring new tactics. We will show you something, guys, on the very last round of their semi-final, what helped them qualify here all the way in grand finals on border, a rush never seen before here, Lax.
Again, it's about reinventing that wheel and reinventing what CAG looks like as a whole. To start out this, you are going to see the Blitz and the Ash. Their initial take is going to be breaching that soft wall. That is going to be step 1. Step 2 is Capitao is going to be smoking off that vital information for that Archives player. Step 3, simultaneously, that Grim is going to be on sandwich window, feeding that information to the Ash and Blitz, and they are then going to execute into sight, get that in control, and go for that plant.
Now, if we move on to real footage, you will see that. You will see Grim on sandwich window. You'll see Capitao on Archives window, and Blitz and Ash are rushing in on the Ash charge. Now, they're getting past the Archives player. The reason for this is Capitao from Archives window is smoking off that doorway, and at the same time, Firebolt straight into Archives so he cannot retake. At the exact same timing, you see Grim on sandwich window, sending the Green Bees to spot the Armory player. They will all go and pinch this player with the Blitz and get rid of him. As soon as the Anchor is dead, everybody turns around and covers the Blitz for the plant. First kill here, and then suddenly the Ash goes to check on Metal Stairs.
Yes, and this is exactly why we're seeing CAG here creating history and making these strides for the Japanese community and being in this grand final, because typically when you would see an Archives rush, they would start in Archives and end in Archives, and they reinvented that wheel. They start in Archive, push through Armory, take that control, and do it by force and execute it flawlessly.
This is something that's completely new with CAG. Yes, there was the chaotic playstyle, but now they're bringing new tactics, new vision. Is it enough to beat the former world champions? We'll see very soon.
The nicknames are standing in line. The Comeback Kings, the Kings of Brazil, or the CJX Samba crew. But their real name is Furia! When trouble comes knocking, they always find a solution, even if that solution is just one player being unstoppable.
Execute with the kill! And for the first time as Furia, they make a grand final at an S-tier event!
Can they lose a match on home soil? We will find out very soon as Furia enter the Olympic arena to once again hear the roar from fans of the Panthers.
Furia have made an absolute nuisance of every team that they have versed so far here in Rio, and at the moment, I will be honest, this is going to be a barn burner. The roster that has time and time again ended up in positions of power. You just look at the names on there. The fact that they haven't changed names, even through adversity, is unbelievable. But then you look to players like KZ that have been popping off. JV just continues to showcase unlimited power. This roster is peaking once again, Lax.
You have to highlight every single player. There's not one player that you can't talk about at the highest level play. These are some of the 5 best players in the entire world. These players don't need any introduction. They already last year made history for themselves and continuing to do so here, where they can do it again here at Reload event at the championship to close it out today. This is a roster. This is a formidable opponent. This is a Goliath.
Goliath is the only way you can put it. They are at the top of the mountain. They've been there before. I was going to say for so long.
Yeah.
They've been there before. They're slowly getting back there, Leo. Sometimes people's shirts are made out of boyfriend material. Their shirts are made out of champion material.
Absolute champion material. They've waited so long, an entire year, before playing a grand final again. But before that, out of 4 grand finals they've played, they won 3. And the last 3 they played, they won every single one of them. They won the 6 Invitational in 2024, the Atlanta Major, the Copenhagen Major, and the only one that they lost was the 6 Invitational in 2023. They've improved dramatically. We've seen that resilience yesterday. What happened in semi-final? They were led 3-6 on the first map against W7M. They came back and they won 2-0 that semi-final. Same thing happened at SI 2024. They were down 1-6 on that very last map and they came back. These guys are absolute champion material.
And it's all because of the confidence. They've been here before. They come back every single time. And obviously, the last year after that year of success was a rebuilding period. They got 8 in Manchester. They didn't make Montreal. So now to be able to come back to Reload and look like the team that finally won that SI in Sao Paulo, back to maybe win again in Rio, obviously it's a task. The mentality has to be strong because there's so many uphill battles that Fury have been fighting.
If you want an uphill battle, this is the team that you take into it every single time. Yesterday against W7M was an absolute showcase of what this team can do. Fox, they are absolute animals, beasts individually.
I mean, individually they're amazing, but something we're seeing at this tournament is the way that they play off of each other. Yes, amazing plays come from amazing players, but it comes from teammates being around them, being able to feed them into these positions to get those kills. And every single round was a highlight reel for Furia. Obviously, their attack and defense, they're one of the best teams in the tournament at the moment, and they're constantly getting in these positions because that is how the strategy sets up for them.
Look at these positions. Every time a single player facing 1, 2, 3 players, and every single time they get away with it. And you keep thinking they can't keep getting away with it. Well, that's Furia for you. They've got amazing players that will hold strong positions with nothing and still get a triple kill. That 1v3 from KZ on Castle.
Insane.
That Easter's hold from Felipox. They've got so much talent, so much gunners on this team.
Look, incredibly powerful as individuals, as a roster. They do so much damage individually, but what is it, Leo? What is it about this roster that's brought them back here?
Siege is a team-based game in the end. Yes, you have the best gunners, but one thing that has changed drastically right now is their team play. Their coordination is on another level at this event, and the best way to look at it, Fox, is yesterday, semi-finals, second map against W7M on Cafe. They're attacking one of the most defender-sided map in the meta on reading bomb site here.
And it's so difficult to attack because you're limited to just the windows, but let's look how Furia sets up. They have 2 people, one on the piano window and one on the mini balc window. Now they're gonna have another player on the window for white and one AC window also on white to be able to hold it. And the final player is outside mining balc to be able to support any single jump out that's gonna be able to affect Furia.
No, in this point, you're gonna see the real footage. When we move into it, you're gonna see that Pixel player is the one that's the target. You're gonna see minibar rappel, piano rappel, JV holding the jump outs. And what do you see all the way there? Hertz is ready to help. He's ready to go on bathroom window. And that's gonna be key to kill that Pixel player.
And once you're all set up, the next step is just information. You got a drone, make sure nobody's close to the window, and identify if somebody's playing Pixel. The one thing Furia does so well is they identify the Pixel player, but they don't overexpose the drone. They're able to hide it so they have no idea, and now they know that he's set up. Next thing, let's nade him out, and the rest of Furia is behind him to make sure that even if he escapes the nade, he gets taken down.
The best thing to notice, do you see how Felipox goes on the window here only when the nade is being sent, because he's in the victim position here. It's gonna punish him directly. Hertz from bathroom and Felipox directly. Perfect crossfire, they get the kill, but now at this moment, W7M fights back and they go aggressive here.
Well, W7M tries to go for a flank. They're able to take down KZ because of the information, but the player on mining balc that we were talking about, being the defender, is now going into the aggressor, making sure that he cuts off the retake, and JV92 gets another trade onto W7M.
Every single time they make a move, there is a trade potential, and here, Nade with Fuse is gonna make some space here onto the bomb site. He creates vertical play, gets rid of the anchor, and really good utility usage against tactics and coordination. He sends a Fuse canister to clear out anchors and get ready for the execute here.
And it's going to zone the execute, and as they jump down, he's going to get taken down. But Felipox upstairs was on the flanks, and he's able to drop down immediately, getting the trade, and another trade for Furia in the round.
At the exact same moment, they all go for the execute. Who do you see backstab the bomb site? Hertz. Once again, every single time Furia does something amazing, there is another player playing about it. There is always a reaction. Perfect team play for Furia. At all times, yes, they are the best gunners in the world, but once again, they're an amazing team with chemistry, with coordination, with incredible team play.
Look, to be honest, this is going to be an uphill battle for CAG. Let's see the map so we can start to break this one down straight off the bat. Gentlemen, we don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to go to you first, Lax.
If I'm Keg, you don't worry about the maps here. You're going against the biggest dogs in the fight here. You have to just be playing into your fundamentals. Like the clip that we just broke down, they have to be playing at the highest level here.
I mean, this is big confidence picks from CAG. Obviously, Lair picking out, that's a confident map for them. Bank confident for Furia, but then CAG going to Cafe. We just broke down Cafe map for Furia. Furia is the best team in the tournament, best team in the world at Cafe because of how aggressive they are on this map. And obviously, CAG is feeling confident in ways that they want to be able to go for gunfights against Furia.
I'm so scared for CAG in this map, Vito. Lair, Bank, both maps offer so much variety in roaming for Furia to exploit. Cafe, Furia has beaten FaZe on it. They've beaten W7M on it. Same story for Border. Furia is undefeated for more than a year on that map. And then they go to Clubhouse, their third favorite pick. This is heavily leaning in Furia's favor, in my opinion.
Yeah, the only map that I could say actually is a confident map for CAG is Lair going out the gate. So we're going to have to see the testing grounds of how they play up against the aggression from Furia. If they're able to use those shields, slow them down a little bit, that's their first step because Furia, teamwork-wise, has been unbeatable.
Lax, what are your thoughts about this series now that you've seen this? Both these boys heavily leaving into Furia.
I think we're all worried for KEG here, and this is why I said in the beginning, I don't care what map KEG is going to, they just have to play into their fundamentals of what even got them here this far, because no matter the prep, no matter the map you're on, you have to play your fundamentals, you have to be ready to adapt, and if we can't see that KEG going in today, Furia, without a doubt, is walking away.
Leo, quickly, prediction, very quick.
Furia has to win this, otherwise everyone will be disappointed, but I need at least one map from CAG.
Yeah, CAG has to win that first map, so I'm going with CAG.
I'm have to agree. CAG has to walk away with this map.
I disagree with all of you. I think CAG win this no matter what. Unfortunately, the APL pride is coming out a little bit too much, but it's time to set the scene. It is the grand final, the first ever grand final in CGX. We couldn't be more excited for these two teams. APAC has never been to a main stage. Furia back to former glory. It's time to represent CGX.
The battle to become the leader of the CGX era is moments away. A best of 5 between two valiant teams for that trophy behind us. This is where it gets serious, Nivi.
Exactly! It's time! It is do or die. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. Esse é o momento que todos nós estávamos esperando. Hora da grande final. Faz muito barulho, galera! But before then...
They're ready.
Yeah, I think they are ready. But before that, I have a gift for you.
A gift?
Wait a moment. After the invitational, after the reload, I think there's only one thing missing to make you officially Brazilian. That's it. That's it. Here's your CPF. Toma aqui o seu CPF, Ian. But let me explain. Now you are not Ian anymore. Now you are Ian.
Ian.
You are not Chambers. You are Ian Chambers. Ian Chambers da Silva. Because da Silva is a Brazilian last name. It is so normal here in Brazil.
Ian Chambers da Silva, Te amo Brasil. I am Brazilian.
Woo! Do you like it?
Okay.
Do you like it?
I love it. Thank you so much.
Now you can pay taxes. Agora ele pode pagar impostos.
All right, thank you so much. But right now it is time to get right back to business and get serious. Let's bring out our grand finalists. Now they are the first ever APAC team to make it to a Siege Grand Final. Talk about a flex. It's CAG Osaka!
Eles não têm medo de nada. Eles se autodenominaram carrascos de brasileiros, venceram a Elevate, a Liquid. Será que o feito vai se repetir hoje? Os estreantes de palco Tier S estão muito confiantes. E depois de 3 títulos mundiais, e de vestir o manto furioso, o céu é o limite. Eles querem mais. Querem receber o primeiro troféu da história do CGX e da Pantera. São eles, Fúria!
Looking for the glory of old under a brand new banner in a new era. They've done it all, but now they want to do it wearing the Furia badge. Philippos, Akali, come on in. The rest of you get set up for our grand final. Philippos, Akali, these two are amped up and they are ready. And you actually had some words for these guys yesterday after you won. You are confident not only that you will beat them, but you'll do it with tremendous support after who they knocked out of the tournament a while ago.
Yeah, we're getting our revenge from the S side. E com essa torcida maravilhosa tá com nós aí, vamos amassar esses japoneses aí, vamos pra cima.
Bom demais! After beating Elevate, Liquid, and also Wild Card with the Brazilian Dash, do you think you guys became pros at defeating Brazilians?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. And
they next.
Oh, definitely.
Eles disseram que se tornaram prós em derrotar brasileiros. Vamos ver.
Philippos, this means a lot to you because I know that you did a lot under a different organization. But this is your first chance now to truly do it big for Furia, and you're not going to let that go.
Yeah, I've said it many times. We want so much to give a Furia championship, and now is the time we are going to get it today.
É a hora deles conseguirem um troféu aqui representando a camiseta furiosa. Títulos eles têm de monte. Agora é a hora. Let's see. Did you guys prepare anything new to defeat Furia?
Oh, that's secret.
Okay, it's a secret.
Actually, I just want to ask you, you've already made history. I want you to take it in. You are part of the first ever Japanese roster, the first ever APAC roster to make it to a grand final. But then tomorrow morning, you don't want that to be how you remember the story. You want it to become champions, right?
Yes. And we will do everything we can to lift that shield.
Shake hands, guys. The atmosphere in here is going to be mixed, but go and take your seats.
Yeah.
All right. Listen, let's figure out how this crowd's feeling right now.
I'm feeling... Galera, eu tô a fim de saber como que vocês estão se sentindo nesse momento. Ó, o Ian foi de um lado e eu vim aqui do outro. Então eu quero saber qual torcida, qual lado da torcida que tá mais animado. Ó, eu quero só esse lado de cá, em frente a Kagosaka, quem que vai fazer muito barulho pra poder deixar eles intimidados. Vamos lá! Vamos fazer barulho!
All right, so we're trying to find out which side is the loudest. These guys are already loud. Vamos fazer barulho!
Agora deixa eu tentar só esse lado de cá. Só esse que tá em frente a mim aqui. Só vocês. 1, 2, 3 e vamos fazer barulho! Agora só o outro lado.
One more final time from this side before we get into it. Vamos fazer barulho!
They're ready.
It's time to crown the first champions of a new era, and I couldn't be more happy to be bringing it to you guys with two of my favorite people in the world, Pengu and Fresh. Pengu, how does it feel to be back in Brazil for another grand final?
It's always exciting, very loud crowd, very passionate. Of course, the expected, finalist of Furia against the very unexpected CAG.
It's the David versus Goliath. It's exactly what you want to see in the final. Obviously, Furia in front of their home crowd.
Yeah.
It's a very loud crowd. It's a very impressive crowd to get in the faces of CAG, but they're more than happy to play into it. You know, you're seeing Aniton out there when he's walking out, flexing his muscles. They are not bothered whatsoever that this crowd is going to be hostile.
No. I spoke to the players of CAG after their win yesterday, and I said, guys, tomorrow, just like they asked me for advice. I was like, don't worry about the crowd. Don't worry about your opponent. Just go out there and have fun. You've beaten expectations. You've gotten so far already. And I think it's their mentality getting to the finals that will also win in the grand finals if they can get all the distance. Just have fun. Believe in yourself.
And these CAG players, I mean, 2 of them have been on this roster for 7 years. Since 2018, they've played at 7 majors, 4 6 invitationals, and never once even made it to the main stage. Nice. And here they are, the first ever APAC team, the first Japanese team to make it to a grand final. But what an opponent they have. The comeback kings, the top of Brazil, it's Furia. And the last time they played a grand final here in Brazil, they rose the hammer. Now it's time to see in a new dawn for Rainbow Six which team will come ahead. It's Japan versus Brazil. It's CAG versus Furia here in Rio de Janeiro. CAG started this new style of playing the game back in around October of 2024. They've then went to November Major, got 18th, sent home by Chiefs. Went to SI25, got 12th, almost beating Unwanted, who finished 4th at that event. Now they're in the grand finals, and they thank their coach DD for making the strats and setting the tone for how to play the game strategically, and that's what they showed us earlier. They can play the older, slower style of the game, which they could not do before.
It really feels like they've matured as a roster. You know, we've been used to seeing them time and time again come to these events and be the unpredictable team, to be the APAC team, to be the Shield team that you can't really expect. It really does, for me, feel like they've matured, especially Aniton. He's moved into the IGL role as well. And I think this is a new era of CAG that we're seeing. And as we say, it's constant improvement all the way to a grand final. Who'd have thought it, even at the very start of this tournament?
Yeah. And there's something to be said for the disparity, like we've said. It's a David and Goliath matchup, but we've seen this David and Goliath matchup before. CAG and Furia have met in the server, most recently in Boston at the 6th Invitational. It was in the playoffs, and Furia won 2-0. But CAG, they stood a fighting chance on that first map. It had to go 8-7. That was on Cafe, which we will see later on. Of course, here on Lair is where we kick off what is a very historic series in the age of Rainbow Six. And for Furia, they're looking to defend that title. They have not lost a match in front of the Brazilian crowd ever as this roster.
That's ridiculous. I was thinking about what should CAG aim for before this matchup starts. Right now I'm thinking go on a map that's, you know, strong for defenders, start the defending side, all is good. Because my big fear is that Furia, we saw them yesterday against WSM, when they're on the defensive half, they will win every clutch, every 1v1 gunfight, and every moment. They clawed back for a 1-5 comeback yesterday on border, looking unbeatable on defense. CAG start on the attack up against the defending Furia, and I'm worried they're going to have a slow start.
Yeah, there's 2 lines of thoughts for this, Nick. I think first and foremost, Furia are the best defending team in the tournament. So putting them on that defense, they're going to be strong on it naturally. However, historically, Furia don't play Nighthaven, Labs, Lair, and Consulate. Now, CAG, their permanent ban is Consulate. So whichever one was open, I still think it was the right choice to play because it's the weak air maps for Furia. They're good on all of them, but it's the weak air maps.
Okay. Of course, Operator bans, gotta mention those. Double shield ban from Furia, paying that respect or fear towards CAG and Aniton. Whereas CAG, they don't want to deal with that stalling of the Tugarao or those Asami barriers. This is gonna make the initial entry points a little bit easier for the attack, and I think for CAG, focus on that first step, don't get overzealous.
You mentioned the shield. Well, to our ban, we still have Aniton on that Blackbeard. He has to do it to us.
Yeah, he's gonna get on the shields. You know, he does flex off the shields from time to time, but we've seen
plenty.
He's a specific, he flexes all the time, but he flexes on and off the shields whenever needed. Like I said, part of that maturing for the CAG team is that they're not just focused around Aniton on the shields. They're not a shield team anymore. They're a great team with, you know, variation in strategy, and then they can throw the shields in when necessary as well.
Much more depth. I think right now for the players of CAG, mentally speaking, get your first kill, you're going to be so good. There's nothing worse than going down 0-2, 0-3 in the KDA, and you're sitting there getting to your own head. Here comes the first approach. Nate goes out, half the round to go. Anderton on that blind group, making progress in this hallway. But Fury will answer back with a C4 going wide.
Anderton wants to make an entry here, caught in the dread mine. He does help flush out the top of the mezzanine. Look at the peek, and that's the first engagement of the grand final. KZ, the lion to fall to Anderton on the shield.
Let's see what happens next here. Attack step attempt, like a shot down, but the shotgun off Shurip on the staircase as well. Fury, they try something they did yesterday. This time, CG, they read them perfectly, unlike W7M.
It's the ultimate flank watch, that shotgun, even on the attacking side. Unusual to see the Deimos bring it, but Shurip's also got that pistol. Speaking to the Deimos, here comes that Vendetta, the tracker. Anderton falls, but Blackray quickly to trade his long-term teammate, leaving Furia with just Philippox and JV.
That's a great refrag. They now have the Deimos below. They can get tracks on both of the remaining defenders, and they can breach this wall, but Philippox is playing close to it in that right position.
The corner, this is dangerous. If they hear him, if they find him, if they don't, Injure comes out. He's stuck in the corner now. Shotgun out. Can he get it, James?
Oh, he's trapped, but it doesn't matter! Philippox cornered, and he still comes up with 2 big kills, shotgun in hand. Desperately looking for something, but CAG find nothing!
1v1.
1v1 for Arcully. JV waiting on the other side. His position not clearly known! The swing! And Furia to kick us off!
Classic Furia defensive round fresh.
Yeah.
A good old forward to start things off.
Yeah, that's just what it's like playing against Fury. You can play as well as you can. You can refrag each other out. You can have all of the information. They can still make the big plays. Philippox gets 2. JV finishes it off. And I will say, for the most part, I thought KAG actually did well inside of that round. Maybe their one key problem was not being able to breach after they'd taken that ops hallway. It took them a long time. The Deimos below. They finally get the breach way too late, and it allows Philippox to get that position and make that play.
Yeah, the thing that really bothered me is that they got the breach, they had a fair bit of time within that 4 versus 2, and I wouldn't say they misplayed, because they weren't pushing inside that bomb side door. It was just they assumed that there was going to be nobody tucked in that corner by the breach, and they're just not really paying attention to it. Didn't drone it, didn't go that second track on the Deimos either, and that very small mistake, well, it cost you the entire round, unfortunately. Bomber.
When you corner a player like Philippox and he's got that shotgun, he knows exactly how to play it. CAG, they had the right idea for that whole round.
Yep.
But Furia, we know what they like to do. They like to play aggressively. They are some of the most individually talented players in the world. Best fraggers, they know how to come back from a 2v4.
How does that feel, Nick, when you're in the server? You know, obviously first round of a grand final, you want to start it off so well. CAG, they got that start so well, and they should have converted it, but lost to a clutch.
That's what I was saying earlier, like, if every player can get, like, a kill in the first round or 2, that's, like, the individual side of, oh, I got my kill, I'm not gonna drop a donut. That's the first kind of mental hurdle to overcome. If you lose a round that you technically should have won, it comes down to the leadership of that team. So guys, we won that round, despite the scoreline being 0-1. We do that again in the future, we check that corner, we're completely fine. Because, again, it's the first round of a best of 5. You can lose a round, hell, you can lose a map. It's about the longevity right now, staying mentally in it, and we know CAG, they can have fun on the server. I believe, based on yesterday's game, they're not gonna mental boom this. That's not gonna be their problem. I don't see that happening.
I think the fact that there's just no pressure on this for CAG, everybody expects this to be a washout from Furia, a 3-0. People are saying maybe we'll get a 3-1, and that means there's no pressure on CAG, and perhaps that will be to their advantage. We don't want them to be feeling pressure. We want them to be playing that underdog story, but in a stadium like this, with a crowd like this, I'm sure you guys watching along from back home can hear it. We can feel it.
Yeah. So can the players, of course, sitting there. And they want that trophy, they said it. Arcully said, we want that shield, and we'll do anything or everything rather we can to lift it.
I saw a great tweet on the timeline. I can't remember who put it up, but they tweeted, of course the trophy is a shield. CAG in the grand final.
That's this, a bit of a run out. Chibisu to fall. Very aggressive from KZ. Anderton, though, elsewhere, makes up for last round, punishing JV. Not a player you want to keep alive in the late round, JV.
I like this. Furia, they love to toy with their opponents when they're on the attacking side. They recognize CAG, they want to execute, they want to have their right, the 5 different attackers are allowed to do their different things. If we can go for a 1-for-1 trade and disrupt their ultimate plan, they're going to have to go to plan Bs, plan Cs, and start flexing and adapting inside the server. Something that now Furia is saying, we're going to strategically challenge CAG now on their problem-solving skills.
CAG have still got to clear out this mid-floor roam, and I think that's one of their big problems. It's a minute 13 to the round. You've still got Hertz playing up there on the top floor. Will get that kill with the SMG 11. Felipox is up there with him as well.
Dangerous. Very dangerous. Do they have more in them, though? They kind of have to fight this back. Again, you said it, they have to fight for map control. Fury, they're not surrendering. We're seeing two different silhouettes on two different floors of looking for a fight. They want more.
Herd's trapped here with a player outside. A player peeking him, but Hertz wins his 1v1. So well baited. CAG, in theory, did everything right, but Hertz, he knows exactly where they're going to come from. His game sense is on point, and he's got the mechanics to back it up.
Surprised Black Ray's not gone in there and challenged him and at least tried to get the refrag, although you feel with the way Hertz is playing, probably wouldn't go well for him. Him and Aniton are going to have to try and force sight, try and get this man disadvantage back.
Lost the vert, though. Now we see again the shotgun of Hertz getting more and more value in this round. Fire, pop Fury downstairs, isolating CAG, locking them outside. Now Black Ray, with just a single point of HP left. Furia, they're going to play their corners and have those crossfires established.
KZ's got that pistol out. Black Ray takes him down. Felipox, though, he's got the back door on lock. All up to Aniton now in the 1 versus 2. 20 seconds to play around. There is a vert angle looking down at his position. It's Hertz. He does have to rotate off now. Essentially a 1v1 on site, unless if Aniton exposes himself to this angle. He sneaks on through. Shield away, goes for a plant. Felipox is there, knows exactly where his opponent is. An easy shot for the Brazilian and another round for Furia.
Absolutely love that round from Furia, by the way.
Yeah.
I love to compare and contrast Hertz and KZ. And KZ, he was out there playing the Scopos. He gets Deimos tracked, he's out there on the roam. The smart thing to do, as Cyclops take their time out within round 2, by the way, the smart thing to do was to rotate back down using that Scopos shield. He did that.
Yeah.
What did Hertz do? He did the dumb thing, and he stayed and he fought it out, and it managed to win them the round. That's what makes Furia so unpredictable, because you don't know if they're going to do the really, really smart thing or the really, really dumb thing.
And they're so good at both. It's not like they have, you know, they're really good at the smart stuff or really good at dumb stuff, so to speak. They are excellent all the way across. I like this timeout personally. I feel like this is a good opportunity to say, guys, this is what we're playing for. And like a little bit nervous, or the comments a little bit, you know, weird or whatever, or not really getting into the game itself right now. I wanted to see a more clear plan from CAG. Whether are we gonna go for a roam clear, or we're gonna go garage and hit the bomb side. We saw Aniton on Blackbeard being one of the last 2 attackers alive. That's your entry operator. When you have a player stuck in a corner, whether it's Hertz or KC, find them on that first or top floor, send the Blackbeard in. They are raw taking these gunfights, no real droning, and no real gunplay.
I said KZ makes the smart plays. He also, you know, does the run out to get the first kill as well.
Run out though, right? Pretty safe.
Very smart, yeah.
Tactical aggression, which is the name of the game for Furia. The CAG now, after that tactical timeout, they knew pretty much what bomb site they were going to be attacking up next. Top floor is locked, bottom floor is locked. It's time to go to one of those first floor bomb sites, which can be very fickle occurrences. There's a lot of map that you've got to deal with, being vert-centric on those bomb sites. You've got to take that top floor. CAG have had a couple of minutes now to discuss how they're going to deal with that.
Fresh, how do you feel about the tertiary bomb sites? Because our experience from Lair, it's in ranked, let's be honest, right?
It is.
And I feel like we try and play both, but we tend to play one a lot more than the other.
Yeah, the Bunks and Briefing site is probably, I would say, the better of the two. I will say the difference between ranked and pro play is massive, because when we try and do it in ranked, Nick, it's me and you trying to shotgun out every bit of the top floor, and somebody walks in on us. When it's pro plays, they bring a lot more shotgun, they have more setup. It reminds me very similarly of how, like, for example, on Consulate, the split bomb site and the piano bomb site get played in the pro play. Ranked, completely different story.
Actually 5 shotguns on the setup right now.
Yeah, exactly. You need them because you need to get all of the vertical lines of sight, because obviously the way that the defenders tend to hold the Bunks Briefing bomb site, they hold it from above. They want the attackers to do a direct take, you know, see the thermite charge going off. You want them to do something direct and then kill them as they're planting. You forfeit the bomb site, but you control the verticality above it.
It's also why I believe CAG, they have pre-picked both the Dokkaebi and the Brava right now, because one of those big information-getting operators on a vertical bomb site can be a Maestro/bulletproof cameras, which they can easily bring. And Fury likely they're hiding operators in the drone phase, so Akoli just pre-fires Brava just in case. Even if they don't have the Maestro, you can still use them as regular drone info right now. Look at that barbed wire.
I love those positions with the barbed wire out there on the top floor. You'll play a shotgun, close contact, 1 barbed wire near the green stairs, 1 barbed wire near the external entrance, and you play close contact with the shotgun. Usually a smoke, can be a mute, could even be a Jaeger shotgun for what it's worth.
We've seen that earlier in this tournament. Not right now, though. Furia, going back to information game, they don't have a ton of it. If CG can look up a call, maybe find an angle into the bomb side, or just like this, go in basement, look up a staircase, go for a backstab. But you said it, Fresh, when you play this bomb side in pro play, it's all about covering each other's, weaknesses, the entry points for the attackers. CG shouldn't be ratting around for a gap, because there shouldn't be a gap anywhere.
Feels like they're going to fall into the trap that Fury are setting by trying to surprise Fury and getting onto site, by attacking this middle floor only.
Baiting for a kill is the game for KAG at the moment, and it seems to work on out. Good breach on the site, and a little bit of poking and prodding does net KAG the advantage, but it is short-lived after Shurip elsewhere on that lurk was put to rest. Furia still maintain dominance of this top floor. They still have a lot of setup as well. The smokes from CAG not clearly used for the execute. As I say that, 50 seconds left. A smoke does prevent the angle onto Blackray. He's actually going to confirm the plans. 8 players alive in the server, and the Japanese have pulled off a daytime robbery.
Now for retake time, the thing is, defenders have to go downstairs, and if they do, attackers can go back upstairs.
Absolutely, that's what you want to do as an attacker. You want to use the defender's holes against them now because they can't smoke off the same way you did as an attacker.
But here's the moment where KZ can get onto that diffuser. Look to ninja it. It's up to his teammates to cover. Nobody from Cyclops can deny it. Oh, Fury, you've done it again.
This story will likely continue because this is just how they play Rainbow Six Siege. CAG did not get that upstairs control, didn't find the vert, had to sprint through a bomb site door, and guess what? The defenders, they closed the weakness, they closed the gap, they shut down CAG.
I don't know who was more surprised that plant went down, Furia or CAG, because in the post plant, it didn't look like they knew what to do.
Yeah.
It's the danger, right? They went for a really deep and well-covered plant because it's easier and safer to get in there and get that diffuser down. But the problem is you've got to cover it as well, and Furia took advantage of that ill-placed diffuser.
Was very, very surprised as we see these highlights come in. Very surprised that Furia didn't bring a single Warden on this lineup. Of course, you can bring the Warden with the shotgun. You can use the SMG-12. You can see through the smoke. In the end, they managed to make it work, but it was a glaring weakness inside of that because the plant was going down in the smoke. They knew it. They were spamming the smoke, but they couldn't quite hit their shots.
That's what they're into, right? Whether it's a proof of cameras, they had one. Dokubi call came out. Same with Maestro. Dokubi kind of completely counters you. I would say Solus as well. Yeah, you're not going to know, where they're planning at all times unless you activate the overclock mechanic, but you can track what is happening. Had they had a little bit of information, or just simply a defender answering the phone call immediately and hopping on that one camera on site because there was a camera, but the issue is because CAG found the opening kill, it didn't allow any of the other 4 main defenders to feel safe enough to check the cameras.
You know what's crazy? The scoreline is 3-0.
Yeah.
But the game isn't a 3-0 game.
It's not at all. It's
CAG
either way.
have been more than competitive and maybe actually should have won 2 of the rounds that we've played out of 3 so far. I would maybe go as far as saying, in terms of control, they're controlling this game better than Furia right now. They're just not clutching it out. Furia have that clutch potential. That's the difference between a good team and a great team at the minute.
Yeah. We see CAG though, they got tricks up their sleeve. Warden ban coming through and a glass immediately after. Whereas Furia, to no surprise, triple shield ban, get that out of here. So again, CAG no longer a one-trick pony. They're showing us strategical depth, saying, yes, we got the shields, we need them, but we can also leverage other operators. It's Anderton leading that charge, and I know he's been playing a lot of Capital, a lot of Grim, a lot of shields, of course. Glass is a different beast. It's hard to entry, and your entire team has to play around this, and they only have one set of smokes to support Anderton's playstyle.
Here's a peek from Herds. We know Furia, they're happy to challenge 50-50s, even perhaps unfavored gunfights. That said, this time around, Herds does fall on backware. Back up to that top floor where CAG got so close last time around and then fumbled in the 4 versus 2, thanks to some heroics from Philippox and JV.
One of the problems, again, for CAG is that they're going upside across, as we've seen the initial breaching coming out there from the Ace. Again, they've got nothing to deal with the bandit batteries of the site itself, so it's potentially going to be sending that Deimos of Shurip below again to try and get the bandit, but if that happens, it's going to be in the late round.
Yeah, out of nowhere, Anderton just gets that kill. Smoke goes south, 2 in fact, despite the reinforced wall is there. Has to jump in, surely, right? That's the only set of smokes for this attack. They have to find some value. It's a breach in the wall.
Love this idea there with the Ace, the breach, the pre-placed smoke as well. Cheeky there from Anderton.
They can't get through, or we can. Okay.
He is somewhat trapped as of now. Has made his way onto the staircase. Good coverage now from CAG.
Where's the next step? Yeah, they're in, but where are they gonna go and how will they get there? Toxic Babes, all three spent 2C4s in pocket, but again, it's a great shot from Hertz.
Yeah, dirty one as well. Another from Hertz. Holding the fort here on the bomb site, peeking these angles aggressively. Usually, the attacking side takes control of the mezzanine. This time, Hertz refuses to give it up, hungry for a little bit more. Blackray moving onto his position, unable to breach the wall to his left, means that Hertz is going to be feeling very safe, comfy on this bomb site. His head spotted for a brief moment, a couple of warning shots sent his way, a few pre-fires from Blackray, and into the site, CAG going for the servers. A great wall bang from Chibisu. He's going to worry about the crossfire he's about to walk into as well. Arkuli's lost his head. Nate's got massive on the sides. Unlock. MP7 does the magical trick for Nade. Furia. Doesn't matter when Cat get close because Furia always comes alive.
Again?
Again, and again, and again. It comes down, Nade gets a big 3K. Again, another player on this roster that is getting a big moment, a big multi-kill to win them the round. And I will say it, and I'm going to keep harping on about it. When you attack this top floor of Lair, you've got to breach. You've got to get that main breach off in the office at the very, very start. Yeah. Whichever side you do, you've got to get it off.
Yeah.
They didn't twice now, CAG, and it's forced them into attacking in a plan B, plan C scenario, and that's where they're having to walk in ultimately blind into Nade. They didn't know his exact position because they weren't planning on going there originally.
Yeah. And this philosophy can, of course, be taken to almost every single map of the game, maybe excluding something like a border or a coastline where hard breaching isn't as necessary. And it's about applying pressure to defenders, right? Yeah. Fury have to worry about the 3 bombs at doors, that's it.
Yeah, even Hertz. Hertz got a big double kill in there. You know, picked up one, picked up Bandit's done a refrag. He's able to be stood in the middle of the room because he's not being pressured from the external breach or the internal breach from the upside because, very simply, a Bandit was in existence.
Yeah, and this, of course, comes down to the difficulty of playing these flex operators. When you got stuff like Dokkaebi and, in this case, a Ying, before it was a shield or glass.
By the way.
Ying shotgun, by the way. You are limiting yourself in the basics, right? Like getting the walls open up, etc. Yeah. But there's no excuse not to bring secondary MPs and at least go for an attempt. I feel like the attempt was missing. They were playing grenades, they were playing flashbangs when they could have brought EMPs. It's also Maverick, if you don't want to get fancy with it. There's options.
A lot of options. And CAG are changing their options from round to round. You know, last round they went for the vert with Deimos, or rather the first time they attacked that top floor. And then the second attempt, they actually completely changed their strategy. It was a nice idea, but as you've said, there are holes in the plan for CAG that Furia, if they can hit some gnarly shots, will exploit. And that may well be the story of this game. Here's an early one for Filipov. Shurip's having a really rough game so far. 1 kill to his 5 deaths. And we saw him on the face cams before. He's looking a little bit shaken. Hertz somehow survives. The attempted cut here from Kag. Back down to the basement here for most of these Brazilians. Pox, though, he's tempted. He thinks if he rats in these corners, CAG are perhaps just tilted enough, just worried enough, just overthinky enough that they will overlook him.
Another kill going out. CAG, I would say pretty comfortable in the driver's seat right now. They got most of that map control. We still see Philipox roaming on that first floor. And I think KZ on the Scopos still has a way back if he wishes to teleport.
I absolutely love the Scopos on this site because KZ, as soon as it went to 4 versus 3, he got himself back to site so he could help out his teammates on the site. Should an execute go down, he can then teleport back up and retake onto the top floor and the middle floor to get the verticals back onto site.
Go for a crazy spin. And he comes around, he's got his one. The shoddy drop shot! And now suddenly the round flipped on its head. It's all up to Pox, and he's going to have to drop down this hatch. CAG not seemingly aware of his position. The vert attempted, comes out. Now they know where he is, and they can surely cut him to pieces. Chibisu goes for the swing. Finally, Cyclops are on the board, and they're silencing the Brazilian crowd.
Very silent indeed. I was expecting some sort of roar there from the crowd, but there is none at all.
None of Mika in the crowd that we saw on the cam just then. She is the one Japanese fan that they have imported here.
Who wins, one Mika or thousands of Brazilians?
Oh, look, she's an optimistic type. I don't imagine her spirit falling at any point in this series.
And I will say it's nothing less than KAG have deserved. They deserve to be much more competitive on the scoreline. Yeah. I think it was a really, really good execute, particularly Aniton being able to make that play. I'm presuming he did it off the back of Yin Condelas. Shotgun has the double kill, really opens up the round for his team. Here we go.
Yeah. Bang.
Drop shot.
Drop shot. Bang.
Yeah. Drop shot.
We've got to have some Rainbow Six bingo. Getting drop shot by Aniton. whether it's on a shield or on a shotgun, that's an inauguration for any player.
He's currently the saving grace of CAG, at least from the fragging department.
8 and 3 at
He's
the moment.
the one that's holding his own in the gunfights.
Not just that, but also think he's taking the pressure on the operators that he's playing. If you're playing the shield, you're playing the glass, playing the Ying, it's all down to you to execute, to find that way forward for your team.
Yep.
Just like last round, he's in the bomb site first. He gets the 2 kills. His teammates, they just follow in. It's clear already.
I love the reaction that the CAG players had as well. A lot of teams 4-0 down, first map of a grand final, your map pick as well. Maybe when you win that round and make it 1-4 would be relief. For CAG, they were just loving it. They were like, it wasn't we finally got one, oh, we've got an uphill battle. They're just enjoying being here despite that scoreboard pressure.
And also, to put this into context, yeah, this is CAG's map pick, but Furia, as you said, best defense team in the tournament on a defensive-sided map to kick things off. If CAG can make this a 2-4 split, perhaps we're not to be so worried for the chances of the Japanese.
We spoke of the EMPs, bandit walls in the wall, just rotate it off. If they do it right now, we know the coast is clear, that wall should be opened up, and that will mean the first step. Come on, commit to it. You got this Black Ray, second EMP through. Should be a done deal. Little bit nervous.
What?
The second EMP must have missed.
Did they miss it?
They missed it.
How?
The first one hit it, the second one didn't land in the same area. They get set because they were hesitating. Gotta commit.
I know you're a lover of bandit tricking, Nick, and I know I was expecting KZ to be out there on the bandit trick. He ran away, free wall, and then they've not got it.
They lost to nothing, essentially.
What they did. What I will say, it might now force CAG to go and clear out that top floor, which generally is the preferred way to approach this site.
And they can't get the exterior and this internal wall. It's going to be either or now. So they can't, once again, plan A is probably done already. They gotta go to plan B and look for a different way in towards this map. We're looking to Anaton once more on the Ying shotgun to say, guys, I can carve a path in this specific area, but there are so many different directions, so many doors to worry about. You have to show up elsewhere. Arkoli, I just checked, he does have his glasses on. He has off glass performance, 0 fire right now. I want to see this guy show up, get his first kill, because I think right now he might be in his own head. He's not gotten that. Oh, it's fine. I got my one. Once he breaks that curse, I think he'll be fine, but he has to get there first.
Ideally, what we need here from CAG is to at least breach that exterior wall here. And it is possible if Arkali throws a nade from the internal door that we're looking at just here, he could clear out all of those, the batteries and enable that breach.
He might have just done it. I think he just did it.
Yeah, Damn, give me a color commentator.
Look at you, James.
Give me my
gone.
color commentator.
No, he's
right
stuff,
here.
James.
And nobody kill as well. Here they're gonna go. Will they go all the way in? Smoke's coming out again. Warden is banned. Echo Drone and 1 C4 can maybe save Furia this time.
Well, let's see how this pans out. Is CAG going to commit to it? Black Ray forcing it down, but a spray through the smoke works out for Leapox. And now Jibitsu is forced to go in deep. Out comes the bearing, he spots his player, and now the side is his to behold, but he's going to worry about these vertical angles. Can he force down a plant? In a 4v2 now for CAG, but we've been here before, getting spotted. Another bit of Urk comes out. Hertz and JV need to be pressured right now, so they can't afford to look down through the vert. The flashbang comes through at the perfect moment. Anaton, he's up with the shotty again. Now it's all up to Hertz, but right around that corner, guess who's waiting for him? It's time for another flex from Anaton. He rounds it, and he puts him down. CAG have made it back. It's par for the course, baby.
That was such a good round. So well played by CAG. They realized their mistake. They realized that they needed that breach open if they were going to attack this bomb site at all. Took them a while to get it open. They got it open. And then the clutch factor of Anaton to throw a Ying Candela up there on the top floor and then push in as Ying, as his teammates are getting the plants down. Because what happens there if you're a defender? You either focus on Anaton that's pushing you, or you focus on the planter and Anaton gets the free kill and you play the score, the man advantage out from there.
And you saw Fury, they were trying to go for the planter. They saw the Candela, they completely ignored it, trying to get down the guy below, thinking their timing will be off. I was thinking to myself, Anaton is late. He should have been there maybe 10 seconds earlier, because if Fury hit one of those shots from the verticality, the planet dies again.
It was so close. Like that Ying Candela could not have gone off at a better time. I mean, arguably 0.5 seconds earlier would have been a little bit, you know, it was a bit closer comfort. But CAG, 2 rounds?
Yeah.
Arguably could have been, maybe should have been 4 rounds.
Yeah.
That's not too bad. They'll feel settled into this now.
Statistically speaking, 2 for half on layer, especially when you're the underdog, is a great place to be, at least in my mind.
I will say, CAG Osaka, in terms of attack, they've been significantly better this tournament. Before this game, 51% attack win rate. Got them 4th out of all 20 teams at reload, which is absolutely excellent.
That's incredible.
They're moving on to their defense. not too good. They are in the bottom 10 teams for defense at only a 51% defense win rate, which is not particularly good. Fury, on the other hand, 68% defense win rate. So it's a big variation.
Well, the thing is, okay, what's Fury's attacking win rate then? Just for the contrast of like attacking.
52%.
Okay, so interesting. So Furia is that much better on defense.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Furia straight away, they've gone with the Bandit Cade ban. They've realized the value of breaching onto this map. They want to get rid of it. Get rid of absolutely everything that CAG can do to deny those walls. The only thing really they can play is a mute or maybe play for those impact tricks.
And on the flip side, CAG, they've targeted individual nerfs to them, right? The Dogebi calls to make their phone screen, to force them off the camera, utility, and of course Deimos, so they can't just go downstairs, go for a track, and pick her apart one by one, because later on, Fury can just go for a mute ban as a final one, that's triple wall deny, plus that Deimos gets really opened up, same with Dogebi. So I think they're both playing long-term, like, okay, how do we want to start off the orbital ban phase, but how can we leverage those bans to make that third ban even better or more flexible later on?
And at this juncture in the round, the player that I really want to focus on for Furia is KZ here, droning himself down below. I'm sure he would have loved to pick that Deimos, but in its absence, the Buck will do just fine at creating vertical dominance here against KAG, denying any players from below and making sure that Furia have good crossfires, both from below and directly onto these players on the side, hunting them one by one.
I love this. We're seeing Capital downstairs helping Bok. And the reason for this is Bok is the first step. Do the vert, get the breach, then you work from there. You know, get rid of those like key positions on the bomb side. Capital is needed later on for the bomb plant attempt or the bomb site execute. But so many teams, they'll send down Bok downstairs to get the first step done. Without support, he dies to a flank. Furia, yes, it's a slow round for them, but it's because they're playing this perfectly and nice and slow, trying to go for that 5v5 execute.
And just very quickly on the Capital now, of course his Capital bolts now do get taken by Jaeger ADSs in play. Blackray will be playing on that Jaeger.
Keep in mind for the late round, we also have that Yokai in play. Keep that in the back of your mind.
Thing is, there's not much outside of that. Yes, you got Toxic Babes, and honestly, I'm gonna take that back. There is a lot left. With the timer ticking low, those smokes will get higher and higher value. I feel like Furia, the Bok downstairs, or a great fire arrow has to make or break this round. If not, then at least it comes down to excellent gunplay from Furia and brute forcing gunfights.
It's time delay here for CAG as keeper barriers. Just blocking off these windows. They want to burn the clock as much as possible, but Furia has cleared out this key position behind the desk.
It's great use of the Bok. As you said, pressure is getting more and more value. CAG forced further and further back, but they're getting the smoke in the right position right now to go for a plant deny. They're reading each other quite well. It will come down to those entry gunfights. Still waiting. Wall comes out, smokes the counter. 5v5, 24. Yokai drone is ready for it. This could be a time round.
With no pick here for Furia, how on earth are they going to make this work? The Yokais both have snuck into sight here, and they're both in position. Shuri also through the vert. He finds the kill on a KZ down below. Will these light walls be enough to enable the plant? No, they won't. Not with the Yokai up. But there's 4 seconds left to play, and Anaton has another Yokai. It comes on through, and every player from Furia will fall. Furia far too slow on their attack, and CAG will lap up that first defense.
This is one of those mature rounds that I'd like to mention for CAG. Previous CAGs of old would not have played into the time as the win condition as perfectly as CAG just did. They knew what Furia was setting up for. They kept themselves alive. They stayed out of line of sight of the Buck. They allowed KZ below to basically chase the ghosts. Snuck the echo cams in, snuck the Yokai drones in, perfectly timed smokes, and ultimately, as the plant was going on, they were already in a 5 versus 3, and then threw enough bodies that they can just keep forcing it through until they win the round. They did it flawlessly.
They also didn't tunnel vision. I saw Echo right before the plant was going down. He was flaking one of the other cameras in the hallway. He saw a backstab was coming, made the call, and then we saw a player, I forget which one from CAG, turn their attention from the bomb site plant to the flank instead and shut that down.
It goes to show as well the impact of that Dokkaebi ban. It wasn't just, oh, let's get rid of a fragger, let's get rid of a roam clear. It's actually, let's get rid of the counter to how we want to play, which is using that Yokai, which is using those cameras to watch for those backstabs that Furia love too much.
It was kind of funny for for Furia because they must have been droning the bomb site.
Yeah.
They must have been booking below the bomb site. Like, where are these guys? Can we just go for this?
Yeah.
And then they still took an age to do it from there.
I mean, the Kag of all would have been running, peeking people.
Exactly.
Not realizing that, as you said before, Jack, the win condition was the timer and man advantage. So as long as CAG don't give up players, they don't need to get kills. They got the time on their side. They've got that 6th player. And at the moment, it looks
Are they
like
feeling pressure, James?
in the technical pause, Akali is getting a little bit of a back rub and having a banana.
So I was just in the top-down view that we have here as commentators, and like what happened during the plant attempt. The Toxic Babe went out in the middle of the bomb side, kind of shrouding the line of sight and stopping the entries, and that's pretty much what gave CG enough space to walk in past the Bok Vert host. Bok was already past deep the first line of sight. They sprint past him. The rest is history. CAG, you said earlier, Jackie boy, they are only 1 round behind now, 3-4, but they could very much have been ahead 2, maybe 3 rounds at this point had those clutches not gone against them. That's incredible just to think about.
Yeah, especially considering, you know, where we are. And I think CAG, they're coming into this big underdogs, don't get me wrong. Even still.
Okay. Gold. Black ice. Come on, get it, guys.
It's always like that, isn't it?
It do be like that. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Hit the tricep.
I gotta tell you, it's not often that the Brazilians cheer for someone that's not Brazilian.
Yeah.
But they see game, they respect game when they see it.
Oh, here comes the thighs.
Here are the quads. Oh my God.
I'm surprised the jersey's staying on, to be honest.
At the moment,
I was just about to say this. Have you seen CAG in the gym at the hotel?
No, I've
been in the gym 2 or 3 times, particularly with Aniton. Topless in the gym every single time. He's on the bar doing pull-ups, just overlooking the mountains in Rio de Janeiro, loving life.
He's earned it, to be fair.
Yeah.
He's rocking it well. Dude's counting his macros, that's for sure.
We're gonna go in. All right.
Round number 2.
Come on,
Let's see.
don't disappoint us.
Ooh, black eyes.
Oh,
Black eyes. Black eyes.
Oh, it's a bait! It's a bait!
Not quite what we're looking for.
Looked like it for a second.
Gotta tell you, right, look at the contrast here. When we have a look at the players down on the stage, these CAG guys, they're flexing, they're laughing, they're having their bananas, they're playing with the crowd. Furia, all locked in. All conversations. Oh, here we go.
Go on.
Go on then.
Oh, this guy's unreal. And I gotta say, I know there's been talks about the Mickey Mouse event and who cares and who doesn't care and who's really putting all into it. I saw yesterday when Furia they won and made the grand finals, sprinting to the crowd, their partners, their family, their close friends were there.
There was tears.
It matters so much to them.
You can't tell me that these teams don't want to win. You can't tell me that winning here in front of the home crowd doesn't mean everything to Furia. A lot of these players actually live not in Rio, but in Sao Paulo or in other states here in Brazil. They all travel here. I've spoken to so many Brazilians who have traveled across the country to come to this event, to see their favorite team or their son or their boyfriend come and play in front of a huge crowd cheering their name.
Means what every player wants. The CAG, they've been the nice guys, the fun guys, going out early in tournaments, and they find themselves still the fun and nice guys, but at the highest level. And I know, regardless of what happens here, they're going to look back to this and just be so proud of themselves.
We'll get into the round for a second, but I will say, it feels like the crowd have 2 favorite teams.
Yeah.
They want Furia to win, but their second favorite
like
is
CAG.
Yeah.
I think CAG can earn more of the crowd as they keep performing. Akali's on the board.
There we
I
go.
don't know if he got one last round because we had the rehost, but he is guaranteed on the board now at least.
That's his first kill.
Yeah. There it is. That curse has been broken. He said, okay guys, 5v5 time. Numbers are even, and they start off this round that could put them to a 4-4 even scoreline in a 5 versus 4 plus. Nate is in the Monty, JV is on 0. This is a very slow-paced round for Furia. It's about map control, information, watching flanks, and denying utility.
And of course, we are going down to that basement site. That will be the sledge off the board, but very, very fortunately for Furia, they do have that redundancy in for Leapok's playing the RAM.
Yeah.
KZ also has that secondary shotgun as well.
there's few ways for the attack to gain any like easy kills, right? There's no Capitao, Dogepi Demons are both bent away. It comes down to, you don't even have grenades anymore because Sledge is dead, like you said. So yes, they can gain information, they can have the Vert, but how are they going to force a plant attempt or a bomb site execute, especially when that first Ram Boogie drone gets impact grenaded immediately, and there's 3 more impacts waiting for the following ones. Second impact going out, and again, the Vert is very limited, and they're still roaming above.
You still wonder about that for CAG. Furia, they're trying to do a half clear. They're trying to use nade on the Monty to try and get a plant off, but there's still roamers out there on the middle floor that can retake. There's still the defenders inside of sight. Feels very risky to me.
Time will be a problem.
And also, I believe they found a few of these Vulcan canisters as well. That's the late round utility that'll be so essential. JV's actually on a little bit of a lurk, but Shurip and Chibisu are both still on this roam.
Yeah, the question is timing, right? You have no real info for defense. The only one is if they hit the bomb site doors, surely Shulip has to know something's up, but for now, they are only guessing where the attackers are coming from. And they're right by those doors, smoke goes out perfectly. That's one less smoke to deal with the Munty. Only one left in pocket, Goy canister already used earlier as well.
The Dread Mines as well will alert CAG to the direction of this Furia push. Doesn't matter if you've got that Monty, if you're blind. Another smoke goes out, but Anaton is caught unawares, and Furia are able to find their entrance to the side, but Shuri finally comes to life. It's all up to JV, and this is why Furia cannot afford not to address the players on the roam, because Shuri come back to bite them. Great usage of the Vulcan from JV. Nade comes in to support, and now JV, he's farming. It's all up to Shuri. He's the player above, and he's done so much damage already. But Nade is forcing that plant down. And now in a post plant, it's nigh impossible for CAG to retake.
Fire is still there, just evaporated. The Monk's gonna block his path and just bother him, bully him. This is risky for Nade though. If he finds the right melee and pre-fire, he might go down.
The only way to do this is to enable that guard break. Deal a little bit of damage. That's a decent amount. MP7 doesn't pack a punch. Time is ticking away, and Nade is perfectly happy to be playing this time game because he's still got JV to support him anyway. There's nothing in for it. Oh, it's a fickle attempt here from Shuri, but he's going to keep trying regardless, desperately looking for a shot, and finally he realizes it's GR. Furia have finally got themselves back into it on the attack.
And seemingly out of nothing as well. You know, it was JV making a huge play into sight. It was KZ making a huge play into sight, winning more than one engagement, I will say. For the most part, CAG had the win condition. They had the verticality. They had everything. And it was popping the Goyo canister for JV.
Yes, it was.
They got it to a 2v2. Nade's in front of another defender. He can call him out. JV picks up that one, and then boom, 2v1 post plant. And I think, actually, with that Monty exhibition that we've just had, we might be seeing the shield break getting buffed a little bit more.
Certainly. The Des kind of highlighted some of this on border is Leo and good Gabriel Laxing saying, yes, they got good individual skill, but the teamwork, this was Furia having a duo system right now, Nade and JV covering each other, making that progression forward. When Monty of Nade was getting aggressive here, getting meleeed, he stepped in behind him. We see Goyo right there dying while meleeing mid-animation, and it saves his teammate and they get the kill.
Yeah, it makes you wonder for CAG, what are they going to do if they keep coming up against this Monty? Because every attempt, everything they threw at them, absolutely fruitless. Also, Furia seemed pretty comfortable at dealing with what CAG brought to the board. We mentioned the Vert game. That mirror was basically just a non-pick.
Yeah, there was one in pocket. The mirror died with a mirror window.
Oh, that's not great.
At that point, Anaton just like literally bring Oryx, bring anything, just some kind of util, something a little bit more useful.
How many rounds is that now, Nick, that we feel that CAG maybe could have, maybe should have won, right? Maybe 4?
It's a 3, maybe 4.
3, maybe
1 is arguable, yeah.
Okay, so this could be done already.
This could be done already. But Furia in that late round just have that experience. They have that nous. They have that prowess to just find a way to get over the line so far.
That's that 1% difference that can make or break a round of Siege, and Furia, they got 5 players with more than, I think, 1% of skill level and experience, of course, on the board. These guys have made a lot of grand finals, and they've won 75% of them so far. Incredible scoreline. It's another early, slow start for Furia, no surprise there, because again, they're respecting CAG if anything right now, not taking that risk, not saying, we can just outgun them, we can just walk on it, we own this place. No, 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 you have to earn it still, round by round. They've seen that in the last, well, 8 rounds of this game.
Another way to interpret that stat, by the way, is Furia haven't lost the grand final in 2 years.
That's also pretty insane.
And as this 5 never lost the grand final, because of course the one they lost, Julio was playing on the roster.
Of course, wow. Great usage of impacts, teamwork together, Shuri to take down that Blackbeard of Herds. A significant numbers advantage for CAG, and in theory, right, the round should be done. But we've seen 2v4s before from Furia, so what's a 3v5? Gotta hold on. Don't expose yourself to those gunfights! You have the radicality, you have the bomb site. If you're the anchor downstairs, just hide, pick a nice comfy corners, and have your teammates play around you. This can still fall apart for CAG.
It's a tough one for Anaton because you don't want to inhibit him. You don't want him to not make the aggressive plays because he's the one who's been fragging. But then when it's a 5 versus 3, you do want to inhibit him because you want to just win the round out.
It's about understanding your role in every single round, and that one was about passive play from Anaton. A flank going out for Akoli, plenty of time, but look at this, just like that. Fury, they're back in the reins. CAG need to stay on top of this round. Akoli's going through. Oh my god. Everybody else has been accounted for by Furia. Akoli needs to come through with a big one, but he's put down before he can get back to sight. Furia, map point before you know it.
You give them an inch and they take a goddamn mile. You cannot let them ever have a sniff of winning a round because they will find a way.
That round, unlike the others, might be more of a tilter because there are so many ways to win that round by simply doing nothing. You're on the defense, you can have so many different conditions. Verticality, crossfires, numbers advantage, information. They had no good options to brute force anything. We didn't see a Monty and a Capitan, a Grim and a Demos, like fancy stuff from Furia. They just walked in like they owned the place. They just won gunfights.
I was kind of just wondering, what do CAG ban away here? The immediately obvious answer, I think, was the Montaigne. It allows them to play some of the bomb sites a little bit more effectively. Of course, the information provided by Nade when they were all the way down in labs in the basement were able, it was able to win Fury of the round. So I'm not surprised to take that one away.
Oh, yeah, tough call. That last round, though, was a bit scary. I mean, again, another round where there was such a significant lead for CAG, and it slipped away. We've had, what, 2 2v4s and a 3v5 now? We've had a lot of moments where you think, yeah, it should be over. And you even said it, the round should technically be over. And I think in a lot of matchups, it does follow that term. You kind of know when things are done and dusted, when things can keep up. You never know with these guys. And the same thing can be said for CAG. Yesterday, in their final round to qualify for the grand finals on Border, they were up 6-3. And they do like a full bomb set rush that doesn't work half the time, if not more often half the time. They did it flawlessly. You never know what these guys will do and how well they will do it.
Amazing illustration by the guys down on the desk on that one in the pre-game, I will say.
Can I just point out something I've seen teased out here by Furia? What's that? Well, we know it and we love it. CAG like to bring the Ying, they like to bring the shotgun. But did you know that KZ is partial to it as well? I do now. Nade, you bend the Monty where you play the Blitz instead as well. Shotgun? I mean, APAC, they're the founders of being shotgun. It would be one way to take them out in the first map by using it against them. Now, Furia, for the first time, are playing for a very fast, or aggressive at least, execute style. It's about the smokes are gonna come out, the glass, the Ying, the Blitz will lead the way forward. They need to get the opening kills. The way to win this round, if you're CAG, you need to shut down that push and win that first initial gunfight. Just cheeky. Oof. Cheeky bait there. KZ with the pistol, no less.
And in fairness, you wouldn't expect a player on the upside down rappel of that door.
No.
Very, very rare that you would see that.
Very clever, the timing here from Furia. Using the cover from KZ to make sure that Herds gets his Rotero drones safely in the building. Yeah, this is the thing, they're just prepping for the push. Clear the barbed wire in the right positions, get that first exterior wall inside of Ops room, and then when everyone's ready, they're just gonna send it all the way in. Oh, Herds actually might send it right now. He's just crossed on through. He does get the opening here by Shuri. A very devilish position, and another 3v5. Early in the round here for KAG, but guess what? Nade's going deep. A C4 from Anaton. It's desperate times for Furia, and that calls for desperate measures. KZ with his shotgun tries to send it up, but CAG have read this perfectly. They're using their gas, they're using these keeper barriers to lock out these positions and make sure that Furia can't go right now, can't take advantage of the chaos. We're saying we don't want those gunfights. We're peeling back. It is catch that second last Candela. Last one in point going out. You have 1 HP. Rotate's not quite good. Still can't get in. The flash is done and dusted now. Just gotta brute force the gunfight. There's no more flashbangs.
Should be a done deal for CAG, but we've said that before. Low HP on KZ, but he's trying to bait at the moment for Felipox. It doesn't work out. An easy close and a flawless round for CAG. Their second of the match so far, and we can see Anderton. He says 2 more rounds. That's all we need, 2 more rounds.
Feels a little bit, I don't know what the word is, a little bit risky from a Furia point of view to try such a play. Now, I don't mind making the plays. I don't mind trying to push in, if you're hurt, push into the bomb site as the breach is going off. Be a little bit unexpected.
Yeah.
But like we said, CAG, they're kings of the unexpected. They're kings of the Ying shotgun. They know everything that's going to happen, and they dealt with it so well, of course. Shareet was ready for it.
I mean, there's 2 things right now. One is Furia being up 6-3. They can afford to take a round like that. That is highly risky, because if it doesn't work out, you're only looking at a 6-4 scoreline in your favor. And the second one is going to go back to that first top 4 defense of CAG, maturity. They once again, they play back. They play util. They're throwing issues at the problem instead of taking gunfights against the problem.
Okay, so here's my problem. I don't mind that they take the risk. I don't mind necessarily that they lose the round. Problem is, they're going back down to the basement bomb site. What's the reason that they won the basement bomb site? They had the Monty. It was a little bit fortuitous that they managed to get the Goyo canister kill in the 2 versus 3.
Yeah.
Similar round repeats itself. It could give KAG another round, because KAG actually played that round particularly well.
It is true. Worst case, there is the tertiary bomb site, which is a bit of a toss-up for me in how it comes down to execution. Also, we see all the operator bans. We have the full picture. Both teams, they have probably prepared themselves for, hey, Warden open, Warden closed, Muncie open, Muncie closed, because there is no operators right now that are like outside the norm. Of course, these might not be the exact operators that are banned every single time. It's pretty common.
Anderton's rocking the pocket mirror window again, by the way.
But the thing is, I'm not sure if this was the case last round, but this round he's actually put his mirror window on the roam. I think he's just placed his second.
So the last one is a side mirror, and the first one is a roam. But last time he forgot the roam one.
Exactly. So
okay.
For CAG, not only have they now got their roam mirror, but they also have this Valkyrie and a C4 on both Arkuli and Anderton. So I expect the idea here for the Japanese is to contest harder, prevent the vertical game that won the round for Furia last time.
Yeah. And when and if you give up the vertical game, you got C4s fishing for a kill. We gotta see Hurts and IQ really paying attention to where the cameras are and keeping track of that in his mind, or telling JB with Twitch, hey JB, there's a Valkyrie camera in this room in this corner. Go Twitch drone it before we into the door, because you see right now they're a little bit wary about the vert because they know there's gonna be a flip below.
This! Nate, team kills! Jimisu can take credit for that one. He's looking for another one as well. Nate, though, peppering a lot of damage onto the Goyo, an over peak, and he loses his life. He didn't know when to quit, and Nate will punish, refragging his fallen teammate, but Arkuli elsewhere goes aggressive. CAG back in the advantage.
That's a really nice play by Arkuli. He expected JV to go and support Nate onto Chibisu in that main lobby, ran, found the kill, and potentially can get himself back down to site. As it's turned out, 4 versus 3 man advantage, huge play.
Do not give them an inch, because they will take it all, like you said. First, they need to play safe keepings right now. Blackbeard finds another 4v2 with 2 separate CAG members, low on HP, one now injured and in the grave to the captain's on fire. This can still fall apart just like before.
Wouldn't take much here for Furia to bring this back and close the map right now. Blackray very low on HP. But what kind of information have we got on these CAG players?
There it is.
Finally, that sledgehammer starts working.
Reinforced floor. It's okay.
KZ's got one at home. I sure hope he's practiced using it.
Thing is, time is of course against Furia. There's still a C4, 3 toxic babes. So what CG can do right now, they can just smoke off one area, hold the other 2 with 3 guns alive. This hatch getting opened up might be a problem, because that's a bit of a wild card in the middle of the building, middle of that bomb site itself. Smokes, 2 in pocket, 1 fire as well. Here they're gonna go.
And the clock, though, is on CAG's side. KZ, his position now known. Up above, Nade sending out those smokes into the site for KZ. It's covered by Arkuli, but apparently not well enough, because Jureep's gone down. The plan is also going to be confirmed. From KAG.
How do they keep finding a way to win the round in the late round? I will say, terrific use of the fire in that late round. Get the plant, force CAG to make a mistake. By forcing the plant, CAG needed 3-2-1 onto the 2 attackers. They didn't. They were disjointed, and if you give them 1 versus 1s versus 1s, Furia are one of the best teams in the world at that.
it's crazy because there are 3 defenders alive, only 1 with low HP. If that was a guy with full health that was 5, he could run through it. The guy with no health who could not run past.
1-0 up in the series for the Brazilians, but there's still a lot more grand final to go. Don't go anywhere.
Available now.
Unlike Tag, you for the Pox has been in many grand finals, so we can feel that you just feel like you're home.
Yeah, a final is a final. We are playing to win always, and we are feeling at home. Of course, we are at home. We have the crowd cheering for us. So yeah, let's get this title.
That's your first grand final. I mean, that's a huge moment for you, for your region too. What are you feeling right now? Are you nervous?
To be honest, I'm kind of a little bit nervous. Yeah, I think it's the pressure from the crowd, but I'm a slow starter, so map 2, map 3, I'll bounce back.
No matter how tough you present, sometimes it gets the best of you. There's a lot of pressure on CAG, regardless of whether people expect them to win or not. They are putting pressure on themselves to perform here, and we saw it. There were opportunities. CAG had so many advantages. They slipped away.
Yeah, it's always the same story with them. You look at the first 4 rounds, and in many scenarios, they have the man advantage and they give it up almost consistently. Yes, the nerves are here, but I'm in the shoes of CAG right now. Nobody expects them to beat Furia. There is no reason to be nervous. And if you look at this, you know, the first 4 rounds, they were not problem-solving anything. Then we arrived to that round 8, and they're back in the race. They're back at problem-solving. They're back at playing together. But yet, consistently, even in a man advantage situation, look at this. This was a 4v2, and still they lose these rounds. It keeps on happening and happening. And once again, Furia exploiting the weaknesses and the lack of discipline on the side of CAG.
Yeah, it's definitely a lack of discipline on CAG, and this is reminding me of what CAG used to look like. Not the CAG that we just hyped up during the pre-match, because the CAG that we saw during the pre-match was problem-solving. They were playing a fundamental sound and a game of Siege. We're here now, we aren't seeing that. Even playing into the bans, you're removing certain operators and not bringing a buck to play vertical pressure that's going to help your take, let alone cutting corners, not droning certain areas. That, again, Furia is going to 199.9% of the time going to take advantage of.
A zebra never changes its stripes. It's true for CAG as much as it's true for Furia. Furia are always in that moment.
Afama, look at the opening kills to each side.
Wow.
CAG has always been in the winning position and getting that first entry kill, especially from Anakin, but then immediately, whether it's not understanding what they want to do, not understanding the approach, or just not playing together.
We can see right now the potential in CAG. We can see them being in control of most of the rounds, at least in the beginning and in the middle of the round. The real issue, and it keeps on happening, is the late round.
Yeah.
They need to understand, let's stay close to each other, let's make a reset or a freeze call, and let's punish the aggression on the side of Furia by being together and trading. And that just doesn't happen right now. It needs to happen on Bank.
It absolutely has to, because I'm telling you right now, CAG Osaka, you can see the pressure is on. But we have Fox by the telly to break it down.
Furia loves playing from a disadvantage. They weren't getting the opening kills, but strategically, they were always one step of the way. So we can easily break down their hold on this mid-floor site. They're holding top floor. So first things first, JV92 is locking anybody coming from study. KZ with the holes locks anybody from bathroom side. And the most important part is Herds and Felipox with the shotguns and the smoke to be able to lock down the green stairs outside area, making it so difficult to get in that CAG wasted 2 minutes trying to attempt to take top floor. CAG knows we're in a position that we need to make something happen. What do? They go for an amazing site hit, right? They have Anakin and Black Ray able to push in through the door. Chibisu death marking and being able to walk through the breach to push onto Nade. And the last player with the death mark on Nade pushes Nade all the way to Shureep, who's able to catch the beautiful kill. And CAG does a great job of understanding next step. We don't have top floor control. We need to plant in the smoke. They're luckily enough able to get that smoke off. They get the case down and they give up sight. What does Furia do in this position? They understand they don't have top floor, they don't have downstairs control. Let's just retake site, and they do it off of an amazing JV92 play from Medbay, where he's able to get the first pick, position behind the pillar, and he stays alive. And this is so crucial. Him staying alive, able to shut down the second person, puts CAG in a position where they lost complete control over pillar, and they weren't able to do anything once that defuse came down. And Furia, honestly, have looked amazing mentally and in game when it comes to their gun skill, and we have so much, many more plays that we can get to watch after a short break.
here we are. We have 3 keys of Game Pass to give away for the fans, but they need to answer the question right.
That's right, Maria. So not only do you get Game Pass, you get 3 months of it, and you get exclusive items in CJX when it comes out that nobody else get their hand on, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to ask some questions right now. Starting with you, sir. Question number 1. Who did Furia beat to get into the final?
To get into the final, I came to the game yesterday. It was, W7M.
Correct, W7M, you get a pass. Should we get another one in?
Yeah, another one.
You ready? Okay. Where did the last 6 Invitational happen?
In Paris.
No! No. You know.
São Paulo.
Oh, it wasn't Sao Paulo. Does anybody know? The last one? The most recent one.
Boston.
Boston! He got it right. There you go. Okay. Should we ask one more?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Okay, the last one. Who did W7M beat in the final in Sao Paulo of the 6th Invitational?
Space Clan.
Correct, Space Clan. We got another winner. Another Game Pass. Thank you very much, guys. Make some noise. Vamos a hacer barullo. We got some more to give away, right?
Yeah, but they don't know that much about the game right now. I don't know why, but okay.
Maria doesn't look happy at that at all. Thanks to Game Pass for the rewards and giveaways, of course. We're back here for the grand final and time for us to dive into map 2. We go to Bank here, gentlemen. Is it an open playing field? Is this an opportunity for CAG to come back?
I mean, I'll let you take that with an opportunity for CAG.
For me, the real question is, do they have what it takes to beat Furia? We've seen that they have what it takes. We've seen it in the early and the mid round. Bank, huge map. But that's the one map where if you don't have discipline, you will get punished by roamers. They need to step up their discipline game. Bring Nomad, bring Gridlock. I don't care. Bring Deimos. Bring something to crowd control Furia, and you will win this.
If you're Furia, you keep doing what you're doing and what you do best, and that's being aggressive and being in the face and playing confident and play into those strengths. Obviously, you and Fox already highlighted, we're seeing a lot of team play here, but we even saw that last game, especially in those last 2 rounds. Even if you're in a 2v5, every player is a 5-man player themselves.
Gents, thank you very much for joining me here for Bank. Before we get underway, Maria was courtside with the coaches.
You were facing a 3-times champion. How does this affect your preparation for this game?
3連続世界チャンピオンのフュリアを対戦するんですけれども、これは皆さんの準備やメンタリティを影響を与えますか？
そうですね。まあ勝ったら勝利にふさわしい相手、その勝った時に俺らが本当のチャンピオンって思ってもらえると思うんで、相手にとって不足ないです。
Yeah, so I think if we beat them, this particular team, we're going to be the real world champions now. So the pressure's on them, not on us.
Everybody is saying that this is going to be an easy game for Furia. What do you think about that?
I think about the confidence in us, but I don't agree with this because CAG is playing very well in this tournament, and in the last map, I think we won because we are more experienced in finals than against them. So I don't agree with this.
Okay, I'm shaking, I'm nervous, and I'm not even playing, so let's go to the second map.
Maria's nervous, and understandable if you're a Brazilian fan. More so understandable if you're a Japanese fan. Map 1 was very close for CAG, though.
Yeah.
What do we think about Bank?
Well, I think we've not seen Furia on it, James. That's one of the big things. They've not played it yet at this event. It's actually the 2nd lowest played map in the entirety of this event after Skyscraper.
It's a bit of an unknown in this case, but also I will say Bank and then Lair, they are a little bit similar in some ways. There's a lot of map to work with, a lot of roaming, a lot of problem solving. So if anything, I think the first map was a decent warm-up for what's to come.
And for us, Pengu, this is our first time casting the modernized Bank here in Siege X. You guys at home reckon that Furia have got this 4-1. Let's see what CAG have got for us on Bank. The comeback, can it happen against the Comeback Kings?
important to hear from the players between maps during a series. Yeah. Arculi had a slow start, and we were kind of sitting there. He was 0-5 or 0-6 before he got his first kill. He sat down on stage with Maria. He's a player who naturally and always typically has a slow start. He will bounce back on map 2 and map 3. He now has to keep that promise because CHG, they need every single gun skill, every kill, everything they can use in this matchup.
And Arculi is a player who's actually only been on this roster for a month. He was on CHG a long time ago, previously, and then he went over to Crest, and then very recently, actually after CHG's impressive performance at the Boston 6 Invitational in February, he's come back, and I will say he's come in and fitting like a glove.
CAG have been making, I would say for the last 2 or 3 years, lots of roster changes to try and figure out what the best CAG looks like. Obviously, given we're an S-tier international event grand final and they're here and they're playing.
This might be it.
And they're playing well, I think this might be it, absolutely. But I will say for CAG, it is only upside. Like, we all know that Fury are favourites, and Fury are, let's be honest, the expectation is probably Fury are expected to win this 3-0, right? Anything above that for CAG is upside. They've only got upside. There is nothing to lose in this game, and you can see from their mentality, the way that their teams are speaking, the way the players are speaking in the interviews, just their demeanors as well. They don't feel the pressure, and that can make them quite dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, the context of expectation here is utterly insane. CAG were hoping but not expecting to make main stage, right? They never made main stage, despite playing at, 12 events in the past? Their first ever debut on the main stage, and then their first ever semi-final, and then their first ever grand final. It's been a week of firsts for the Japanese roster. Winning a map against the former world champions, I mean, that's just another cut above, and yet still possible. We saw that on Lair.
Yeah, I think even though Lair was a loss for CAG, there's also a big one-up for them, so to speak. That they showed that they can go toe-to-toe with Fury in so many different rounds, in so many different ways, besides the clutch factor. And clutch is something that even some of the greatest teams in the past haven't had that much of. You don't need to have clutch to be the best team in the world. Fury just happens to have it, and like at the highest level. This is cheeky.
A little minigame happening here in the garage.
I'm trying to work out if KZ knows that the Yokai Cam has seen him or not. It seems to be looking at the roof, so I think he does know, but he's not been able to get rid of it until now.
Genius, honestly. One smoke grenade for Yokai Drone. I'm gonna say worth. That second smoke grenade be utilized to try and take the gunfight, but here they come. 1, 2, 3 players.
But another smoke comes out. Is he gonna be able to find this one? He just needs to find the feed, but Shurip on the long angle finally takes down the Glaz. Thankfully, JV has come through just in time to get a refrag. Meanwhile, Philippox is actually snuck into the bank vault. There's 3 CAG players still alive. They have the numbers advantage, but Philippox is just about to change that. Chimasu's got no idea he's coming around the corner. And now locked out of the site. Blackray and Arculi trapped in server as JV brings that diffuser towards the site.
Should be a free plan right now. This UCG had no crossfires. Now they lack a way in. This plan will go down secured. It will be a 2v2 retake attempt from CAG.
How is it going to work out, though, with Blackray and Arculi coming from separate directions? And Philippox seems to have a good read onto the position of Arculi. An easy spray down through the wall. Everybody knows where Blackray is. Another numbers advantage for Furia that they pull out of their asses.
We often talk about IGLs in Siege, Nick. We often talk about IGLing around and the theory of around. We often also at the same time in that conversation hear the word shot calling. Now that was a perfect example of a shot call. KZ realized 3 of them had pushed Garage to get the kill on him. JV was supporting him and got 1 kill back. That was the trigger point. That was the shot call for Nade to drop site, for Philippox to drop site, to flood site. Because if 3 are in Garage, that means there is maximum 2 elsewhere in and around site. They get those kills and they clean it up from there. And I will say a big pop of the Goyo canister as well for the Philippox to trap the 2 players outside of site.
The thing that hurts me the most is that I think CAG made such a beautiful play using 3 players Garage, because we know some rank plays well. If you lose Garage control, there's so much bomb site pressure, that red hallway, you lose control over it. There are B-bomb as well. You just can't really walk through the bomb site anymore. So sending 3 players a clear Garage, genius. Glaz is dead, also genius. It comes at a cost, it comes at a price.
It was the right play by both teams. That's what you want in the grand final stage. CAG, the right play to get that kill onto KZ because he was a huge threat for them. But a great shot call and a great reaction straight away from Furia. Decisiveness to get that round over the line. Like, had the CAG players killed KZ, maybe a one-for-one trade, got themselves back to the fight. That play doesn't happen.
Exactly. And the thing about that basement bomb site is that it's pretty safe. You got reinforced walls, hatches, etc. When you're going top 4 on that second bomb site, you're thinking, oh, we can bring Castle, Asami, Mira. Well, 2 of those 3 operators are gone. It has been a Castle, Asami operator ban, which means the bomb site is very open with nowhere to really hide or play from. And off the rip, JV from ATM Repel.
It's a classic.
Gets a kill. You hate to be that guy that dies to it.
It's a classic in my ranked game. Yeah, I will say.
The shame as well because Jibasu having that DMR on the Aruni, he was one of those main operators that CAG wanted alive to contest. Those long-range fights. Hang on a second.
Yeah, he knows.
Lurking downstairs. KZ hunting for a kill. Full information on Arkuli. I only can imagine that he mustn't have activated his ERC7 disruptor on the Vigil, his gadget, to try and prevent those drones coming through, and it leads to his demise. And now Furia are really in the driver's seat of this match. A little pre-fire from Anaton is lucky that magnetized to KZ's head.
That's gnarly. They reinforced all the CEO walls as well, so that heaven portion where KZ was playing from was very safe, but they've lost presence now. We saw Shield and Filipbox coming out. Echo is a great counter to the Blitz. If you stun a Blitz operator, he's gonna sideswipe his shield, expose the entire core of his body and his head. So with one Yoga drone and one player looking for a swing, they can try and get this kill. Blitz hears it though. Yoga stun missed, and he's got backup downstairs from Hertz.
That Yokai is going to be deadly against this Blitz. It will force the shield back. However, a good shot from Hertz, and the Ryora comes out. The newest operator to enter the roster here in Rainbow Six, and people are still figuring out the best ways to use it. It's disrupting this crossfire. It's enabling Filipbox to push on forward to take these fights. But Shuri takes down the Blitz. Trade back from Furia. They have those numbers, but CAG are still alive on site.
Want to see those crossfires now, but there are none. Again, the team flash. Doesn't matter. The injuries through Anaton. 1 minute to clock this round with 50 seconds left.
What an angle from Anaton, but quickly traded by Furia. Another valiant attempt from the Japanese. But these guys, when they're on the attack, you just can't count them out. You can't ever. Furia are simply incessant.
What do you do now, Freshy boy? I feel like with Castle Sami, that bombs are just doomed, no?
Yeah,
it's hard.
That bomb site is so much harder to play, particularly for the bans, but also one of the previous tactics in Rainbow Six Siege. Core? Is that what we're calling it? The previous Rainbow Six?
You call it core.
When you could jump out of the CEO windows, you
can't do it.
You can still do it, but you will on ADS, and you are much more likely to lose that fight.
We saw someone do it the other day. I think it was FearX.
Yeah, it was
got the hip fire though.
Yeah, I think it was Rin on the hip fire shot.
We saw it in the show match. I will say the show match was played on Bank, and it didn't work out well whatsoever for us as a company. I will say Bank's a curious one because the basement bomb site, I think traditionally is the best bomb site.
Yeah.
Then I think a lot of teams prefer the CEO bomb site, but maybe now it will be open area as was the tertiary site, maybe will start becoming the secondary site.
The concern though is as soon as that Azami ban comes through, it's much harder to play inside of staff room because typically you want to be playing on that B-bomb.
I think Bank, and correct me, you know, this is very much from feel, but I think Bank feels attacker-sided. Teams are comfortable attacking onto Bank.
Yeah, it was in one of the recent seasons. I'm not sure if it's changed, but I know last year Bank was very much an attacker-sided.
Certainly more so with the new bans as well, and the way that you can compound them, because previously with the old operator bans, you could only ban one of the defenders. Obviously, both teams had to ban each side. Whereas now, when you're attacking it, you can ban 2 defenders as well. So you can get rid of the Azami and the castle and really force it into attacker-sided ban.
And you can ban whatever you don't want to deal with, and it resets on the flip side, right? So you usually say, oh, screw you defenders, you're going to have a miserable time, and they will only be that same way if CAG, when they go to attack, will ban those exceptional operators. So things will change around unless you mimic the opponent, but since CAG are starting on defense, when they get on attack, they could be down on a 2-4-1/2 again, backs against the wall, Fury a bit lead, and that's where you don't want to find yourself. Furia now looking for a play, server stairs and electric door. They have such a good idea of where those defenders are playing from. Archives, tellers, by the bomb site door, Blackberry upstairs and janitors. Right now Fury, they're applying pressure from 2 different areas right now. The bomb site and stockroom up above, but again, no Asami, very hard to hold.
Straight into a Doom Mine for poor Filipbox. A little bit of a spray through the wall from Blackray, but it doesn't find the Blitz as of yet. No more Goo Mines from Arkuli can be thrown upstairs. He's all the way back down on site. He's watching that hatch drop, which is oh so much more difficult these days, which changes to aiming down sights while falling. Meanwhile, speaking of falling, CAG have gone back downstairs, giving up this map control to Furia.
I think that's really good from CAG. We talked about them maturing, we talked about them playing for win conditions. Their win condition was not fighting out on the top floor. It was getting back to site, pushing themselves, as you can see from this top-down POV, into tellers, into archives, maybe even down the basement hatches if they need to, and then flank and drop onto the attackers as they execute onto site.
They're very much playing the map, but there's a block upstairs from Casey who can rip that floor apart and take archives and tellers control.
Alcala's position here, if he goes undroned, is absolutely massive, because he can cover the hatch drop and the window jump.
The question is, Furia, what do they want to accomplish? A flank right now with a yellow ping information, looking forward, knows to survive this elevator position.
Black Ray, he has to win that fight, and he does. Rare to win a 1v1 like that when KZ knows you're coming, but he does.
Stay alive now.
The advantage. That's the critical win condition, right, Jack? CAG need to just play passively. They have the advantage, and now they're looking to try and harass this blitz. Force him back. 25 seconds. The clock is CAG's best ally.
Just keeps stalling for time. There's one Yoka left the pocket. Another spray goes through. Doesn't find the kill, though. And Furia, they're locked out once more.
This is the concern for Furia. They haven't found the kills. They haven't found the plant. They have to go deep. But a kill from Philippox. They open the floodgates. CAG now, all they have to do is find this poor blitz planting on the side. The injure and the kill to come confirmed from Shurib. And Cyclops get themselves into the second map.
It's gonna be another one of those, I think, like Lair. Back and forth, weird rounds, different pacing, fast, slow. I love the Echo usage now. Two maps rather in a row where they can get information, lash out, make a play, and then chill back on the bottom side.
This might be stating the obvious, but given that Furia are better gunners than Cyclops, Cyclops are having the most success on their defenses when they're not fighting them, when they're scarpering outside of sight, when they're basically being ghosts. What they want is they want Furia to drone in position, have to re-drone it, check they're there, move, be fluid, and then eventually play for the late round. Because Furia, you know, I wouldn't say executing onto sight is their best thing. They want to be in brawls with teams. When CAG don't give them that boxing match, when they don't give them that brawl, Furia are showing some signs of weakness.
And despite that round being won by CAG, they're the ones that call their tactical timeout.
Yeah, and a lot of reasons for this, right? This could be you as a support staff talking about the third operator ban, really locking that in. Think about what you've noticed so far that is not going according to plan. You can also be noticing maybe a weakness from Furia, like Jack just mentioned very well there. They're struggling when you don't give them the gunfights. The issue is on Bank, without the castle, without the Asami, I feel like only basement and maybe open area, this can work. When you go Arkham Stealers, if you want to go that fourth bomb side, when you go top floor, you cannot hide from a fight. They will find you. So 50-50 in bomb success there. But I'm curious what CAG are thinking right now. Very much so. Oh. You guys can't see the operator bench just yet, but we can.
Spicy one. Spicy two, actually.
So they're matching the energy right now. There is an Echo band coming out from the side of Furia and a Dokkaebi band from CAG. Had Echo survived the operator ban phase, he would be even stronger because Dokkaebi would have been banned.
It's a smart ban from Furia. For CAG, they clearly have already planned that Dokkaebi ban to enable the Echo play, which we saw quite successful on Lair. For Furia, that's a reactive ban. They've seen how good CAG are with those obs tool operators, including the Echo and like the Valkyrie, and they want to ban that out so that we won't see Anderson playing that for the remainder of this half.
This is the biggest upgrade for me with this operator ban system, is that you can have your first two bans, which is prep work, expectations. The third and final ban that we just saw, it's reactive. Okay, this Echo is a problem, let's get rid of it. And on the flip side, now CAG, they need to prep more than one playstyle on this map, because they know if they ban the Echo, we have to go to option B instead. So again, the dynamic of back and forth and counterplay, reading your opponent, it's so beautiful to watch.
And what is option B in this instance? Well, CAG, they're going down to the basement bomb site. They've got the Valkyrie on the board, the Mirror on the board, and 4 C4s alongside the smoke. This screams the win condition, same old Bank that we've seen for literally years at this point. Nick, you were still playing when teams were attacking and defending it this way. In terms of if you get back down to the basement and then play for the plant denial with all of those on the board. As it is, there's a couple of roams going on as well. So the round could be won or lost here for CAG. Again, their biggest win condition has been getting to that late round against Furia. if they fight them here, this could be big risky for them, and I think that's why we're seeing them retreat.
Yeah, it's a fine line.
That timing for Chibisu was perfect, though. Could have been an easy swing there from that player on the top floor to cut him off, but thankfully he does get out alive.
It's about killing a drone and falling back step by step, but the issue is they've only killed 2 drones in the first 60 seconds, and they've fallen back mostly all the way downstairs, besides the main staircase itself. Actually, looking for a re-aggress. Nobody watching cameras right now. They've doubled up, and they're looking for this. This could be huge for them if they find a kill.
Deadly, who's that on the top? Oh, caught with his gadget out! KZ, sit down, son! Shuri now gunning for one, but Hertz gets him, and now looks to recompose. They do know that there's another player on this top floor, but Arkuli, he's scathed away over the front desk. There's a player repelling. Actually, as I say that, JV slinks back away again. Arkuli still not dealt with.
This is good because it forces Nade to go and drone the top floor. It forces Hertz to go and chase down this player. Yes, they get the kill, but it's wasted a whole minute. This is where the smokes, the 2 C4s that are still in pocket, can come into play, can be huge for CAG.
I will say though, Furia, they made a shot call very quickly saying, guys, we have to clear top floor player. Some teams there would ignore it, hit the bomb site, when the flying blade round will be a problem. So they bought themselves time by getting that kill, but now, that C4 right there is actually could be a risky one to use. It doesn't find a kill. Now you only have 1 left for a plant deny, 1 left for a fish later on. There's still 45 seconds to go. The time is still on the attacker side.
The one thing for Fury that they've got in pocket now is they've got 4 players alive. So as CAG are trying to play for plant denial, if it does happen, they can all push the bomb site at the same time and force numbers at this problem.
And there's a Valkyrie camera here in open area.
They got the fires, they got the bees, they're setting up the final drones right now. We're gonna see the U2 come out in a good old 3, 2, 1, execute down the hatch elevator, and one guy maybe dropping this A hatch with distraction.
It is going to be a rear push. Dangerous from Furia, but they have the numbers to make it work. And so down into the vault hatch, that's Nate. He's on the diffuser, he goes down. CAG have read this to perfection. They've got that camera in open area. They knew that this was a bait. They knew it was coming from the backside, and they were ready for it. But Philippox has found one. It doesn't matter, because the clock is on Kag's side, and that diffuser is cold on the floor in vault.
That's a big play on Mesa's flank.
Yes.
One thing is to attempt it, because you know there's enemies there, you know they have drones, because you missed them earlier. The reason why it's super, super risky, they didn't have information. There was no Monster Drone, there was no Valcam, I triple-checked. They raw-dogged the staircase and it winsed the round.
And when they did that main test flank, they caught a great timing, because I was clocking who was on drones. There was 3 Fury players on drones at that point. All of them droning out the middle floor. It was tellers, it was staff room, it was inside loan office, I believe, was the 3 drones. They had no coverage over main stairs. Who did they kill? They killed KZ on the IQ. Then what came in clutch? The Valkyrie camera in the open area that knew they were pushing the elevators, and the lobby side drops, and that's why they were able to position so well in the late round ready for these drops.
Yeah, sorry, I just saw that shot from Anderson on the lying garage. Absolutely filthy.
So this is how they got the perfect timings. When you're playing numbers disadvantage, you have to try and leverage, how much can you watch? So because there's, 3, 4 billion hatches, staircases, etc., and garage, they smoke off elevator hatch, have one guy watch the lobby drop, and then 2 guys can watch main stairs for one of them, and then the A hatch with the other. They basically even the numbers down and how many spots they can watch by using utility.
There's 7 entrances into that box.
Oh, you just counted it, yeah.
Main stairs, garage, 4 hatches, plus 6, and then the server room plus 7.
Yeah. So you have 3 defenders. There's 7 ways. Smoke off one, hold the others.
That's why that information that 2 were going lobby side was so critical.
Yeah.
And you want them coming down those hatches, don't you? Because that's when they can't aim down sights while they're falling in the new Siege X update.
It all comes together, James.
And it does. This round for me is the big one. It's the make it or break it, so to speak. It's that top 4 defense. If you can get a victory here, your bomb set will start unlocking, and you can go to a strong one afterwards, an open area, for example. If, however, you are unsuccessful, the best you can do is, of course, that 3-3 half. Getting this win right now could set you up for a 4-2, which defending on bank would be, so incredible.
And already for CAG, this round is better than the last time they defended CEO Executive, because they're not starting it 3 versus 5. They gave away 2 absolute freebies the previous time they defended them.
Let's see, Nate's going out, contesting that stock wall. Selma as well to breach it open. Again, without Disami, it's hard. With Sure dead, even harder. Again, Hurts, he lost that staircase, walks up, takes the gunfight, wins out, and buys so much space. He's gonna keep going, actually. He's not gonna slow down at all.
It's classic Hurts for you. He loves being the tip of the spear. He loves getting aggressive. He misses his shot. Anaton tempted to re-peek this. Push it. It's dangerous. Hurts goes deep in for it. He has to switch over to the pistol, and he wins the fight regardless. CAG are dropping like flies, and it calls upon Arkuli making his way from up the stairs, but there is a flank watch. Philippok sees him, but doesn't win the fight. It's all down to the Vigil now. KZ finishes the round for Furia. One left in the half for CAG to try and find some semblance of a defense.
I don't know if you agree with this, Mr. Pengu, but whenever we play ranked together a lot, and I'm coming back to ranked, whenever we play ranked together and we attack the CEO bomb site, have you ever been able to walk up square stairs so easily as Herds has been able to do?
No, because most people have one of those 4 walls open when a line of sight and they challenge you. This time, the wall was soft. Feet holes in the wall.
Yeah.
You're kind of selling that spot on the map and giving it to the attackers.
And that's 2 rounds in a row. CAG have been leaving it completely open for Furia, and you give Furia anything, they're going to take it. And when you've got a player like Herds, I know he very nearly whiffed the second kill, but in the end he got the second kill.
He did.
And that's the big thing. Gets himself in there, opens the round up, and again, not a classical Furia attack, you know, in terms of maybe wasn't the plan A for Furia, it's being able to find those kills and just compound it and snowball from there. That's exactly what this Furia team did.
I think it's much of a case of you drone, you look for a gap, and you go, guys, you can walk in this hallway for free. There was a drone in front of her to the inter-janitors that was spotting the Valkyrie in the corner. So it wasn't a mindless Ash play. It was very much him getting in from his teammates and just going for an opening. Because that the 5 versus 4, they can risk losing a player, but in the end, I mean, they get them all.
It's playing exactly what you see in front of you and what the defense gives you, and that's exactly what Furia did. Now we're going to go to open area and staff room for the 6th round as we see KZ making a very fast, very aggressive play the building as Nade gets the wall bang onto Arkuli as well, using that Lion to full effect.
Oh, but hang on a second. Anaton has not been accounted for. He'll find his kill and back on out. I don't believe that there will be a player in position in time to cut him off. The attempt, and I think Philippox has found it, that long-range angle. It's a bloodbath in the first half a minute of the round, and Shurip wins his as well, leaving both teams bloodied. A 3v3 with 45 seconds expended. Furia are keen to make this a pacey round.
CAG are fighting back, not playing for util, not playing for side. They want those TDM-like gunfights, high-fire weapons on the smoke, Mossy, and the reinforce.
I think Sharif's just been misdroned there inside of the teller's office twice, potentially by Philippox.
He's gonna wait, hold that angle, get that free pick later on. This means the other 2 players from CAG, they have to play their roles correctly, play safe, lure them in, give them that space to feel comfortable, then go for that backstab and lash out together. But there's so much time in this round, so much can go wrong from either side. They have so much bombs and inflation, but there's the backstab.
Shurip left unaccounted for. Nobody successfully droned him. He's found one, but if Furia are able to find that opening on the side, it might not matter. In the back of that smoke, Shurip looks for his way. No, he changes his mind. He goes back towards the main stairs. Blackray, low HP on site. Shurip can't decide, does he want to wait out this smoke? It's a 2v2 still, and Furia have the time to re-drone. JV,
not again.
No way. Almost a 3rd missed drone. Shurip shoots it. His position exposed. JV superior in the advantage, and he will win the fight. Off to Blackray now.
He took the 1v1. It's so risky, but it could have paid off. Blackray has the bomb side, has the C4, has the advantageous position, but he has to look for the isolated 1v1.
Is there information here for Furia? Do they know where this mute resides? SMG-11 in hand, he looks for the headshot, but Nade gives him a new haircut, and Furia lock in the rest of that half.
What's the difference there between the last time Furia attacked it and this time? They brought the pace, they brought the aggression, they brought the Lion, the pre-placed drones upstairs, they were aggressive, they wanted the gunfights with CAG. They didn't want CAG squirreling away, not giving them, because they didn't want to execute out there on site. They wanted to win it in the gunfights.
There's not one right way to play out that 2 versus 2, but I do believe playing together is going to get you a better result usually. I would have loved to see CAG both play by the bomb side, both seek out that kill, instead of playing one guy hide and seek, one guy aggressively looking for a fight instead.
And that's what, when Igor got interviewed by Maria, the coach of Furia, when he was interviewed by Maria, just before we came back, he said, I think the difference right now is that we're dealing with playing in the final better. We've got the experience of playing in the final. It's those kind of moments, because we can look at it from a top-down perspective. We see every POV. These players are in it, and they've got to communicate. They've got to make that decision quickly. Furia consistently across the previous map and this one are able to do that in a late round, whereas CAG aren't. And so far, because again, CAG have been competitive, they've had the right idea in a lot of rounds. So far, that's the differentiating factor.
Players look at things very differently. Some players, often like the IGLs, the leaders, they can almost take themselves out of the game and look at this from a top-down perspective like we are as well. CAG, they have recently, I said like in stage 2 of last year, October 2024, they adopted this new playstyle. That's still very recent, less than a year, changing from being very chaotic, very sporadic, all over the place, kind of in-your-face team, to playing more structured. And that comes with the inexperience of not looking top-down all the time, like other teams are doing.
Well, it's the flip of the switch. It's time for Furia to show us if they can hang it on defense like they can on attack. We've talked about how Bank tends to be one of the more comfortable maps for the attacking side, and CAG sure need to prove that here.
I think a smoke ban, by the way.
I was actually going to focus on attack ban. You talk about the smoke ban first, Nick.
I was going to say, I feel like banning out the smoke or the go speaks to being able to go fast, to not like have those annoying like time gators and of course plant deniers. And again, it's an operator that a lot of teams play on 2 of the bomb sites also here in Bank.
So Furia very often on Cafe, just speaking about the Twitch ban, they absolutely love banning away the Twitch. They often follow it up with the Bravos. We might see a little bit of a jump up, maybe not.
Potentially an exchange here. KZ, he's been spotted. Chibisu is able to find that head, almost misses opportunity, but that is a bit of a blunder from Furia's top fragger, typical top fragger, having a rough series here in the grand final today. Unfortunately for CAG, they can't maintain the numbers as Chibisu, the Nook, has been punished. Excuse me, Felipox spotted down below. That Nitro cell is not going to be successful, though it was a good idea. He's looking to try and make his way back towards the site. No, never mind that. He's continuing to roam.
So much action in the server, it's going very fast. Do you think you can make that point you want to make, Jack, before action happens again?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, we're going to hold it for now.
Let's talk about it after
We'll get back to it. Okay. So CAG, they get a foot in the door, they get a bit of map control, they get Felipox like low on HP now, and they burn out the only C4 left in the server. This is great, especially with that smoke ban. Time is on their side. Bit of a whiff there on the Candela, but you got more in pocket. You got to try and go again.
Lesion's proving a little bit of a difficulty here for the blitz of Anaton. Makes his way forward. Is there info on where this position is at JV? Yeah, and he wins it. Arkuli, though, did fall. It's an even trade. Does leave Furia worse for wear in terms of the HP battle, but Felipox finally finished off. Now CAG have the numbers advantage. They have to be sure not to give it back again. But guess who? It's Nade underneath the server hatch, and he's desperately looking for something a little bit more. Anaton likely to see him in a second, but not before he gets Shuri. He might get Annie as well. Hurts has come to support him. It's only Black-Ray left. Another numbers advantage for the Japanese that they simply cannot hold on to. And Nade has dodged both of those nades. All up to the sentry now, the striker rather, and he won't find a damn thing. He is indeed struck down by Herds. A great kickoff for Furia on their defensive side.
They're so stubborn. They are so stubborn in their positions.
Yeah.
They will not give up any single position on the defense without a fight. And why wouldn't you when you're Furia? Because you know that you can outgun anybody in the world. And that's exactly what happened. When we were in a 4 versus 4 scenario, 3 versus 3 scenario, it was all being played out in tellers, archives, open area, staff room, nothing on the bomb site. Somebody could have, honestly, somebody could have waddled in from garage, from dirt, from absolutely anywhere into the bomb site. There'd have been nobody there. It'd have been a ghost town.
It's tough because they had those Valkyrie cameras about that server hatch. They had the yellow ping formation. CAG, they did it well. They controlled the pace, they fought back, and they were really just gaining map control very quickly. And when they get to that 3 versus 2 with the blitz alive, use the blitz like a drone. figure out what server looks like. It was Hatch peeking first, then Blitz down the stairs, then Blitz goes to the ADS play. I don't think they realized the wall to the A bomb was actually soft and open.
No.
Otherwise, Anytoon wouldn't have taken that gunfight.
CAG had expended a lot of their drones and information on the middle floor. And obviously when they lost players and it got down to a 2v2, those drones are staying static because obviously the players are dead. There's no drone after death. Of course, not a concept that ever came in, and especially not into pro play.
Siege Mobile has it, actually.
So does CJX Dual Front.
Yeah,
there you go.
Okay.
I was getting the name. I was
nice On mobile, funny enough, I believe it has a battery. So it's limited how much
Same
you
on
can...
Dual Front.
Oh? I've never exhausted a battery in my life.
Really? On Dual Front?
Really? It has a battery in the one?
Maybe that was an early build I played.
Okay. It may or may not. I actually don't know about that. But yeah, not a mechanic we have. It was in test server for a short moment, not in the live build, however. Operators from CAG now looking a little bit unusual. I see an Amaro, a Gridlock, a Sophia, and I'm thinking they gotta cook with the strat. DD, the coach of CAG, was told to me he creates these pocket strats for the team and they execute them.
There's lots of sound.
Look at this. Okay, there's a lineup.
There's a lineup. There's lots of sound here. The Gridlock track stingers, the Sophia for the stuns, the Doe could be called.
Warden,
wait for it to come online.
Warden Echo, a C4 that can drop the hatch and go below. And maybe CAG actually gonna change their approach now with this rotation from Capital, but there are 4 players outside CEO. You can see Furia, nothing's happening in the server elsewhere. They know they have to be going for these window plays.
Some kind of set piece, and the central piece will be Shuri on this Aruni, but Omaru rather, he needs to have an impact, but guess what? Bullybox tosses his out and finds 2. Nothing for CAG to do now. 3 versus 4 still on their windows. What are you gonna do when Furia put a dead stop on your plan like that?
Sami buys so much space. The lack of operator ban working the side of Furia right now. I thought he was gonna jump out for a second there, but again, with that hipfire change, not worth the risk. CAG, they spent one of their fires. They have a spare in pocket. If they rotate over Capital or use those grenades on Chibisu, they could force Felibox out of the corner and perhaps get a kill back. It's a rotation. They're not sure what to do right now. They're pretty much locked out of the map.
Oh, it rolled off, stuck in a lens. Unfortunately, that castle barricade cannot be cleared now by CAG. Could not get themselves in the position in time. It's going to need to come down to Anaton, coming here from the front desk side, coming from those stairs. Aggressive peek from KZ, he loses his life. That might be the in for CAG, but Anaton loses his. I think that might be the end of it for CAG. Furia, though, a couple of their players bloody. They need to make sure to land these shots, and they do. Easy close. And Furia continue to march their way forward. It's match point here on Bank for Furia. CAG barely able to find their way into Bank.
It's heartbreaking because it's so close and you see the vision, and yet we're so far off pulling that off once more. Whether it's the Asami or Felibox getting the first kill, the guys, Spider-Man repelling in lobby and then getting the second, not, clearing Felibox with the grenade afterwards. It's those very small mini games where CAG are losing out again.
It's ultimately the difference between a good team and a great team. I think that's the best way to put that there, Nick, is like CAG are doing a lot of things right, but they're not doing everything right. And I think specifically the one thing that I'm loving from Fury here, Hertz did it in the previous defensive round. Whenever his teammate was making a play or having a play made on him, went and supported him from side. Here, when Fullyfox is making a play, he makes a great play. Anaton tries to refrag that, and I believe it was Hertz or Arkuli that stepped in. Not Arkuli, sorry. I think it was Hertz that stepped in to try and cover the back. We saw Anaton get himself off that Spider-Man rappel because he was being contested. He was the best player to refrag Fullyfox, couldn't. So it's all these mini little moments of aggression where Fury are doing it together and in sync, and where CAG are just falling into that.
A big weakness in last round to me is just how slow they were at setting it up. You saw Fury all looking at the CO windows. It's gonna happen, guys, because they're not in lobby, they're not in heaven, they're not in stock.
Exactly.
So either you gotta go fast for those pocket strats, or you need to fake it by applying pressure elsewhere, poking and prodding, and then go for your strategy. CAG on the attacking side now, when it's no longer a base and roam clear, are struggling at controlling the pace. It becomes more readable for Fury because of it. Glass, a Ying, a Blackbeard. Dare I say this might be another pocket strat. There is no warden this time. No real counterplay. Smoke is banned. Remembers that they want to go fast. When you gotta go for these fast strats, you need to actually go fast. No slowing down, no stopping again.
And we're a
I'm
minute
just
into the
thinking
round,
60 seconds. They're gonna go for it right now.
Goes the Blackbeard, but not into sight rather, but into nearby. Archives, not actually going directly in. Even now, there's a rotate hole. There are players looking to make their way up from the blue stairs, though. There needs to be a cutoff here. I believe that's Chibisu and Black Ray.
But now it's so obvious, it's so scripted again. They know.
CIG need to bait this. They need to not play to hard hold it. They need to play to bait these players. Chibisu, the one to try and cover off Felipox on that flank. The exothermic charge likely to detonate here from Black Ray to breach open this wall. JV goes down, and eventually the bait is successful. However, the Blackbeard's gone down, so's Chibisu. Might not matter for CAG. They recompose with the numbers advantage. Arkuli desperately trying to deal with the player outside of Stock. He takes the gamble and loses it to KZ. A punishable error here, and now Black Ray and Anderton are left with it all to do.
They only just opened the wall. The exothermic charge was there for the past 60 seconds or so.
Yeah.
Nothing happened with it. Okay, saving grace. There are Candelas in the pocket of Anderton. There are these pockets on the side of the keeper barriers, denying lines of sight. This could work in this favor of CAG if they can blind nade and run deep towards the bomb side. They have smoke grenades as well. They can still make this happen, but I don't want to see them go for a plant attempt. You gotta get at least one kill, then play the 2v1.
Oh, and they know exactly where KZ is. That's some good pre-place drone work. But guess what? It enables Nate to go aggressive. The Incandela detonates at the perfect moment. Anderton, though, has he made his way inside yet? Is he able to regroup here with Black Ray? 7 years these two players have teamed together on Cyclops. All they need to do is find Nade, the lone Brazilian, holding onto the side and looking for a chance to send his team to a 2-0 lead here in the grand final. And Nade just has to wait. He sees one, but Black Ray denies it. Not today. CAG will keep fighting.
Playing it slow, playing it smart, but it came down to Black Ray winning 2 separate 1v1s. There was a red ping, sure, but we saw Anderton outside the building throwing Candelas as he took the fight. That determines the entire round.
And again, I actually, this is probably one of the first rounds in this entire best of 5 that we've seen where I feel like CAG have got away with it. Where Furia controlled the round better, but CAG managed to win it out in the end. And I will say it was close because they clearly wanted to do something fast. That operator lineup, it was very clear. It spoke to that. And I think the good thing for CAG, they were ready for the pockets of aggression. They were ready for the flank. They were ready for Hertz pushing himself into Tellers. They dealt with it. I thought they'd thrown it away there. When Arkuli just sprinted away back to stock, don't know what he's
What are you thinking?
I don't know what he should get. At least have the 1v1 fight. If you have to move out of the position, have the 1v1. Black Ray was controlling top square. The only place he could die from was stock, and he showed his back to it. But in the end, and Black Ray, I actually want to speak about him a little bit because he's moved on to the firm. He's moved on to the support role. And I think for people who have been watching CAG for a long time, or say you watched Six Invitational 4 or 5 years ago, you would assume Black Ray is an entry fragment because he played on the front line for this team a long time. He's still got it when he needs to, even though he's on the goggles.
Washed up Ashmain gets a chance at greatness.
10 seconds remaining.
Don't know if it was deliberate or not, but I love when teams that play it very slow in a 2v1 and just kind of bleed out your opponent. Nate is full of adrenaline, ready for a fight, ready for the clutch. He's visualizing his head as well. Nothing happens for a full 60 seconds.
Don't get too excited, Pengu, but I know what you've already seen, and I just want you to sit yourself down if you're not going to... So, the Tachanka is in.
Okay, that's actually not what I was talking about right here. I was talking about like the smoke, maybe the Goyo Bang coming out, but you, Jack, was saying how they like to do it on the map, bend the Twitch, and double down on Brava. You haven't finished the point fully, but it has happened.
So they ban away the Twitch and the Brava. Because of that, they do this on Cafe. They clearly like to do it on Bank as well. They like to play loads of Maestro. They're not particularly playing a lot of operators similar to this, but when they do it on Cafe, they play loads of Maestro, loads of bulletproof cameras, loads of Malusi, loads of Valkyrie. Anything you would default back to take in a Twitch or a Brava against, Furia will then play it and use it against you. Change their win condition entirely from playing for the gunfights to then playing the utility. We've seen it go out here. Again, only really the Maestro, the bulletproof, and I suppose the Fenrir of JV, because you're not, unless you're shooting them, you're not getting rid of any of those Fenrir F-Nats.
And they got the Tachanka because smoke is banned, so it's full circle right now.
It's double area.
The Goyo is banned as well. Candela used to force back those roamers, and this is where you're saying it, Jack. They're playing for utility, they're playing for plant deny. They don't want the fight. One Candela, they are out of there. I will say this though, I think with the Monty being banned, having a blitz right now could be excellent for a plant attempt, that second kind of shield operator, but you're up against Maestro and Sashanka. I'm not sure if a plant is going to be possible, even if it's what CAG wants.
They're always keeping CAG guessing. The last time CAG attacked this, Furia was 5-man offsite, on the top floor or on the middle floor, fighting them tooth and nail. Now, it's been a minute 30, CAG have not seen one gunfight yet. So they're attacking into different defensive strategies every single time. That's a real strength that Fury have for them. And again, they're manufacturing it very much because of the way that they're banning operators.
They've even gone as far as to surrender server in control to CAG. There's no defenders anywhere but deep inside the pliable shield, and you see that the train of thought. Tashanka, main plant denier. Maestro can sit comfortably on the cameras. There's no Togepi right now. That would be the big counter that there could be potential for. They have Warden to see through smokes. They have then the crit, the Fenrir mines rather, to stop any injuries. Will they just try and brute force this? Like,
very
risky.
Believe there has been some denial up above. KZ, though, protected by his keeper barrier. Absolute genius. He protects his position. He enables that swing and the denial of that plant. Now Anaton is down. Another keeper barrier makes things awkward, but Chibisu has fought back. Traded again. These Evil Eyes now reactivated, and the fire comes to life in the side. Perth takes the opportunity to go for a swing. Akali and Blackray again. The OGs left to duo it out with 16 seconds left in the tank here. And Furia, all they've got to do is wait. And they've got plenty more utility to hold on to. Akali from the rear side. Nade! And Philippe wants to shut it all down! Furia are 2-0 in another grand final! And CAG cannot get themselves in it! The Brazilians come to life again, and there's just one more map that stands between them and another trophy raised here in Brazil.
Furia is so comfortable walking around the map, picking gunfights. Is the strategy to beat an aggressive team being more aggressive than them?
No, I don't think so. Philippox was telling us to play more slowly sometimes, but I said to him one round that I'm just going without drone, and I went there and we won the round, but the most of the rounds we were playing like sometimes not too much aggressive because we knew that they were coming to us, so we were just stop waiting for them. But sometimes we're playing aggressive, putting our game to them to show them that we are aggressive too. We can be aggressive as they can too. Yeah.
KAG was the one controlling the rhythm of the match yesterday. Why it's so hard to do that against Furia?
I mean, we are an aggressive team, but out of all the Brazilian teams, I think Furia, the aggressiveness that they have is unmatched, and we're just not like, we can't really play in, like, they're in our world right now, and I think it's very hard for us right now. Like, we don't know what we're doing right now, like a lot of miscommunications and stuff, but this break time, we're gonna use that as we're gonna use that time to talk about the last two games and how we're gonna play the third, fourth, and fifth map.
Cully giving some incredible insight there. They're in Furia's world. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They're stuck, Lax.
That's not a good place to be in, to hear in that call in right there. I mean, you're not confident. You are literally letting Furia get into your head at this point. We're seeing it displayed here in their performance so far, but to say you're in Furia's world, that you're playing into their style of Siege, it's not looking good when you're going into map 3.
I will commend the humility, obviously, from Arcoli and the rest of KAG to be able to say that. Obviously, they understand the weight of the position that they're in right now, and I think that's the only thing they feel right now is the weight of being on their first ever grand final main stage, the first time they've ever made it for their region. So there's so much pressure on them, not only as an APAC team, but for the players individually. And just being a player in that position, every player understands what it's like to have the stress, have the pressure, and they're going up against Furia, who's been playing amazing. I mean, when it comes down to the strategy, they're perfect. When it comes down to their playmaking, they're perfect. So it's so difficult for you to be in that headspace and to bring yourself out. You need a big play, you need big players, and you need big personalities inside the comm room to be able to talk to everybody, get everybody out of that drought so that you can pull yourselves out and hopefully go through to a map 4.
This is just such a, I guess it's groundbreaking for CAG, yes, but for a lot of fans at home to see CAG in a position like this, we've never seen them put under this much pressure. We've never seen them on a main stage in a grand final. Hell, we've never seen any APAC team. It doesn't make a difference. They've made it all the way through all of the adversity, through all of the trials and tribulations. They're still here. And look, it's not like they're not competing. It's not like they're not in this.
Yeah, I mean, remove all the stats, you know, for 1 second. Just focus on what got them here. That's the fundamentals that they have to play into because they are a strong team. They've showed everyone around the world that they can be the absolute best team here. It's just a matter of finding that. Like Fox was saying, whoever it is, whoever's going to step up into that role, doesn't have to be the IGL, doesn't have to be on Anatan. It can be anyone that can muster up the courage to bring everyone out that drought, bring out that slump, and start playing together. And we showed glimpses of that first map where they had everything in their hands, and then they just let it crumble. Now, Bank, I think that was a little more one-sided.
Yes.
But this team, by all means, I feel they have so much still left in the tank. They just have to get over that mindset.
Even then, in Bank, they were getting opening kills. They just need to make sure that they're closing out rounds. That's their biggest issue. Don't let Furia's clutch ability affect you once you get that advantage, because the mental game, that's where KAG's losing it right now.
The series stats are well and truly with KAG for opening picks, but Leo, how do Furia keep bringing this back?
That's the story for me. Furia, they keep winning rounds when they're at a huge disadvantage. And we look at the very first round of that map, and it's exactly what will happen. They're attacking basement, and what do you notice here? KZ is completely isolated in Garage. You've got 3 KAG players that know this. They've got the information with the Echo, and they're gonna go and challenge him. One thing that no one, I think, has actually noticed, JV has a drone on site. JV knows 3 players are gonna go aggressive, and JV makes the call. Let's all commit to this. Let's go play even more aggressive. So when KZ on his drone sees 3 players go and fetch him, what do you see behind him? JV here to go and get a kill. What do you see after that? Nade rushing open space and dropping the hatch to get another trade potential. And what do you see later here? Philippox, who was dropped. he's gonna go and take another gunfight. And what do you see behind that Fenrir? A drone from our player JV feeding information, a yellow ping on that player, and again, the right call from Felipox to go aggressive. He burns the Goyo canisters and shoots him. He then sends his green bees, and what do you notice here? It enables them to plant safely. The Goyo canister prevents Black Hair from retaking. No more smoke here. And the green bees in main stairs prevent anyone from retaking either. The plant is down, and what do you see these guys doing? Position themselves perfectly once again. That's world champion caliber right there. Everyone is watching a neutral point. Everyone is ready to trade each other. And so whenever they get into a gunfight position, Felipox wins it perfectly. JV wins it perfectly. These guys keep turning situation they should never win into winning rounds. And this is why these guys are one map away from being called the best team in the world again. And that's happening after a short break.
Available now.
We are back down with the crowd here in Rio de Janeiro with more Game Pass codes to give away. 3 months of Game Pass and exclusive items in CJX when it comes out. All these guys have got to do is answer a few questions. Maria, let's do this.
Let's do this. Let's see if they know about the game they play every day. So, name one map.
Chalet.
Woo! You got it. Now, name one operator from Rainbow Six Siege, of course.
Traduz aí. Termite, fala termite. Termite.
Right answer, termite. And you, name one gadget from the game.
Shells. Essa aqui tá em inglês.
The time, the clock.
Carga térmica.
Okay, it's in Portuguese, but yeah, he's right. Woo! That was fun.
There you go.
Well, it's CAG Osaka's last hope here in Rio de Janeiro. They lose this, they're done, they're dusted. More importantly, Furia become the kings of the world again, even if it's short-lived. Gentlemen, welcome back to the desk. Of course, we've got the pre-show. We're almost there. Is it a little bit of heartbreak for CAG at this point?
It is definitely, but Rob, I've got to say a story about these guys. 4 years ago, I was sitting in a room in Taiwan, screaming against these guys almost every week, and they were destroying me on Fnatic. They were the kings of their region. But when it comes to international play, they never made it to main stage. It's the first time that happens, and they go all the way to grand finals. I think whatever happens in the next game, they should be proud of themselves. They've outplayed whatever they've done before. They've achieved more than what they've done before, and for this, whatever happens, they deserve recognition.
Lax, it's a look. It's a. You never want to downplay it, and you never want to, I guess, put too much emphasis on it, but this does mean a lot to individual players.
Yeah, you know, I can't say I've been in a lot of grand finals, but I've been in some, and when you find yourself in this moment, even if the crowd's with you or against you, you can feed off of it either way. And there's nothing better than being next to your teammates that you achieved it to get to this point, but then try to pull through and come back here, because it's still here. They're still in it. They got a map to really find their footing, find those fundamentals, and apply them here, and push it to a map 5.
Fox, quickly, what does this mean for Furia? They're nearly there again. They're nearly back on top.
I mean, we've obviously said a lot about CAG and what it means for them, but for Furia, I mean, to go from winning SI, then losing the whole year when you're supposed to be one of the top teams in the world, and obviously so much mental goes into rebuilding, reconstructing. You had a winning formula, it stopped working. Now you find yourself in another winning formula on the main stage, about to reclaim that title, and obviously it's unparalleled passion from the rest of the players, but it means so much to them to be able to do it again in their home country, to be able to lift that trophy in front of their family.
Thank you very much for joining me, gentlemen, but it is time for us to get underway. Maria spoke to the coaches right before potentially the final map.
You have no other way but to win the next map. What is the mindset for now?
次のマップは勝つしかないですね。じゃあマインドセット、メンタルは何でしょうか？
もうここまで来たら本当にやるしかないと思っているので、チーム一丸となってもう本当に反省するところは反省して完全な CAG を見せて勝ちたいと思います。
Well, every map is like something you have to win, so we want to like respond to this mentality, you know, make better what we can make better and show you like the true CAG.
One more map and you become the first champion of CGX. So what is the plan for this next map to just, you know, avoid any surprises and just win the game?
So continues to do the same thing. The job isn't finished, so it's a BL5 and we need the win another map to lift this trophy.
Igor and the boys were the first Brazilian team to raise a Rainbow Six trophy on home soil, and they could do it again here today. We're in Rio, and Furia are 2-0 up in the grand final against CAG Osaka, who unfortunately have only looked weaker as the series has gone forward.
Sure, yes, it's 2-0, yes, they're winning, but it's Furia. We expect this, now that CG done such a good job so far.
And so the question is begging, will Furia get it done in 3, or can CAG push it the distance? Let's find out.
The goal for CAG was not to make the grand finals, but yet they find themselves right here, right now. Yes, they're down 0-2. That's not what's, you know, what they planned to happen, but it's where they find themselves. They should be proud. They should be happy to have done what they have done this tournament. And yes, the scoreline looks brutal, 7-4, 7-3, but it could be much closer than that. And dare I say it, CAG could and maybe should have won layer.
And we've actually seen these teams play on Cafe before. At the 6th Invitational, Furia and CAG Osaka met. It was an 8-7, just barely edged out in favor of the former world champions. CAG absolutely have a chance here, especially on Cafe.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a map that I pin as their #1 preference map out of all 9 of them, James. The one thing that I will say is that they absolutely love the map. However, Furia at this event have looked phenomenal. on Cafe. And I will say it again, the new operator bands coming in, the way that they've been approaching it, they've been doing well in their defense, and they've got a very specific plan for that. As we will see it, they've gone away from it. They've gone to take away the Azami and the Montaigne. So they've stepped away from the Twitch and the Brava, the Azami and the Montaigne, the Grim and the Montaigne. They've stepped away from the Twitch and the Brava of old.
Yeah. Interesting. I do like this because I think Monty is an operator that for the attackers can just really simplify the attack inside. Walk in piano, walk down the wide hallway, and just be very comfortable. It feels like to me the longer the series goes on for is Furia trying to make CAG as uncomfortable as possible on their attack inside, taking away all their comfy picks where energy can just kind of lead the charge, force them to more gunfight-oriented play or problem-solving utility.
Yeah, and you talk about comfort, it's not very comfortable at all playing on the attacker side of Cafe, a map where you have to spend the whole round repelling and outside windows, and frequently you're having to execute just to get your boots in the building. And Furia, well, they're looking to take the fight outside as well. KZ poised for a peek and then decides to slink away after shooting the drone that was watching his flank.
Kali being played, not all that common, but it can deal with the mirror windows, of course. You can shatter them with the gadget. The Skiver King out deployable shields, which there are 2 of in this round. So it comes down to Furia saying, we're going to put up all these obstacles, all these problems for you to solve, and unless you solve them all perfectly, you're not going to have a chance in this round.
Well, that's the thing. There's 3 Rune Gates, 2 mirror windows, 2... Oh! 2 Echo drones and 2 shields as well that they've got to deal with, and a KZ that's going to be a thorn in the side of the attackers as they look to repel out there on Cafe.
It's going to be brutal. CAG, I think the most important thing for me is that they need to have continuous progress in this round. If they stall now, we're not dealing with the 90 pixel shield inside piano, for example, then they cannot progress. Once they clear the shield, if they don't clear the mirror window and shatter it, they cannot progress. They need to make steady pace, and right now they're mostly stuck on the roof right now, just kind of mapping out what does the building actually look like on the interior. They see it, the Echo, the shield, now they gotta deal with it.
I feel like KZ here is going to be a big determining factor in the opening engagement. There it is. He's been linked in for a fight the whole round. Chibisu finally gives him one and gets rid of him off the board. Big for CAG because they know there's a player in Pixel, even though they know Herds is going to take him down anyway.
Incredible that he escaped with 1 HP, running through that fire on the back of that gunfight. Herds is lucky to be alive.
Missing the catch though, right? Nobody on the wide hallway window, nobody on the wide staircase window, so he runs away completely for free. Missed time there for CAG, and time is running low. 60 seconds, only 1 attacker inside the building, 3 guns on rappel, 1 inside a cigar door. C4 maybe tossed on out. Let's see it. There it is.
Big nitro cell and a big impact as well.
And the retake.
Retake here from Philippox. He's deep into piano and he sprays on through. Him and Nate together. All up to Annie now, dropping down from the new hatch. He finds his spot inside a shop. He's just waiting for the peek. There's 2 players looking for their opportunity. Finds JV, quick headshot, looks for another one. Tempted with the pistol is Nade. Philippox, a lot of damage done. Furia, be careful not to feed this one, but Herds on 1 HP, doesn't give a damn. And he will chase down the last player from CAG. Furia, fiery as always.
We need to see some life. Fresh redo from CAG. If they can get locked down strategically, it's going to be so hard for them to problem solve these things. And again, they looked locked out from the beginning of that round.
Do you know who I'm going to give that round to? That round victory to? I'm going to give that round victory to KZ, and I know it seems crazy.
Okay.
I know it seems crazy, so stay with me. KZ was being the thorn in the side of CAG. He was wanting to run out white. He was wanting to C4 up the red hatch. Chibisu on the Twitch got off the Twitch drone. He got off the Twitch drone to get the kill onto KZ. Great stuff for him. Gets the entry kill. What didn't he do? He wasn't on his Twitch drone shooting out an echo cam that was pinged inside of piano. That echo cam was then the big determining factor when KZ was dead to allow this aggression. You can see the red ping there on Philippox. You can see how quickly he retook Pixel because he knew it was clear, because KZ was sat on the echo drone that was alive. Absolutely massive. So yeah, that just goes to show being an entry death isn't always necessarily a bad thing.
No, you get to watch the cameras, and also when you're playing so much utility on defense, you can have one guy playing very loose. If you go back in the day, Old Empire, back in Europe, they had what I would call the 4+1 strat. 4 people playing together on defense with a set strat in mind, and then Joystick playing Jaeger, roaming around just taking gunfights. It reminded me a little bit of that, where there's a core that knows what they need to do together, and a guy that can do whatever he wants, of course, supporting the bigger picture.
CAG did have an idea on that last round. They knew a lot of those operators that were brought to the table. They brought the IQ and the Twitch to hunt down the Echo, and it didn't work. So CAG are trying to throw ideas, creative and good ideas, at the problem. But this chaotic playstyle from Furia is far too difficult to comprehend.
That's the thing. CAG have been trying every single round. They've been adapting, they've been trying different solutions to different problems, but Furia, they keep just shutting them down. If it's not strategically, then it's a clutch. If it's not a clutch, it becomes utility. It's so hard to win for CAG because they have to win on every single front, every single round.
I was once speaking to a support staff member from a different team, and I won't say who, but they were saying with Furia, every map they've got 6, 7 different strategies that they can play on any given site, and then probably 6 or 7 adaptations of that strategy, depending on what they believe your weakness is, and they will go for the throw, and they understand the win conditions of everything perfectly, and that's what makes them so hard to play against, because they can change on a dime how they want to play. They're not an aggressive team. They're not a late round team. They can do absolutely everything, and they do it with conviction.
Fury is the perfect team to play if you want to get tested to your limits, but right now CAG, they'd rather just have a free map than getting tested because this is the grand finals. Airjeff goes out, nothing happens, JV dies behind him instead. Opening kill for CAG, but again, the timer, 1 minute 20, we're all outside the building, more or less. Yes, progress is being made, but that bomb site, it's so distant for us.
There's still so much util to clear on that bomb site. Both of the drones from the Brava were ineffective at clearing out those Banshees. The Twitch drones now, I believe both have been expended.
Yeah.
And CAG, while they have the numbers, they don't have all the utility cleared, and they don't have any players ready to try and gain ground on the map. Meanwhile, KZ, as always, you said it, he's that 4+1. He goes deep, he looks for opportunities, and he's found one. Herds as well, upstairs. Thankfully for CAG, they've made the numbers even, and Arkuli has snuck into Library here. Meanwhile, Blackray finding his kill. Felipox looking to hunt down Arkuli. And if he times this right, he could bring things back into Furia's favor.
Got one player stuck in a corner. Look at that movement, there it is, sprints away, gets the freebie back to a 2-on-2.
But they know now where these last 2 players are. Both of them finding kills. Chibisu, the last one, standing here for CAG. Felipox and Herds, they don't need to make a move. They can go together. Chibisu will find one, but not the second. Furia maintain control on Cafe.
Across the 23 rounds that we've played so far, Furia are -9 on entry. -9 on entry.
-9.
Yet 2-0 up in the maps, 2-0 up in the maps and 2-0 up in the round. Their ability to draw these rounds back, to bring these rounds back and to play out the situation, especially in the late rounds, keeps getting them over the line.
It does.
Again, another round CAG have lost from man advantage.
And I gotta say, this in particular, how they go back to a 4v4, that case you run out, that can be stopped in so many ways. The issue is top left, there's one drone left in the round with over 60 seconds to go. CAG had no information. The only intel operator they had left, you know, Anitin on a Blackbeard, for example, was on Repel, who then dies. You need to, when you get that opening kill, convert that into a round victory, into a round lead. And often CAG, they'll get that opening pick, not much happens, a gunfight occurs, and they either bet to even numbers or they fall behind. They really just gotta hold on. I think if CAG can go quicker in the early stage of the round, they can have a more comfortable mid to late stage. They'll have more time, they'll have more drones, and hopefully also more map control if they are successful.
It's funny when you can have 80% of the round go your way, but that last 20% at the end where Furia keeps bringing out these 2v4s or 3v5s, well then the scoreline is going to represent it, and I tell you what, that is not a way to kick it off for CAG.
Opening kill technically for CAG?
Technically, yeah. I mean, Furia back to -8 on the entries. Well done, Furia. They did really well there. Not what you want, especially because it's a breacher as well. So, because it's a breacher, no hard breach now exists on the side of CAG. Which means, if they wanted, their plan A was a full clear, and they wanted to breach the hatch as in the dining room there, they now can't if it is reinforced. They will not be able to, which means the traditional way of attacking, and it is reinforced, we've just seen on the Valk camera there, the traditional way of attacking, of dropping down the hatch and looking for a plant, they can't do. What they now need to do is convert into either a VIP-sided take or a bakery-sided take, and they need to make that call quickly. If they spend another minute figuring that out, it's going to be a big problem for CAG.
That's the benefit of Shuri dying to themselves in the spawn of things. You got C4 right now, they would have a full minute less to figure out what the problem-solving skill is going to be at. They got them what's it called, the Blitzer. They got the Blitz Operator. They can brute force Bakery. They can brute force VIP. They gotta pick one. If it's me, I'm droning out, I'm finding the Warden. If he's playing VIP side, which he is, you go Bakery. Because there's a one stopping power to the Blitz Operator.
What is the play?
VIP.
Oh, Chibisu's found one, almost a kill here as well. Arkuli brings the numbers back into CAG's favor, and perhaps there is a way that this can work without hard breach. But it does mean they'll need to take down Herds in his power position on this Warden, and the Blitz is going to be the tip of that spear. He's got to go in forward first and try and knock this Warden out of contention. But he's not going to be able to flash him. He needs his teammates to support it.
Glass is popped early, has to go off now to regenerate essentially, and to go for a rotate. They saw the Warden now, they're gonna go elsewhere instead. Baker double door, and anybody home in, gate pop, V4 cam as well. He's gonna keep aggressing.
Deep from Chibisu, and it forces nade back, he knows about it, and he composes, looks for a chance to try and find the kill. Damage taken from another angle. Meanwhile, Anderson, where is he pushing? He's come to regroup as well, and he's the player with the diffuser. Still a defender upstairs with the potential for Vertical to deny this plant, but if it's Anderson, it might just be possible. Oh. And now Black Ray, he's found the opener, but the long-range angle from JV! He comes up, the hero as always! Victory for Chibisu! Oh, Kag, you've done it again!
A clutch finally happens for the side of CAG, and the crowd starts booing. It was about damn time. But it might be a little bit too late at this point.
I just needed it so badly.
I thought they'd made the wrong decision.
Yeah.
I thought they'd made the wrong decision when they had Herds locked inside a VIP in a 3v3 with a shield. I think it. Go and kill him. Make it a 3 versus 2. Play it out from there. To be fair to CAG, with conviction they went to Bakery. And it needed a clutch. So probably the wrong decision, but the round went in their favor. And they needed something. They need a crumb to hold on to. Because Fury are one of the best teams in the world at snowballing. 1-2, obviously. Still not great, but a lot better than 0-3.
A wise man once told me, it's much better to have 5 people following a bad plan than to not have a plan at all. That was a bad plan, but they committed to it. They were all in there, tank and renegade, full sending. You see, they had the nerves, the composure.
I don't even know how they're feeling. This game's raising my heart pressure, never mind theirs.
I think it's so critical as well that it was Chibisu that found that clutch, because he was the one that got the team kill at the start of the round. He was likely kicking himself for losing that hard breach. The fact that it was him to get that clutch, I mean, that's the fire that CAG need under their feet. Continue to expedite this.
He's forgiven.
5 seconds. Forgive him.
It's okay that he killed me because you want us around, buddy. It's good.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
Fury are still so scary to play against. You can find one round like that. There's anything going for Kag, I will say. We saw the player reactions there, and JV didn't look too happy.
JV never looks happy when he's playing the server. Then after the server, he's smiling, he's cracking jokes, he's a prankster.
Yeah, he is.
He absolutely is.
Yeah.
He was teaching a lot of the non-Portuguese speakers some interesting phrases to say to each other, to say the least, whilst we was over there in group stage.
He was trying to get me to say some heinous things last night, and I did not partake.
We did have a drink with JV last night, it's worth saying.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
James is on me. We became very very good buds.
He did toast to all the casters.
Yeah, he also toasted to Kag as well.
He did.
And I went to bed. He was still out, by the way. Him and Herds were actually
doesn't seem to be affected.
They were
either
team bonding for synergy. That's what they were doing, and they're showing off in the server so well because again, they always have each other's back.
Yeah, they do.
I'm not sure what to do from CNG right now. Yes, you won that round. It was off a clutch. If that's what you need to win a single round on Cafe, it's going to be a long road ahead of you.
Yeah.
Good utility usage with the Twitch drone. Popping utility. They got the blind beard. Worth noting, the mirror was spent by CNG and the blitz by Furia.
Feels like a half clear here. As long as they control Piano and control the hatch above train, they control the entrance into site, they can play on that white window, on the dining room window, and then play for a plant. That's how they're currently shaping up.
Yeah, but again, opening kill to Furia now, 2 rounds in a row technically. Air tap going off, but a double flank up and below. Covers, trades his teammates perfectly.
Nobody watching, and nobody able to refrag on the JV. Anderton goes deep, but Philippox ready for the aim down sides. Attempted refrag eventually comes through here from Blackray. But he's taken very low on HP, and he's so separated from his teammate, Arkuli. 2 versus 3. I think Arkuli might have just seen that cross, or has JV just hidden? I believe he has. Arkuli doesn't seem aware of it. A lot of damage dealt to him. Eventually, the DMR proves true here for Arkuli.
HP's so low that if either of these 2 players get into a gunfight, they probably die to 1 bullet, and we're getting to that late round. Obviously, Furia know what's coming now. They know that the attack is from train over, so they can play as such. Good use of the destructive elements there, though, to get rid of Blackray's position, to buy a little bit of time.
Has to play for a kill here for the attackers. They gotta find at least one flashback going out.
It's a good flash, but KZ while blind goes crazy. Arkuli 1v2 now. DMR hits down the door, walks into the Banshee. KZ for 2. Furia, how on earth you can control them?
They, in my opinion, they really are the best team in the world at reading into what their opponent is going to do. I don't think CAG are being particularly great at masquerading the fact what they're going to do. They're not creating a lot of false pressure. They're not opening windows, doors, creating pressure on other sides of the map. As soon as Furia have a read that that's a half clear, they know they need to get rid of the player holding piano. They do that instantly, and then that's the trigger point. They float, they flank, and they change the dynamics of the round completely. They control these rounds so well.
And again, understanding what is worth for us as Team Furia. One guy tanks the air jab on top red cigar door, then we got some of the basement player Purge walk up. They're happily taking a 1-for-1 kill there because they disrupt the plan and they pinch in the middle of the map, stopping it passive execute later on.
That half clear only works. It only works if the attackers can control the piano hatch, because you're trying to crouch through the fireplace. You can't do that if there's a defender on the hatch. And Furia realized that super quickly, played to stop that happening. That change, how many times are we going to say that CAG are being forced into plan B, C, D for whatever they're doing? Furia keep changing that dynamic because they're reading into it so early on.
And now in a different setup again, utility, right? The castles, they are Rooney, so we're going from a very fast-paced round where Furia, they're happily taking these gunfights to a utility setup with a little flare of a spawn peak as well.
2 rounds left in the half as well, putting the pressure on for CAG. Not many more chances. Wow.
So close.
Furia just pre-firing every single window, keeping CAG honest.
That's the thing about cafes. If you do these aggressive mini plays, spawn peaks, etc., you can really slow down the attackers. Their spawn is quite far away. It can take you 10 seconds to get to the building, or 30, 40 seconds watching all those different windows. And again, they're applying pressure everywhere. It's gonna repeat the gunfight even.
Yeah, I mean, Shurip's scared. When you see KZ re-peeking you don't want to take that fight. Yeah, that's a bit of a story here, and KZ's also going to get healed up again.
Go again!
Furia, they're playing his doc to lean into these overpeaks, knowing full well it doesn't matter if they get lit up.
It's smart. Keeps up the pressure while playing his shot again. The 4+1, he's on his lonesome downstairs. Meanwhile, CAG clearing utility, getting their first step done. Flashbang spam. Are they going to make a play here or what? No. Sophia stunning. The pixel and piano. No character to speak of. Plenty of grenades, but not in the right positions, perhaps?
Slow from CAG.
Still in the corner.
Yeah, trying to bait the peak from Furia, and eventually the upside down repel from Chibisu. And Anaton's got his boots in the building. He's looking for one. The nade comes out. That's really nice. That will clear out the position. Is he able to find the kill as well? JV looks to not re-peak.
He needs to dodge the C4s now, but he does have another nade. If he gets to the breach, the player is locked in barback storage. He can get that nade kill from Anaton. Here comes the C4 though.
BP got grenaded out successfully, so the blind yellow ping is very outdated. And Fink's gonna miss, doing a little bit of damage, but he stays alive. Very important. He has that piano information and the pressure, but who's helping him? Right now it's nobody. KC maybe finding a nope. Playing that 4v5, wants to play numbers by going back up the right stairs instead.
JV is also still in backstore and watching the position of the Blackbeard.
Hey!
Anaton's got no support. Where is the peak from the repel? Chibisu! That was on you! Shuri finally redeems them. It's all up to Nade. Black Ray and Arkuli still up, still with full HP. They hunt him down into the corner now. Pistol in hand, Pistol whipping the best he can. But the lock-in from CAG, they find their second round of attack here on Cafe with a long way still to go.
That's a CAG round right there.
Yeah.
Massive blunder into round victory.
Probably the most convincing manpower round victory they've had in a while as well.
How does Shimasu not peek from that window when his teammate died to the hallway?
Hey, his job was to hold Casey downstairs. Okay, that was his job. It was Anderton who had to swing the hallway, okay? In the perfect world, you help each other there, clear the hallway, hold the flank. They didn't go for it.
I think I need to sit down.
I know.
You want a chair, James? I can go get you one for you.
I'm good, thanks.
We're all, I would say, Siege purists at heart. We want to see the team play aspects of this come out.
Screw that. I want to see teams go crazy.
Okay, you just want to see CAG win. You want to see Apex do it well, Jeff. But
No
again,
comment.
the team play there for CAG was abysmal.
Yeah.
Sharik managed to find a big double just following up on the Chaos late round, and from there he went out, but absolutely crazy, because I don't think CAG deserved that round.
The benefit there is that that's like the old style CAG where they full commit to quote-unquote the wrong play, but nobody backs out and gets cold feet. If Chibiusa goes, okay, we're losing our Black Beard, I'm gonna go back and drone, you lose the round. He keeps walking forward, boom, boom, 2 kills. It's not about what went wrong, it's about what you can do to make it right afterwards. 2-3 with a potential even half is great. CAG going 2 and 4, I was an expected outcome, if anything. Then it comes down to your defensive side. How good can you be there? But CAG are correct. I think the team play aspect right now looking much more lackluster than the first 2 maps.
It's really funny how Siege works. It's really, really funny. There's a world where Fury have controlled and strategically won every round of their defense, and it could be 3-3 on the half.
Yeah. Now, we spoke a bit about the possibility of like the Twitch, the Brava ban, you know, Fury playing a lot of utility, the Maestro. They are really not wanting to play into it. They are just tailoring the setup based off operator bans. Chibiusa right now, with the Dokkaebi, maybe expecting the potential for either, you know, an Echo, a Maestro, a Valkyrie. There is a Valkyrie on the board. There's no IQ to fight the cameras. Risky gunfight doesn't really do much damage on either side. Nate stays up. Skylight drop? No.
This is so awkward. Eventually a flash does land. Is there able for CAG to get into it? Finally the kill comes through, but at what cost? Black Ray and Arkuli have eaten dirt. Another kill now for JV. Desperation for Shuri and Anaton as the Blackbeard finally finds his second kill.
What's happening right now? I mean, CAG are in the building. Okay, boots are down on the ground. But man disadvantage.
Man disadvantage, top 4 control is established. I'm sure if you gave Furia this option, 3 versus 2, but you give up the top 4, they would absolutely take it.
Yeah.
Shurip's now got 2 breaching charges left. Very, very important, because there will be players underneath vertical. If they can manage to find just 1 kill from the verticality, this is still a winnable round for CAG. Yeah. But if they try and execute 2 versus 3, especially with Blackbeard on that shield, it's going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, they're going to get flank, push too many sides all at once.
Can't hold the white stairs, the red stairs, the site, the push in from site, assuming that you go reading side. Pillars as well, you just can't do it. So you need to level that man count.
Gotta go fishing right now, and you got 50 seconds to do so. The vert pretty good, but timing, missed opportunity. Airdrop goes down, but at what cost? He's on the piano hash, so I think it's opened up. There might be a way we can isolate this player of Philippox inside of mining, and then it's also, of course, the bomb site.
This is a nasty position from Philippox, though. The feet holes are going to play into his advantage, and he's got Hertz to support him as well. Hertz might actually bait the push in from Shuri. The feet holes still playing into the favor of the player on the other side, but what is that from Anaton? Dropping straight into the chaos! And Philippox finds his kill! Furia continue this mayhem! CAG, despite their best efforts, cannot find another round!
So hard getting drawn into a brawl with Furia, because you often come out getting knocked out, and that's exactly what happened to CAG.
Do or die for CAG's defensive side, and or a testament to how good Furia can be on the attack.
And reminder, attack has generally been what CAG has been good at this event. This is how they've got through. They've significantly improved their attack win rate. Obviously, Furia, the best defensive team in the tournament. We've seen it there. Bans have started coming in.
Yeah, there's a bang story on one side. The good old Asami and Castle going through.
Yeah.
Of course, Furia again want to open up the map, not give them any safe space. try and play those opening kills and give CG less to hide behind.
They really compounded the Furia with their bans. Like you say, as we get into it, we're going to see Azami and Castle. That's what you've just said. Now, think about how teams would play Azami Castle, particularly on Cafe.
Yeah, all about piano, right?
All about piano, particularly for those shop holds.
Yeah.
It's very much for that reason. Obviously, you can make Castle work on the basement bomb site. You can also make Azami work on the basement bomb site. But it's particularly for the cocktail bomb site and then the reading and the mining bomb site.
Yeah. On the other side, it's Grim and Capital. I think that's not true. It's Grim and Blackbeard being removed from action. I personally am a huge fan of banning Grim on Cafe. There are so many soft floors, verticality. Those red pinks, you're just going to be stuck in a corner with nowhere to go because the window repels, plus the guy shooting you. It's kind of like a Giga Deimos, because it's an AoE effect, of course. But I don't know if that's what Furia had in mind. You mentioned Furia's defenses, they can play the utility. Do they also have a style attack that you know of? Maybe, maybe not?
No.
I personally haven't seen a specific, like, that's Furia's.
I think it's just against, yeah, they scout out their opponents, yeah. I would watch out for Herds on the Nook here. I feel like Furia sense blood. I feel like Herds is being that 4+. We talked about it earlier with KZ. Oh, he's been pulsed.
Oh,
he is that 4+1, that free element. Oh, they've given Wait,
he's not even going to know that they know.
I don't think he knows that they know.
No.
You know that they know?
I don't know if he knows that they know. He doesn't know that there's a hard wall there, and now he knows, and now they don't know that he knows. But we know that he doesn't know that.
But Blackray knows.
Perfect.
That's nice.
Hertz heard it though. Oh no, Hertz. He's got the one up here. Blackray in an awkward position. Anaton is the one to fall. Over-fixating on this player. And CAG are going to be punished for it. This could be perfect. There's no way! No. Can this guy see through walls? Can he smell them from afar?
He's got a built-in pulse gun on that weapon. What the hell?
I don't care if you're pulse. I can feel your heart beating when the crowd is cheering for me. That's what Herd says. And now Furia, despite the heroics of their Nook player, they are down. And another one, and KZ have fallen.
Another one's going to go and have a look. Chibisu's going to go and have a look and see if he can fight Herds.
Upstairs, though, action elsewhere. And off-camera, a two-man trade on both sides. Even numbers done. I think CG okay with this. C4 in hand, looking for one. It's going to miss. Very much going the wide side. But IQ for the Valkyrie cameras. Bit of verticality, those soft breaching charges. Furia, they got all the tools to get the bombs under control, do the verticality, lock down the flanks, and go for a plant attempt. So CAG, there is a world where they gotta play a risky retake like smoke on white stairs. Is that a gap that I see?
This is a cheeky position, nobody knows about it. Shuri whiffs his shots. Low HP on Nade. I do believe he knows where that came from, though.
Surely.
And now the drop downstairs. Still plenty of time to work with here. Furia have what they need to make this execute happen. And straight in they go. Sharif covered off. He missed his chance. Now Hertz has found his. Arkily up against the world. The plant going down, and the coverage is apt here from Furia. They're hunting for him. Philippe Box knows! And Hertz will close! Furia are 2 rounds away from raising another trophy on home soil.
That felt like such a vital round. It felt like the round that Furia really sensed that they can put this fixture to bed. They get that attack, they snowball into it. And I will say, what a game in the very first instance in that round, trying to get rid of the Herds on the Nook, completely changing the dynamic. And it's the thing that Furia keep doing consistently. And I will say, for the most part, CAG, I think they've had a pretty cool mentality. I think they've understood the assignment. They've not let the pressure of the final get to them.
Yeah.
That was one of the rounds where you really felt that it did.
Exactly.
Anaton shooting through the soft floor into the hard wall, tripling up to try and get rid of Herds. They wanted that advantage desperately. They actually lost the round by trying to chase it.
And in a heartbreaking moment, Shurip whiffing the shot on a still standing IQ with the SMG-11.
Yes.
Doesn't get the kill, walks back down the staircase instead of advancing to bathroom, for example. Yes. Later on, when they push the bomb side, he has to retake up the staircase, and Philippox watching it, he dies.
It's nervous. It's
exactly.
Nervous plays, ultimately. They're trying to overplay, because everything they're trying so far, even though they've been, for the most part, doing the right thing, as you would expect from CAG's perspective, it's still not working, and now they're trying to overplay. They're trying to chase it back.
This is where I fear they can taste the trophy. That's the grounds that they're on right now. And for some teams, I would say, they might start feeling like their risk assessment will change. Oh, we might lose if we, if they win this round, they're gonna make a comeback and I can't take a risk. Furia don't care. We've seen that. And I think them going into a grand finals like against FaZe, making that comeback story, they know they just need to stay locked in and play their own style of Siege, and they will come out victorious because they know and they fully 100% believe that they are the best in the world. And no one can say that they aren't. Yes, FaZe, they won recently, but FaZe is not in the grand finals right now. It's Furia as always.
It's testament to Furia as well. I think Leo mentioned this on the desk yesterday, actually. Shout out to Leo, but he mentioned it, that they stuck with the same five. Despite that big dip after joining Furia, not making the Montreal Major. Big disappointment for this roster, who we expect them in finals. We expect them to be winning things. They stuck together, strong 6 invitational showing, and now they're here at the next event, grand final, 2 rounds away from winning it.
It looked like to me they had lost their hunger. Hunger is there, Shurip takes a bite out of Hertz, gets the kill, with 1 HP left. But Furia, this event, they look like they won it so badly.
Feels like the back.
It does. It's almost like the back to not having won any of those trophies, and they just want their first one again. So rejuvenated, ready for a fight. Half the round to play out, good a bit of verticality, hard destruction, double down on box and the sledge. They got all the tools for the job, but there's an Echo, there's Goyo, there's a C4 waiting for you on the other side.
But Chibisu still not in position to throw it as of yet. Furia have taken good map control, but losing Hertz loses part of their X factor. He's the player on this roster who always goes for those big flanks. Speaking of, that's a big kill. Shuri taken out of the game by Nade, and finally the verticality comes to life for Furia.
Furia have cleared all the areas they need now to execute. It's just this C4 on Chibi that's going to be detrimental to them if he manages to find that kill. They've cleared out the double door of kitchen. They've cleared out the double door of site itself. As soon as they deal with Chibi, it's all go.
I would say discipline, maturity for CIG, but in this round they need to lash out. They need to try and go for a kill. I mean, they got a deployable shield in pocket of Anaton. They've not got the right tools for this one, unless the timer gets so low that it can blunder for Furia. C4 here is so good, but the timing...
Now, this is your moment! A nuclear C4 from Chibisu! And that could well be the round. It's up to Nade and KZ. Nade finds his opening. KZ looking to regroup. There's information for him. Can he find the kill on Chibi? Big round from the Warden. Silencing the crowd and keeping CAG in this fight.
It was all on that C4.
Yes.
The C4 lands, CAG win. The C4 does not land, Furia win. It was as simple as that.
I even want to say, I
thought it was too late.
If the C4 only gets one of those 2 kills, I don't think that's enough. I think it has to get the double kill. Otherwise, it changes nothing.
I thought it was too late.
I thought so too.
I thought they'd be in sight.
Furia dropped, and they just wiggled the window for the long line of sight, or maybe perhaps looking for the sense scan. I'm not entirely sure why they did it, but it slowed the push down by like 1 second, which made all the difference. We might see it in the replay. A good vert. Oh my god, that's a great kill. C4, sense wall, they drop. Yeah, sense gadget in the hand, I believe. Dies.
So Furia actually, Leo did it. I'm praising Leo again. Leo Alfama, he did a great illustration on Furia doing that specific attack previously. And I think what Philippox wanted to do was roll the sense gadget from the window all the way across, because you can plant in an off position using the sense gadget. That extra half a second to a second that takes was enough for the C4 to land.
Yeah, and I guess in their head, they want to pop the sense wall, then watch the hands drop first, then get the second roly-poly. Otherwise, they show their cards ahead of time, right?
Roly-poly.
Roly-poly.
I like it.
Otherwise, you'd expect default plant. So they're going to drop first, then throw it out, then jump over. Again, that's Furia not wanting to show CIG what their end goal is, whereas when we saw CIG in the attack, they didn't show us enough. They're always like predictable.
Look at the lineup here. Amaru, Ying, IQ, Dokubi.
I'm looking at it.
Screams set play.
It does, and I think the post here is excellent for that, because it's not a static camera, it's moving information. Of course he's seen it, but it might change their approach to this, and it may be a window bang.
Oh, 4! Nitro cell.
Okay.
Nice idea. Hertz is lucky that he's playing that IQ, otherwise he wouldn't have seen that C4 coming. KZ though, in with the Candelas. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it a bait? No, it's not, because Nade is upstairs. And yet he doesn't find anybody. Where is CAG?
They don't know about Black Ray. They might hear it now.
Hidden in the corner now, but his phone ringing along. Blackray just waiting for his moment, but nobody is giving it. He has a little love tap, but still nobody knows that he is still waiting here in Cocktail. These two players, like Shipman and the Knight, sail past. He still fails to find his kill.
Not again.
Punish here. RCHE, Furia come to life in a 4v3. It rests on Arkuli's shoulders with this pulse down below.
It's the different rounds, same blunder again. Wrong timing, doesn't get the kill. Now playing from the back foot, losing top floor control with a quick trade from Furia. And there's so much time to work with. Drones are coming out, flank watch being established.
So much time, so much information from the side of Furia. They have lost their execute utility in the Ying. However, they do have a Dokkaebi call that's just going out now, and no defender has a C4 to deny anything apart from their guns.
So they trade their execute operator for map control, for kills, for advances. They're going to keep brute forcing it. 4v2, red pings in hand. They know where they are.
So over here, Anaton is caught out. He's cornered, and they've cut him down. Arkuli, V4 for Kag. Furia, they know where he is. That's the first, but not the second. Furia are back in Brazil with a championship point before them.
One more round. And Furia, since the side swap, they've not gone into this quietly or passively or slowly. They want the trophy. They want to get the kills that are being controlled. They want to show why they are the best in the world by winning the round, not by CHG losing it.
And they've beaten some formidable opponents even just to get here. Yes, they're against significantly weaker opposition in this final. Yes, it is David versus Goliath, favorite versus underdog. However, even just to get here, they had to beat out FaZe.
Yeah.
They chose FaZe. In the draft show, they chose FaZe, eliminated the world champions just to make main stage.
Yeah.
They then went on to beat Loud, formerly West Company Academy, main stage at 6 Invitational, 2-0. They then played W7M yesterday, major champions, rejuvenated with Palu, 2-0. And now they're on the verge. One more round of a 3-0 victory in a best-of-5 final against Kag Osaka.
It's always been about the grand finals of Furia from the very beginning. And I think picking FaZe when they did to advance for them and send them home was the most brainiac play you could ever make. It's risky, but you pretty much decide your fate, winning or losing the grand finals in that moment.
Yeah, Norris nearly fell off his chair when he found out in that. He nearly fell off his chair. What are they doing? It was Giga Brain.
Yeah. Of course, we say that knowing that Furia, they are here, but I don't doubt this. If FaZe had beaten Furia back then, it would have been FaZe in the grand finals in their stead, looking at this similar result.
There's no doubt about it. Furia, what a year it's been. Sao Paulo seems like quite a long time ago when you realize February last year was over a year ago. And since then, it has been mediocrity. It has been complacency. And this team that is yet to bring home silverware under their new banner is finally within reach of yet another trophy.
He's looking for it again.
It's unexpected.
Yeah, but it's gonna work. Surely he gets the kill. He's so strong.
Oh,
finds a second. He's gonna force the angle.
And now he's stolen the side from Kag. A third kill goes begging, and Shuri can finally breathe a sigh of relief. But the sweat is running down his neck as Furia are beating the door down on Kag.
A lot of pressure right now for CHG. You can tell they're not quite moving the server. They're standing still, waiting for something to happen. CHG cannot play scared. You have to be some sort of playmaking. They got in from the bomb side.
They do have the Valkyrie cameras. They do have C4 in hand. In theory, CHG, they can bring this back if they need to, but that's not going to be the way to do it.
Now, 2 Japanese players against 4 Brazilians. Everything on the line, static in their spots.
Oh, it's desperation, Chibisu. He's on the verge of death.
Nade.
The nade comes through.
Oh.
There's nothing left for CHG. The history books are calling their name once again. A new era of Siege dawns today, and Furia will be our vanguard. Their legacy has left paw prints across the globe, forged in Sao Paulo a year ago, only to be restored in Rio today. They sit atop the pantheon of our esports.
Without a doubt, the best team Siege may have ever seen. Such a dominant run, not just in the past, but also now in the present, and hopefully they'll continue this into the future.
The best strategies, the best players, the best fraggers, the best minds.
Keep going.
The best coaches, the best support staff, and I dare say it because we're in Brazil, the best fans there behind them. Everybody, everything in this Fury setup has been going so well. They're finally, deservedly champions of Reload.
And they made history when they won 2 majors, the first and only team to ever have done it. Then they went and won a grand final, brother against brother, a 5-mapper, a 6-1 comeback in Sao Paulo a year ago. And now they are the first team in history to win a championship on Siege X, and the first to play against an APAC team in a grand final.
You see the emotions right there for CAG, not knowing, like having that stage experience. It's so many emotions you're bottling inside yourself. You can't be nervous, you can't be scared, you can't even be happy after one victory, like truly, because you need to control your emotions. When that final round is over, everything comes out.
It's time. They know it all too well. They've done it so many times before. There is a trophy that needs to be lifted, and I can think of no one better to do it. Down to Ian on the stage.
How do you feel? The Siege X era has begun. Your R6 Reload champions, it's Furia!
E a Fúria é a grande campeã do Reload! O campeonato de estreia do Siege X!
Wow, a dominant grand final, certainly one of the most dominant I've ever seen. A much different set of circumstances since you were last battling for silverware in Brazil. How did you get it done so quickly?
They're a pretty good team, but we're playing a really good Siege today. I'm glad that we could keep the composure. In the last map, we were kind of nervous to close out, but we could keep the composure and get the win.
Perfect. And after the 2024 Invitational, you were the team to beat, so you have to reinvent yourselves. You okay? And you did it. You reinvent yourselves. How was that process? Você pode responder em português, se você preferir.
É que eu tava voando aqui, o que você fez?
Depois do Invitational de 2024, vocês viraram o time a ser batido e vocês tiveram que se reinventar. E vocês conseguiram fazer isso. Como que foi esse processo de lá pra cá?
Cara, então, muitas pessoas acham que pelo fato de a gente ter ganho 3 títulos, assim, a gente ia acomodar, mas não, muito diferente disso. A gente sempre queria estar lá de novo, prestigiando, estar lá no Major, qualquer campeonato. E a gente também abdicou de várias férias ano passado para estar trabalhando. A gente conseguiu quase no Invi, a gente sabia que o próximo a gente iria levar. E tá aqui, primeiro campeonato do CGX a gente conseguiu.
Primeiro campeonato do CGX, primeiro campeonato de vocês na Fúria. Parabéns, congratulations.
Could you just translate a little bit there for our English audience, Nivi?
Okay, he said that he was working so hard, the entire team was working so hard the past year. So now they did it. They have, how I said, they have to reinvent themselves, and after all of the trophies that they won.
Finally, Philippe, are you back? Is this team back? And are we about to see Furia dominance for the next 12 months?
We are back. CGX is our game now. The first trophy is an honor to win the first trophy in CGX history. And we made a promise when we joined Furia that we would bring a trophy for them. And we did it today, so I'm just so happy.
All right, guys, one more time. I want you to lift that trophy high in the air as this Brazilian crowd loves it. Your R6